Pomp and Circumstance March Number 1. The same pomp and circumstance March Number 1 has been strengthening me since God knows when. The question is, who is strengthening me? Who can circumvent my perceptions in music theory, and without seeking my consent, silently strengthen me with it? It couldn't possibly be. A ridiculous thought emerged in Ye Qingxuan's mind. Soon, Sherdong's prompt pulled him back to reality. Instead of fussing over it, you have to speed up. On the mountain of nomadism, Sherdong looked up at the sun of darkness hanging high in the sky. The Dark Sovereign's actions are getting faster and faster. It won't take long before he swallows up the whole of the shadow of Avalon, but... I know, don't rush me. Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth, stepped ahead, and swiped at the tide of dragon fire. The clothes of original sin changed, an exoskeleton system quietly forming under his robes. It attached itself to him and propelled him forward rapidly. In an instant, Mary was close at hand. Mary looked up in shock and her eyes widened, reflecting the indifferent face of Ye Qingxuan. The sword of the moonlight was held high, and it swiped down at the crystal crown on her head. Bang! At the last moment, the crown of the King of Hell radiated a dark light, which formed a palm and clutched Ye Qingxuan's blade tightly. The element of hell and the sword of purification collided, stirring up horrifying air gusts and roars. What is this? The face of the Dark Sovereign appeared from within, staring at the halo on top of Ye Qingxuan, and sneered. I almost forgot you also have the blood of the royal family of Anglo in you. Nice trick indeed, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. He held on to the sword of the moonlight with one hand and raised the other hand, supporting the sun of darkness in the sky above. A terrifying gravitational pull erupted from it as countless rays of light collapsed within, turning it into a dark cave that swallowed everything, pulling the wreckage of Avalon into it non-stop. Under the horrifying gravitational pull, even light was distorted as it writhed around the dark cave and was finally sucked in. In a flash, countless pieces of wreckage from the buildings in the shadow of Avalon were pulled into it. Even the mountain of nomadism in the air let out a twisted, forlorn whine, operating at full force to resist the terrible gravitational pull of the Scepter of Hell. The Scepter of Hell is about to be complete. The Dark Sovereign looked down at Ye Qingxuan, smirking evilly. You are too slow. Is that so? Ye Qingxuan smiled in relief. Maybe not. At that very moment, a loud noise rang out. It was the roar of a beast. It was like a wolf's howl, an eagle's screech, a whale's song, and a lion's roar. In the ferocious roar, the shadow of Avalon disintegrated completely. Countless buildings collapsed in violent turmoil, the earth cracked and collapsed, but what emerged from beneath was a burning golden radiance. Everything in sight was ignited within it. Under the cracks in the earth, light spurted out like a waterfall. It traveled against the gravity, and flew towards the sky, igniting and illuminating the entire dark world. Between the heavens and the earth, what was rippling was endless golden light. It was the exact color that Ye Qingxuan was familiar with. It was what the kingdom of heaven on earth had looked like back when it had not fallen to become the shadow of Avalon, the scepter that Arthur had inscribed in the stone sword, the chapter of the golden victory, but it was what shocked Ye Qingxuan, for the stone sword was not even here at all. Even if he had the stone sword in hand, it would be difficult for him to conjure up such a terrifyingly large-scale phenomenon. It was simply as if the shadow of Avalon had been awakened. In the endless golden brilliance, countless strands of music theory gathered together and intertwined. Under the performance of the piece in the form of roars of beasts, the mighty movement was formed. Finally, supplied with a massive amount of ether, it materialized vaguely. But the brilliance was too glaring, and Ye Qingxuan couldn't see what it actually was. Right from the moment of its birth, it fell from the sky and flew towards the battlefield where Ye Qingxuan was in. In only an instant, it flew into Mary's arms. And at that very moment, Ye Qingxuan finally got a clear look of its outline. Is that a majestic and heavy sword? No, the hilt is just an illusion cast by music theory. What actually possessed a physical form is the sheath. The sheath, which had gathered the endless radiance, cast itself into Mary's arms, and like a phantom, it dissolved into her body. But in the next moment, the golden brilliance coursed through her body as her heart pumped madly. Torrents of it swept through, annihilating all the blood-colored firebird. The scepter of hell shook, and the phantom of the dark sovereign flickered, almost dissipating. His expression suddenly changed. The queen regnant in blood screamed. She staggered backward, roaring painfully, firebird spurting out of her pores non-stop and dissipating in the air. It was as if beasts were fighting in her body. Illuminated by the blazing radiance, her body seemed to have become translucent, and one could see the sheath formed by countless strands of interwoven music theory. It was like a second heart. As the music theory changed, a brand new ether circulation replaced her blood circulation, the golden radiance coursing in her blood, unrelentingly removing the music theory of the scepter of hell. The negative personality formed by bestiality had its roots cut off and roared in pain, but it was unable to retain the blood-colored firebird that was constantly dissipating. Just like water exposed under the scorching sun, it evaporated rapidly. In her eyes, pools of blood were in turmoil, but the golden radiance rising slowly from the deepest point could not be covered. She seemed to have finally understood where the thing that had the same roots and origins as herself, yet far surpassed her, had come from. No, it shouldn't be like this, she screamed and looked at the sky, staring furiously in the direction of the palace. You promised me. You promised me. It shouldn't be like this. No one responded. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored firebird had been washed away completely, and a pure dark golden radiance flowed in her body, completely suppressing the blood of Leviathan and sealing it. Then, with the grand melody, the reborn firebird spewed out of Mary's body. It was as brilliant as gold. The firebird responded to the sea of light in the sky, playing an impassioned melody. The music theory evolved and dazzled Ye Qingxuan, revealing to him the true essence of the school of summoning. As the strands of music theory interwove, countless types of bestiality emerged from it. Controlled by music theory, the horrifying bestiality observed in catastrophes gathered and took shape, with the firebird as a medium. After absorbing countless types of bestiality, the golden, brilliant firebird had evolved until it had reached the limit of bestiality, transforming into hundreds and thousands of forms, such as dogs, snakes, eagles, wolves, lions, and giant whales in the sea. In the end, they overlapped and converged into one, materializing into a dragon head. Such was the actual way to make use of the dragon blood. With the dragon blood as a medium, ignite the flame, gather countless types of bestiality, smelt them into one, and finally nurture from the fire a supreme beast existing only in fantasy and legends. Such was the actual chapter of the Golden Victory. At that very moment, the golden dragon head emerged from Mary's firebird, then raised its head relentlessly, biting the crown on her head. The sea of light in the sky gathered, and as the dragon whistled, together they sealed the sun of darkness completely. Then, the jaws of the dragon shut. Bang! The Dark Lord roared in agony. The scepter of hell that had barely pieced itself back together cracked once more, revealing layers of fissures. In front of the chapter of the Golden Victory, it had no ability to resist at all. It had fallen into the shackles of its music theory when it was absorbing the shadow of Avalon to assimilate it as part of itself unsuspectingly. At the moment, the shadow of Avalon turned on him under the control of the chapter of the Golden Victory, completely overpowering him in a flash. Arthur? What are you doing? The Dark Sovereign roared in rage but was immediately shocked. No. You are not. What the heck are you? In the mouth of the huge golden dragon, a great force burst forth from the crystal crown covered in cracks, furiously trying to break free from the hold of the dragon head. But the golden dragon was unmoved, and let it struggle. It simply looked around and turned its familiar gaze to Ye Qingxuan. The eyes were full of arrogance, as always, and it was as majestic as an emperor. When it looked at other people, its gaze was full of spite. What are you still waiting for? Ye Qingxuan smiled. He looked into Mary's golden eyes. Your Majesty, pardon my lack of manners. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598 Betrayal. Chapter 598 Betrayal. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Your Majesty, pardon my lack of manners, said Ye Qingxuan. In a haze, Mary's golden irises lit up dimly. She looked at the man who was close at hand and saw his face clearly, then a smile appeared on her pale face. Smiling at Ye Qingxuan, she spread her arms, waiting for a hug in death. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes. The sleeping world catastrophe resonation. But this time, what unfolded was not the warmest enchantment. He lifted his left hand and slided his finger over the illusion-like sword of moonlight. The incorporeal blade seemingly cut his finger, and the blood of Deva flowed out, washing away the non-existent dust on the blade. Wherever the finger passed, the pure white sword of moonlight turned indigo inch by inch. The music theory of the quiet moon covered it, interweaving, and propelled the element of purification to evolve towards the limit. In the end, only a dim glow of dark indigo was left in the hands of Ye Qingxuan. But an unprecedented bone-chilling cold radiated from it. As it emerged, an uncountable quantity of ether lost all responsiveness, killed by the indigo glow. The quiet moon shone here. It bestowed an equal end upon everything. Fear not. Ye Qingxuan reached out, pulling Mary into his arms while holding her slender waist, and whispered softly in her ear, I'm here. It was noiseless. The entire sword of moonlight pierced into her heart, penetrated her body, and emerged from her back. At the moment, Mary's eyes widened. The goldenness in her irises was ignited and shook violently. The indigo moonlight advanced along the blade and coursed through her blood. Wherever it passed, everything became quiet. If Firebird was the nemesis of tangible matter, then the indigo moon far surpassed it as the destroyer of music theory. Under the illumination of the moonlight, everything returned to dimness. The sword of moonlight pierced through her heart, causing the negative personality in the dragon blood to whine in sorrow. The moonlight thoroughly purified all the dragon blood from the inside out, cruelly and coldly wiping off all the traces belonging to the Ripper. It was purification. Wherever the moonlight shone, the curse of the dragon blood disintegrated. Immediately after that, it was the turn of the element of hell that had seeped through her flesh and bones, then the music theory of the abyss. In the dead silence, everything parasitic within were completely removed. Mary died under the moonlight. But after the moonlight flowed past, the radiance of the chapter of the golden victory followed. Dragon blood replaced dragon blood, Firebird replaced Firebird, bestowing a brand new life upon her. Mary was reborn here. In the piercing whines of sorrow, the crystal crown that the scepter of hell had turned into shook and fell off her head. Then, the golden dragon's jaws suddenly clamped shut. Crack, dot. The incorporeal son of darkness in the sky suddenly shook violently, disintegrated, and was soon swallowed up by the golden sea of radiance. As the chapter of the golden victory played, the golden sea of radiance rapidly contracted. In the end, it turned into actual, tangible gold and iron, intertwining with each other, and formed a brand new crown, which landed on Mary's head. On the top of the crown, the deep purple gemstone representing the element of hell shimmered brightly. The Dark Sovereign gave a blood-curdling scream. It sounded so sorrowful as if his parents had died. He spent all his efforts, and even gambled on his scepter. He was already close to success. No, he had succeeded, but ended up losing everything in such an unexpected manner. Not only did he fail, even his own element was plundered by the giant golden dragon. The scepter of hell that had been consuming the shadow of Avalon was instead consumed by the shadow of Avalon at the moment. He gained nothing, but Mary became the true and actual king of hell. Arthur! His phantom escaped from the mouth of the giant golden dragon at the last moment, and the faint mist regathered into his form in the sky once more. The Dark Sovereign roared furiously towards the highest point of the shadow of Avalon, namely the Silent Palace. What on earth are you doing? How much longer do you want to spectate? Surely you are not going to betray our pact. In a dead silence, no one responded. The Dark Sovereign no longer had time for revenge. He fled in a scurry, dodging the interception by the mountain of nomadism in the sky, and exhausted the last of his energy as he cast himself into the palace. I still have a chance, he thought. I still have a final chance to turn the tables. I just have to find Arthur and break his seal to regain control of him through the loophole hidden within the pact we made centuries ago. But when he rushed into the depths of the darkness, he fell into a lengthy daze. It was dead silent. The silence was like a wordless snicker, a mockery from fate. In the throne room towering at the highest point of the vast, eerie palace, on the throne where one could overlook the entire Avalon, was nothing. Nothing at all. The Dark Sovereign was stunned. Because of the ridiculous joke, even his body composing of mist was frozen. After a long time, a very long time, a hoarse sound rang out from his throat. It seemed like a cackle, but also resembled a sorrowful whine of an enraged beast. Nothing at all? He roared madly and smashed the entire throne into pieces. Why is there nothing at all? Arthur! Get your *SS here. Where are you? In accordance with our pact, I have come here at your invitation to bestow upon you a position as a catastrophe, but where are you? You liar! Liar! In the silence, a sigh sounded. A crude ether ball rolled out from beneath the shattered throne, the light within flickering along with the voice. I have advised you long ago, no? The voice said, what a pity, you still messed up everything, but... Lancelot? It's you? The Dark Sovereign couldn't believe it and roared in fury, why did you betray me? Why? Betray? It can't really be considered so. Have you ever planned to comply with the pact? Lancelot responded coldly, from the very beginning, you have wanted to control everything. You did not hesitate to start the plan on your own behind my back. Until now, you still want to take a chance and even risk putting His Majesty in danger. Lancelot! What on earth are you trying to do? The Dark Sovereign shouted. You failed, and you have been abandoned. Isn't it clear at a glance? Lancelot said calmly, although the days of cooperating with you have not been very pleasant, but out of politeness, I wish you every success in the days to come. Bang, dot. The ether ball shattered in the Dark Sovereign's hands. He stamped on the pieces and roared in rage. At the door, a sigh of relief sounded. It nearly scared me to death thinking that I'm one step too late. Sherdong stepped into the throne room and gazed at the Dark Sovereign, then smiled cheerfully. Although I don't know what happened, you should have no way out now, right? In the numb look of the Dark Sovereign, dozens of purification musicians walked in from the door and surrounded him. I didn't expect the religious court of inquiry to usher in a VIP just after reopening. Sherdong rubbed his hands anticipatively, gazing at the heretic in front of him, the look in his eyes enthusiastic and hungry. Sure enough, the old saying is right, a living dog is better than a dead lion. As long as one stays alive for long enough, what odd incidents are there that one cannot encounter? The mist surrounding the Dark Sovereign shook violently. He was enraged by Sherdong's impudent gaze, and his eyes were red. But soon, the look in his eyes turned into one of nervousness and alarm. It was because Sherdong took a small bottle out slowly. The fist-sized bottle seemed to have been kept by his side for a long time. It was often taken out from time to time to be wiped diligently and wasn't even stained by one single speck of dust, being very well maintained in an unparalleled manner. With a poof, the cork was pulled out. The crisp sound caused the mist that made up the Dark Sovereign's body to shake, as if it was trembling. This way please, Your Majesty. Sherdong's steel vocal cords vibrated, and he cackled. Our good days are still aplenty. As the scepter of hell shattered, the ocean of radiance gradually dissipating as well. In the end, the shadow of Avalon returned to silence and seemed even more dilapidated, no longer being as brilliant as it was moments ago. The golden dragon also dimmed gradually, and became blurred. In the end, something seemed to stick out a small paw from the radiance and put it on Ye Qingxuan's shoulder, tapping it to express approval. "Well done, keep up the good work." Then, the golden dragon disappeared without a trace. Ye Qingxuan reached out and caught the weak Mary. Mary woke up from her dazed state, saw the face that was close at hand, and forced a smile. "Take a rest first, Your Majesty, it has ended," Ye Qingxuan said softly. "I saw the memory of that thing," Mary whispered softly. "Be careful, the one that has resurrected is not Leviathan." "It's not." She still wanted to say some more, but the last of her willpower had been exhausted. Her eyes closed weakly, and she descended into a long slumber. Ye Qingxuan was momentarily surprised and frowned. He did not understand what Mary meant. But obviously, when the Dark Sovereign was parasitic on Mary, she must have seen something that she insisted on reminding me even if it would exhaust all her strength doing so. "The one who has resurrected is not Leviathan? Then who would it be?" Too many questions in his mind received no answers, making him dare not relax for the slightest bit after defeating the Dark Sovereign, and an ominous feeling still lingered in his heart. It didn't take long before Sherdong returned once more. Ye Qingxuan looked up. "Is it settled?" "Yep." Sherdong nodded and lifted the palm-sized bottle in his hand. It seemed as if the fire of purgatory was lingering in the bottle, and everything inside was red. At the deepest part of the fire, in the cage consisting of layers of music theory, a humanoid figure that mist had gathered into was convulsing painfully, to the extent that it didn't even have strength to scream in pain anymore. "Although it took us some trouble, at least he didn't manage to run away," said Sherdong. "We finally have one less trouble." Ye Qingxuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked up, but saw the complicated look on Sherdong's face. "What's wrong?" Sherdong sighed. "Our alchemists found something in the palace. If my guess is correct, our troubles have just begun." As he said so, he lifted a hand and shook the bottle in his hand. The fire swayed, causing the figure that was convulsing weakly to struggle in pain again. "Wake up, sir, the storytelling convention has begun." Sherdong lifted his hand and pressed his aged face against the bottle, gently prompting, "Hurry up, stand up and share your shameful little secret with everyone." "In your dreams," the Dark Sovereign hissed. "You think..." Before he finished his words, Sherdong started shaking the bottle impatiently. As he shook it, the torture caused by the purifying fire became more and more painful, making the Dark Sovereign barely able to suppress his screams. It didn't take long before pleas for mercy sounded from the inside. The religious court of inquiry had always been skilled at torture, let alone torture designed for VIPs like the Dark Chancellors. They had already prepared the full set of service for the Dark Sovereign long ago. The torture not only consisted of interrogation techniques directed at his tenacity, but also involved the corrosion and destruction of music theory. The bottle was a cage specially built for creatures like him. In the long period of time since it was created, Sherdong had been safe keeping it close to himself. It never left his side and had never been damaged in the slightest bit. As long as the Dark Sovereign was trapped in the bottle, he would never get to turn the tables and could only serve as a plaything. Unfortunately for the Dark Sovereign, when he wanted to speak, Ye Qingxuan no longer needed his answer. At the very moment, the earth suddenly quaked. The sky of the shadow of Avalon suddenly cracked and revealed a gap. A dim stream of flowing light flew in, flying randomly in the sky of the city in the shadows, like a fly without its head. In the end, it finally sensed Ye Qingxuan's existence. Tugged by music theory, it fell from the sky and cast itself towards where he was. Ye Qingxuan lifted a hand and clutched the thing that had taken the initiative to fall into his hand. It was an ancient scroll. God knew how much time had scoured it, its colors had become faded and yellowed, and the leather was covered in scratches. It felt heavy in his hand, and Ye Qingxuan's hand shook, almost unable to hold it firmly. In the lengthy silence, Ye Qingxuan's face turned dark, and the hand holding the scroll trembled slightly. What's wrong? It was the first time Sherdong saw such a somber Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan said nothing and simply flipped his wrist to show the old man the characters inscribed at the beginning of the scroll. It was the name of the scroll. Genesis. 5 minutes ago, at the edge of the uptown, under the huge enchantment, the old musician knelt on the ground weakly. He looked down with difficulty at the blade coming out of his chest. Blood flowed out of the wound, staining his robes red. Lancelot. Why? Sorry, Sir Haydn. Lancelot pulled out his sword, expressionless. Thank you for everything you have done for the country. Haydn fell to the ground. Viscous blood slowly flowed out of his body, taking away the last of his life. Haydn reached out difficultly, dipped his finger into the blood, attempting to write down the last few notes, but the back of his hand was stepped on by an iron boot. Lancelot lowered his head and looked down at him, casting a shadow of death. Anglo will remember your contribution, but it no longer needs you. The sword lifted, and the sword fell. Haydn's head tumbled onto the ground and stopped breathing completely. The murky pair of eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death. Lancelot coldly kept his sword and kicked the hindering head aside. Then, he lifted the heavy iron box on the ground, turned back, and looked at the child who was curled up in the corner. Let's go, Your Royal Highness. He said calmly, it's time to end all this. At the moment, Genesis quietly fell apart. The heavens and the earth rumbled. In the distance, the loud noise of the ocean boiling sounded. It was as if the 7 seas were cheering and countless demons were hissing. Avalon shook violently, stirring up terrifying tides, which swept in all directions. Under the layers of the earth's crust, the gushing river of blood lost its last restraint and spread rapidly towards the ground. Wherever it passed, all the soil and rocks rapidly became active and started pulsing like flesh and blood. The last line of defense of the country, the remaining restraint of Leviathan. The third seal had been broken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, The Holy Operation. Chapter 599, The Holy Operation. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the darkness, a regretful sigh sounded from the throne. It has more or less reached its limit. Aha, a voice replied. Thanks for taking care of me since birth, Maxwell, the person on the throne said. Aha, the old man responded. In the silence, the sound of the tide could be heard from afar. Maxwell, is that the sound of the sea? The voice asked. Aha, the old man answered in affirmation. I have been listening to it for more than 30 years, it's really annoying. After being imprisoned for so long, I really want to abandon this position to go travel around. Will you accompany me? The voice asked again. Your Majesty, I will always stand guard by your side, Maxwell replied. Where would be a good place to go? How about Burgundy? Although the people are very annoying, the wine is not bad and the food is good. I heard that it's also quite warm in autumn. Asgard is beautiful, but it's too cold, the voice said. Anywhere's fine, Maxwell responded. Yeah, anywhere's fine. The person on the throne murmured softly, it has already come to this point in time, yet I'm still thinking about living freely. Having entrusted the throne to me, my father and brother must surely be very disappointed? No, Maxwell said, you are the fully deserving ruler of Anglo, the master I approve of, the unparalleled empress. The empress giggled, like the girl she had been when they first met. Her laughter was freed of shackles. Having shed its dignified pretenses, it was light-spirited, like a flying bird. Maxwell, are you still here? I'm here, he replied. She reached out and fumbled about in the darkness. Her fingertips touched the man kneeling before the throne and stroked his cheek, lovingly and gently. Maxwell, I am so sleepy, can I sleep for a while first? Aha, he said. After I wake up, please give me a hug, she said. Aha, he affirmed. She smiled. Good night, Maxwell. Good night. In the dark, tears were shed. My queen. In the nation in the shadows, the throne room in the palace of Avalon, Ye Qingxuan silently gazed at the empty palace. Looking around, he could only see dust and broken weathered remains. What was once the kingdom of heaven on earth had fallen into the shadows. The magnificent city back then had already become ruins occupied by demon parasites, and even the throne room was dilapidated. It was like a cage. Under the guidance of an alchemist, an armored knight lifted the sledgehammer and smashed it on the spot before the throne with all his might. The floor cracked, and a hollow echo was heard. It didn't take long before a huge gap appeared on the ground. Under the illumination of the lantern, the darkness in the crack dissipated slightly, revealing the vast space hidden underneath. Is it here? Ye Qingxuan asked. It should be right. Sherdong nodded, lifted the bottle, and shook it. Anything else that you want to add? The figure in the bottle screamed in distress and pleaded, but didn't provide any more useful information. Soon, the knights let down the ropes. Two organists hung their lanterns at their waists and descended along the ropes into the dark space below. It didn't take long before they sent a signal indicating that the coast was clear. The alchemists and the armored knights slid down one by one. Finally, Ye Qingxuan held onto the carabiner and slid into the space that had been sealed for hundreds of years along the ropes. Wow, it's big indeed. Sherdong made his descent shortly after and saw the vast underground palace illuminated brightly by the giant searchlights. He examined the countless foliage-like alchemy arrays on the walls. He said, by right, Avalon and its shadow correspond to each other. Anything that Avalon has must exist in the nation in the shadows as well. There's such a large space under the throne in the nation in the shadows, then what about in the palace of Avalon? The final homeland defense front, Ye Qingxuan replied. Its physical body is placed there and consists of 3 hypergigantic instruments of harmonious melody named after archangels. The entire palace is actually a huge alchemy musical instrument, like a giant organ. It is connected to various parts of the country via the ether flow and the ley lines, and the entire Anglo is under its control. The king simply has to sit on the throne to play it, with Firebird as fingers and the territories of the country as the instrument. What about the power source? Sherdong asked, where is the ether furnace of such a huge war weapon? I doubt it can operate even if 10 orchestras of musicians propel it? Ye Qingxuan had a complicated expression on his face. I didn't know it before, but now I have a vague idea. Where is the ether furnace? Where else can it be? The heart of the mountain of nomadism can be converted into an ether circuit, so why can't Leviathans? Especially since all of Avalon is Leviathan's original body. Sherdong understood what he meant and couldn't help but smile mockingly. The kings of the country are crazy indeed. Can I say that it runs in their blood? Ye Qingxuan said nothing. He simply observed the huge facilities in the underground palace silently, as well as the countless alchemy matrices extending outwards, and his brow gradually furrowed. Alright, now the problem is, Sherdong remarked beside him, although I barely know alchemy, I think that whatever is placed here is definitely not the one you were talking about. Ye Qingxuan said nothing and withdrew his gaze after a good while. Yes, it's different from outside. Neither instruments of harmonious melody nor other related equipment can be found here. He said softly, it's a smelting cauldron. Smelting cauldron? What alchemists use to smelt alloys and potions? Sherdong asked. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time and suddenly ordered, every one of you, out. The entourage of knights of the witch hammer standing guard around them and the alchemists studying the arrays were surprised, but after seeing Ye Qingxuan's expression, they said no more and obeyed the order. Soon, they had all climbed up along the ropes. Sherdong stayed, and with a smile, he refused to leave. Ye Qingxuan glanced at him and did not shoo him away, but simply looked down, analyzing the alchemy arrays rapidly along their veins. Using the way of deciphering to perform induction, Ye Qingxuan rapidly deconstructed the complex surface layer of the alchemy array. He proceeded on to the outflowing layer, forming layer, creating layer, and finally the circulating layer. In the end, the huge array connecting the entire shadow of Avalon converged into one point. Ye Qingxuan's steps stopped and he looked up. Above the ceiling was the wreckage of the smashed-up throne. "Sure enough, it's here," he murmured softly. Shi Dong seemed to have gotten into the role of a professional sidekick and asked in a timely manner, "Have you gotten a lead?" "More or less." Ye Qingxuan said in a low voice, "The style is very familiar: classical deconstruction, orthodox alchemical formulas, an induction process, as well as traces of music theory of the earliest period. I can more or less guess who was the one to set up this place." "Who is it? Who else can it be? In all of Avalon, all of Anglo, no, the whole world, who else would cause such trouble? Who enjoys causing trouble so much? And who is so good at causing trouble? There is only one answer. Hermes, that asshole. Even after his death, so many problems remain." Ye Qingxuan pressed his fatally aching temples, and remarked in a low voice, "You do people great harm, boss." The core of so-called alchemy was the basic formula of the school of modifications equal exchange. Hermes abided accordingly and laid the foundation for alchemy. With alchemy, a goal could be achieved by replacing everything via formulas and passing them through the 4 layers of interface, such that they would undergo blackening, yellowing, greening, whitening, and finally reddening. It could sublime usual items of the mortal world into miracles and turn black iron into gold. It could be considered a pioneering creation that set the world on fire. But ultimately, its original essence was just about turning one thing into another. Even the alchemy array that Hermes had inscribed here was nothing more than that. It was just that its scale was too large and the assumptions involved were too terrifying. It even combined all 7 systems of music in it, with various types of music theory and propositions within the 7 systems intertwining and entangling into one inextricably. If not for the heaven ladder in his hands, Ye Qingxuan probably couldn't make sense of it either. Even for Hermes, it probably wasn't an easy task to set up such a large and complex alchemy array. So, what else is there in the world that is worthy of being smelted so troublesomely using an alchemy array of such an incredible scale by who was once Merlin? The answer is so obvious that it's going to reveal itself any time now. Ye Qingxuan exhaled a deep breath along with the agitation in him and squeezed out a few words, "The holy operation." Such was the truth of Arthur's holy operation. Using Avalon, it extracted the ether flow and the ley lines of Anglo, almost making use of the whole of the country's territories. It united the vast country as one, truly bringing together the power of the entire country to produce the miraculous system. After it was completed, even Hermes regretted his past recklessness and frivolity, wanting to bury it completely. Provided that Ye Qingxuan's guess was correct, even the Homeland Defense Front was adapted from it. This is where Arthur built the kingdom of heaven on earth, where he sought to ascend as God after gathered the human, material, and financial resources of the entire country. Ye Qingxuan stood in the core of the alchemy array, overlooking the surrounding area. Countless perception threads of moonlight extended from his hands, allowing him to observe the entirety of the huge system. Countless formulas were solved by induction using the way of deciphering. In the end, the array became pure numbers, and a simple conclusion was drawn. 9 equals 2? Ye Qingxuan was almost amused by the answer, but he failed to muster a laugh. "What is that? A strange formula?" Shi Dong asked. "It's a method of expression in alchemy, the format used by the earliest alchemists." Ye Qingxuan kept his eyes low. Alchemists regard the whole world as an organic transformation process, and in the process, each existing being has its own case, be it human or something else. The higher the case, the more important the role it plays in the overall process, and the more precious it is. Alchemists use formulas to derive results and name all things on earth according to the numbers obtained. It is one of the important reasons why the early church has always unwaveringly attempted to finish the alchemists off for good. Only God can measure the value of all beings. Be it an ordinary human, a demon, a musician, or even a saint or a catastrophe, it is nothing but a sheer unit in the process of alchemy. The value of an ordinary person is too little, and the person can only be used as blank material, so the case is 0 equals 0. Further up would be musicians and demons capable of controlling ether, or the alchemy equipment and special metals. Only items with a case equal to or above 1 equals 10 are worth creating. Meanwhile, 9-2 is already the maximum that can be achieved in the mortal realm. A 10 equals 0 item only exists in theory, and it is an existence that has combined all meanings, powers, the past and the future. Humans usually refer to it as the originator. Such is the truth of the holy operation. Arthur, whose attainments had stopped at the level of scepter, was unwilling to bow to the church. He wanted to have powers comparable to the three kings, or even powers greater than that, surpassing that of catastrophes. He wanted to be the one and only emperor of the mortal realm, a being only one step away from the originator. After listening to his words, Sherdong was silent for a long time and finally remarked, "It's quite terrible indeed." "There's more." Ye Qingxuan looked down, expressionless, and tapped a few times on the alchemy array under his feet with his boots. Keep in mind the basic principle of alchemy, equal exchange. The value of an item has already been defined by its case. If you want to create gold, you have to pay a price equal to that of gold. Even in his heyday, Arthur was merely at the peak of the level of scepter, so how could he be comparable with an existence almost surpassing a catastrophe? And who was the one who paid for the price difference in between? Sherdong was stunned. He understood what Ye Qingxuan meant, and with how dark his thinking was, it was only natural for him to be able to understand Arthur's intentions. With Ye Qingxuan's explanation and his own knack for stratagem, it was of course not difficult for Sherdong to think of the only answer. It's very simple. Too easy even. Hermes had paved the way, Arthur only had to walk down it. If the materials are not enough, just make up the deficiency. If the value is not enough, just add more value. If the chapter of the Golden Victory does not suffice, there's still the kingdom of heaven on earth. If the kingdom of heaven on earth does not suffice, there's still Avalon. If Avalon still does not suffice, just offer all of Anglo up. Since he wanted to become a catastrophe, then, he only had to find a catastrophe to pay the price for him. Coincidentally, everything he needed was available around him, at his fingertips. For example, Her Royal Highness the Queen who was close at hand is Leviathan, said Ye Qingxuan. Such was the truth of the holy operation. He killed a catastrophe and robbed it of its power to make himself a catastrophe. He sacrificed the kingdom of heaven on earth, sacrificed Avalon, sacrificed all of Anglo, sacrificed his love, sacrificed everything for his own accomplishment. Right from the beginning, he had already completed all the necessary preparations for the day of his ascension as a god. Everything was ready. The king and his accomplice kidnapped the queen and jailed her in the dream. Ye Qingxuan softly sang the song that had once echoed in Avalon in the dead of the night, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Sherdong sighed. So in other words, the reason behind Leviathan's obsession with Anglo for so many years is retaliation against what Arthur did back then. Retaliation? What for? With his head low, Ye Qingxuan gazed at the alchemy array on the ground, and his voice became hoarse. Surely you are not thinking that the alchemical process could begin once they had tied Leviathan up, put it here, and closed the cage? Super-large alchemy arrays that involve God knows how many fine, precise details like this one can't operate like that. It requires the absolute cooperation of the participants. In other words, he looked at the alchemy array at his feet and could only feel a deep sense of being ridiculed by reality. Leviathan was voluntary, but as the inferring reached this step, the conclusion was already clear as day. For centuries, Leviathan's targeting of Anglo had definitely not been an act of revenge. She was so deeply in love with Arthur, despite him robbing her of power, life, and everything else, Although the holy operation failed at the last juncture for reasons unknown, once the alchemy array was activated, the first to be destroyed was definitely Leviathan itself. This much could be established beyond any doubt. The real Leviathan had died a long time ago. It had died a few centuries ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, The Way of Relief. Chapter 600, The Way of Relief. Translator, Ye Bo Studio. Editor, Ye Bo Studio. Now Ye Qingxuan understood what Mary meant. It was not Leviathan that was to be resurrected. It would never be. Ye Qingxuan deciphered the alchemy metrics, reading the remained messages in there to dig out the dark facts that had been buried there in the long history of time and piece them together to get the facts. Nobody knew exactly why Arthur had failed to finish his path of godly ascension. However, the path didn't seem to have failed, it was rather paused. Due to some unexpected cause. All the alchemy metrics that were running smoothly indicated this. Everything was running perfectly as anticipated by Hermes. All the steps were taken. Except the final crucial step, to turn Arthur into a catastrophe. The consciousness of the Leviathan was wiped out and all its power separated from her, waiting to be endowed upon Arthur. Yet the path stopped right there. And with this one final step less, the path went nowhere. Although no one knew what happened exactly, the result was as seen by everyone. The failed Arthur was sealed in the palace in the shadow of Avalon. And the power of Leviathan, separated from its owner, turned into a periodical phenomenon and tried to converge to its core to finish the last step of the path. That as the cause of everything. The hundreds of years of suffering and pain began. As long as Arthur was alive, the power of Leviathan would never disperse and would come back again and again. And what's the funniest, was the fact that it was the descendants of his descendants who had inherited the dragon blood and the curse that had been stopping Arthur taking the last step in the hundreds of years. On one hand, every generation of the royal family had tried to reinforce the seal of the shadow of Avalon. Yet on the other hand, they sucked the power of Leviathan out with their dragon blood royal family members as bait, and then destroy the power together with the family member to postpone the last step of the path of godly ascension. This was a paradox. Without the dragon blood, the royal family member could not control the defense line of Anglo to stop Leviathan's power from coming back. Yet anyone with the dragon blood could not resist the order given by Leviathan, or we should say, Arthur. The bloodline of Leviathan endowed them with power, and with it, the curse. Just like Ye Qingxuan, he could not fight against even several drops of blood of Leviathan, not to mention Leviathan itself. Ye Qingxuan could never get rid of the threat of the curse without the blood of Deva, which was not afraid of the iron of decay. Once the dragon blood got dense enough to wake up the firebird, the beast nature in the dragon blood would gradually control the consciousness of the host. It would break the stability of the host's mind and cause wickedness and madness. Mary was the example for this. Ye Qingxuan fell silent. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at the bottle in Sherdong's hand. Is there anything you haven't told me yet? The shadow in the bottle shivered and said frightfully, I've told you everything. I've told you everything that I know. Ye Qingxuan heaved a sigh and waved his hand. Sherdong smiled and raised his hand. Then, he began to shake the bottle violently. He liked this so much. and would never miss any chance to do it. While playing with it, he felt he could live for another 100 years. The fire writhed like water, bringing suffering and pain beyond the limit. This was the fruit of hundreds of years of wisdom of the religious court of inquisitors, and it was inflicted upon the dark sovereign without any mercy. He shouted curses, he roared in pain, he moaned in weakness, and finally, he could not give any sound. He was like dead. Sherdong stopped shaking the bottle. Looking at the bottle coldly, Ye Qingxuan said, "Is there anything you want to say now? Like, why did you make so many efforts to control Mary and bring her to the palace in the shadow of Avalon?" The figure in the bottle twitched in pain and managed to say, "Body. Arthur needs a new body." The figure in the bottle didn't dare to hide anything anymore and spilled out everything he knew. Arthur cannot hold it any longer. His body is dying and was jointing with the seal. To get freedom, he must have a new body. Silence fell. Sitting on the ground, Ye Qingxuan lit up the cigarette on his lips. "You should tell earlier." Understanding the order, Sherdong went to the side and began to shake the bottle like crazy. Ye Qingxuan smoked the cigarette in silence, looking grim. He finally figured out why Maxwell rebelled. He had to kill Mary. He had to do it because the dragon blood in Mary's veins was too dense. She should have died 15 years ago after all the suffering and pain. Yet Hermes prolonged her life. Together with the curse, the dragon blood would grow stronger with time. If Ye Qingxuan got it right, Elizabeth's dragon blood was too dense, it was beyond the limit. To pass the throne down to Mary smoothly, she turned herself into a monster. Yet at the same time, she became a spare body for Arthur. After Maxwell's assassination, Elizabeth got killed by the lance of dragon slayer. The dragon blood in her body began to deteriorate and the body was thus unusable. That left Arthur only one choice: Mary. To control Arthur, the Dark Sovereign struck first. He planned to take Mary in his hands and use her to threaten Arthur. Otherwise, if Arthur was resurrected and took control of Leviathan's power, he would have the combined power of the scepter of heaven and the power of the king of hell, and there would be no chance to have him under control. Yet, he planned everything except one thing: he was abandoned by Arthur. Or, Arthur had never trusted him from the very beginning. Ye Qingxuan raised his head and gazed at the dark sky above. Is it too late now? In the darkness, Lancelot lit up a fire. The fire lightened up his face and the withered man by the throne 10 steps away. On the throne, there sat the king. Who was no longer breathing. As if sensing something was coming to him, the withered man raised his eyes and looked at Lancelot. Showing no expression at all, Lancelot, lowering his head, lit up the lamp and put it on the ground. Gentle light lightened up the shabby hall. Raising his head, he looked at the old man on the other side of the barrier of the stone sword. "Maxwell, long time no see." Maxwell sneered and shook his head. "As expected, it was really you." Lancelot nodded his head. He didn't show any sign of shame when he admitted it. He was calm and indifferent as usual. He looked at Maxwell and the ancient sword tossed on the stairs. After a long while, he heaved a sigh and said, "For all those years, there was one thing that I could not figure out: why the stone sword had picked you instead of me." "What is that you cannot figure out?" Maxwell said coldly, "You should have gotten the stone sword. But there was original sin remained in your heart." "Me?" Lancelot laughed. Compared with you, I think, I'm intact in terms of morality. Stop insulting morality, Lancelot. Looking at him coldly, Maxwell said, if my guess is right, you chose the clan instead of the happiness of your sister. Right? White Raven, you sold out Ye Qingxuan to the church secretly, so that your father had to make the tough choice between the family and his daughter. He had to exile his daughter and killed himself due the guilt brought to him by that. At last, it was you that had it all. My father was too weak. He had forgotten the destination of the Lancelot family. Lancelot was still calm. The existence of Ye Qingxuan would destroy everything. The family had to be saved at any cost. Maxwell couldn't help but sneered. I should congratulate you, then. You've gotten everything you want. You had your family. So why did you ask for more? The Lancelot of every generation were dead fulfilling their duties to the royal family. I am no exception. Yes. But the king you serve is different from the one that others have served. This has been the destination of the Lancelot family from the very beginning. It was the curse on the family line. It was not only the nation and the royal family that were cursed. We are cursed too. Lancelot asked coldly, what had we done wrong? Nothing. We have sacrificed everything for Anglo, and now we don't even have anyone to continue the bloodline. We have to force ourselves into the cage after we were born. Every head of our family was only a prisoner of this armor. We have to struggle and sacrifice everything, even our kids. When Christine was born, everyone was dancing and singing. But do you know how painful I felt? She always felt ashamed that she was not a man and could not inherit the Lancelot armor. Yet, I didn't want her to have this tragic fate at all. You tell me. Maxwell, what have I done wrong? I just want to find our relief. So that you stamped the glory of your ancestors? So that you sold everything out? You surrender to the catastrophe. Lancelot laughed, finally. It was a sneer. Wasn't this country made by catastrophe? Maxwell didn't answer. He lowered his head and laughed self-mockingly. It is my fault. I should not talk about those meaningless things with you. After all, those years of intrigue against each other, you have become muddle-headed and have forgotten your initial intentions. You may fool yourself with that set of excuses of yours, but that was nothing but bullshit to me. I almost forgot if not reminded by someone else. A mistake is a mistake, even when it was made for the so-called big picture. Mistakes must be punished. Otherwise, correctness would lose its meaning. We have lived too long so that we've forgotten why everything became like this. He paused for a moment, a shiny of coldness sparkled in his eyes. I should have figured all this out earlier. Lancelot. It was a pity that I made up my mind too late. Yes. You chose to slay the king. Looking at Maxwell, Lancelot said, I underestimated you. There was only some trivial signs, yet you put on your guard. I once thought that I could never defeat you. Your vigilance and your determination are both terribly beyond me. You are so frightening, Maxwell. Maxwell shrugged. Sorry, I am born like this. Lowering his head, Lancelot heaved a sigh. If it were not you, His Majesty should have been resurrected long ago. It should not have taken so long. In the silence, Maxwell got transfixed. He raised his head after a long time. "What were you just saying, Lancelot? Is there anything that you've forgotten?" Glanced at Maxwell, Lancelot turned his head and waved at outside the gate. Then he said gently, "Please come in, Your Highness." Then, a thin boy came in from outside the gate, holding an iron box too big for his size and looking around timidly. Maxwell's expression changed when the boy showed up. He was the prince. The prince that had been forgotten by everyone, the prince with birth defect, the retarded. Caressing the hair of the prince, Lancelot raised his head and looked at Maxwell. "I know that you have poisoned him to prevent him from being the carrier of Arthur's power. However, he was after all the blood kin Arthur. Uncle Lancelot, where is my sister?" Hiding behind Lancelot in horror, the prince looked at Maxwell timidly and finally looked at the throne. "What's wrong with my mom? Why didn't she speak?" "Don't be afraid. Her Majesty is asleep." Comforting him gently, Lancelot raised his hand and pointed at Maxwell. "It is the guy with the beard that has killed Her Majesty." "Lancelot!" Maxwell shouted, "Do you know what you are doing now? It's not late to give it up now." Ignoring him, Lancelot lowered his head and whispered by the prince's ears, "Do you want to protect your mother, Your Highness?" Glancing at Maxwell in terror and frightened by Maxwell's anger, the prince nodded his head, "I do." Lancelot smiled. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 601, Welcome back. Chapter 601, Welcome back. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Excellent. Your Royal Highness is indeed a good boy. Lancelot patted the prince on the shoulder and said softly, "Then open the box, open it and you'll be able to protect your mother." "Shut your mouth." At the moment, Maxwell roared like a lion. His eyes were lit up with a flare as brilliant as gold. He grasped his sword and moved forward, as the heavens and the earth roared. A brilliance as bright as the sun gathered around the blade. Lancelot put himself between Maxwell and the eldest prince. He looked at Maxwell indifferently, his hand already pressing against the hilt of the sword at his waist. As they brushed past each other in an instant, countless sparks flashed. It was as if endless time had been compressed into an instant. Then, the sound of steel shattering rang out. The stone sword was pressed against Lancelot's neck, making a bloody wound. In Lancelot's hand, the long sword that had accompanied him for many years broke. Lancelot was silent for a moment, sighed, then threw the hilt down. What remained of the long sword fragmented on the ground and shattered into iron sand. "You're really fast, faster than I expected." Lancelot whispered, "Fortunately, I've come prepared." He raised his head and looked at Maxwell. Maxwell said nothing. He couldn't move. As if he had been frozen by time in that very instant, he became transfixed at that moment. All his movements stopped dead, from eyes to fingertips, every part of his body was unable to move. Lancelot reached out and pulled out the stone sword from his hand. The stone sword felt like a scorching hot branding iron in his hand and instantly charred his 5 fingers, but all of its glow dimmed rapidly. As he loosened his grip, the sword landed on the ground, and returned to its original state of dullness and normalcy, no longer possessing any unusual magical powers. I spent the first half of my life preparing to inherit the sword, and although it did not pick me, I know where its power lies better than anyone else. Lancelot walked up the steps and pulled out the lance of the dragon slayer that had been wedged into the throne, letting Elizabeth's body slip off the throne and onto the ground. He turned back and continued looking at Maxwell. "Surely you didn't think that I would confront it without making any preparations?" Bang! The lance of the dragon slayer broke through the air. Thrust by Lancelot, it pierced through Maxwell, pinning him to the ground, but no blood came out of his wounds. As if scorching hot molten copper was pouring into his body, Maxwell convulsed in pain. The violent power of the lance burned his blood vessels and the flesh around his wounds. His skin cracked inch by inch, and his bones whined forlornly. "You shall witness it just like this." Lancelot looked down on him indifferently. "Witness how your nightmare returns." At that moment, the cowardly boy finally opened the iron box. A hoarse laugh seemed to come from within the dark iron box. The eldest prince was stunned for a moment and raised his head, wanting to look at Lancelot. But at that moment, a shrill voice burst out from the iron box, rose up high into the sky, and swept towards all directions. The ocean shook. It was a mighty roar resembling that of a dying dragon. A terrifying pressure was born from the air. Then, a seemingly endless tide of darkness spewed out from the tiny iron box, flooding the entire throne room. Countless illusions of hurricanes, storms, thunder, and lightning emerged from within. In the depths of the darkness, a pair of dim red eyes lit up, filled with supreme joy. The day had finally arrived. The boundless darkness surged. In the darkness, only the shrill scream of the eldest prince could be heard. "It hurts, Mom, it hurts. Save me. Sister, sister. Arg." The mad scream lasted for tens of minutes. Across the thick darkness, it seemed as if a furious behemoth was pounding on the ground, causing the entire floor of the throne room to fall apart. In the end, countless masses of darkness swirled inwards, drawn by the terrifying pull, and collapsed towards the center. Clouds of dust swelled. The open iron box was thrown onto the ground, already distorted during the prince's painful struggles and vents. In the center of the hall, on the ground covered in cracks, the thin body panted exhaustedly, sweating profusely. It was as if, in a flash, the boy had suddenly grown up. The boy slowly lifted his head, revealing the dark, elongated, beast-like pupils, and rose from the ground slowly. Thin, too thin. He frowned, examining his hands, and croaked in a hoarse voice that sounded like steel scraping against each other, "Lancelot, this body could hardly be of good use." Lancelot went down on one knee and kept his head low. "Please pardon my incompetence." The boy moved his body. With his subtle movements, the dragon scales emerged faintly from under his skin, the grotesque bestiality restrained in the cage within his 5 fingers. But for some reason unknown, a forbidding scar appeared on his chest. It was like an old wound of his past that had already healed, yet had almost torn his entire body apart once. In the end, it still can't be patched up. He asked, "Where is Mordred, that useless scum? He can finally be of some use." Lancelot answered, "Pardon my incompetence, His Royal Highness fled 6 months ago." "Is that so?" The hoarse voice took on a meaningful tone. "Then we have to come up with some other way." As he lifted a finger, firebird as black as ink oozed out of his body, winding in and out between his joints and muscles, and the cracking of bones constantly sounded. His body increased in height once more, and his face began to change. In the end, the firebird turned into grand, majestic attire, covering his naked body, and only weak traces of the boy's original facial features were left. In place of the boy's face was a face full of indifference and coldness. Arthur. He turned back, looked at the man who was pinned to the ground and laughed. "Maxwell? It's been a long time since I last saw you." Stepping on the shattered floor, he walked over to Maxwell, lowered his head, and looked down at him with a nostalgic expression. "It seems that you like the name very much and have actually used it until now." Maxwell raised his head difficultly and examined the face for a good while, before replying hoarsely, "It's been a long time, Your Majesty." "It seems that you still remember me." "I thought that items like you would quickly put their creator behind them after having a new master." Arthur crouched down and reached out, clutching Maxwell's hair and forcing the old man to look at him. "Did you know? For so many years, in the cage, I always missed you." Arthur reached out and pressed the skin of his chest beneath the clothes. When he touched the scar, his fingers twitched slightly, as if he felt the fierce phantom pain once more. I was always thinking, how should I punish your betrayal? Betrayal? You've got to be kidding. Maxwell shook his head and asked, Your Majesty, when you created me, didn't you intend for me to be the one to betray you? So, Arthur's gaze became colder. Anybody else could be the one, Maxwell. He gazed at the discomposed man in front of him and said, one word at a time, but not you. Life, tenacity, soul. I gave you everything. You gave me too much, Your Majesty. Maxwell interrupted his words and looked at him, no sign of fear in his gaze. So much that it made me resentful. Didn't you create me for your own personal achievement during the holy operation? I can die for you, but others have owed you nothing. When you were alive, the blood path was already leading to the shadow of the city. After you ascend as a god, the mortal realm will become hell. From the moment you made Gawain your guinea pig, causing him to be stuck in such a state, for the sake of your ascension, I have known that you have become a monster. Leviathan's blood has dominated you, and you have become a demon. Ridiculous. Arthur said coldly, I am the one in control of everything. Forget it, Your Majesty. Maxwell laughed indifferently. You can't even control me, can you? Having said so, he looked at Arthur's chest, and his gaze turned more and more mocking. The scar. As he looked at it, Arthur felt as if the phantom pain had returned once more. Arthur's expression turned uglier and uglier, and he gazed at Maxwell coldly. His gaze was all it took for Maxwell's body to crack and let out a forlorn whine in the process. Maxwell's face was pale. Being powerless to resist, he convulsed, and the veins in his face bulged. It seems that you really cherish your current identity. Arthur reached out and knocked on his face. It's just a shell, but it looks fairly adequate. If not for your words just now, I would have almost forgotten what you are. I shouldn't have bothered talking about concepts like gratitude in the first place to items like you that can't even be considered human. My bad. He paused briefly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Maxwell by the neck, forcibly lifting him from the ground. The lance of the dragon slayer tore his wounds apart, causing Maxwell to roar fiercely. Listen, Maxwell, the reason I have yet to completely take you apart into a pile of trash at the moment because you're still considered slightly useful. Arthur looked at him coldly. If you really feel any sense of attachment to the world, when everything is over, I can leave you Avalon, this godforsaken place, for you to play your little game of love and kindness with human beings. But now, you better be more cooperative. Never. Maxwell squeezed out a word. Arthur sneered. It isn't up to you to decide. Don't forget who created you. He reached out, and the stone sword lying quietly on the ground flew up by itself and fell into his hands, causing him to smile mockingly. See, even if you have a rebellious streak, you must still obey. Arthur flipped his right hand, lifting the stone sword, and stabbed at Maxwell. Bang! Although it was a sound resulting from metal penetrating flesh, a loud bang resembling that of a giant bell being rung was given off. Pierced through by the stone sword, Maxwell's body cracked to form a large gap, revealing no organs within. A fiery flare operated within. It was the result of countless strands of music theory intertwining and evolving into a blood-like stream of a river. At the moment, as the stone sword pierced into it, the fiery flare immediately shook violently, and threw itself into the blade against its will. Maxwell's body shattered inch by inch. In the end, his face turned into ashes and dissipated in the wind. Meanwhile, in Arthur's hand, the ancient long sword was no longer dull nor cracked, and it had returned to the majestic and lush state it was in centuries ago. It seemed as if it had been forged out of blazing sunlight, and the elements formed by the 7 virtues operated within, establishing its core. Just by watching it, one would experience hallucinations. It made one feel as if the world was revolving around it. As King Arthur waved it, the blade cut through the air, producing a clear whistling sound pleasant to the ears. Welcome back, Maxwell. Arthur examined the blade, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. My stone sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602 The Path to the Top. Chapter 602 The Path to the Top. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the quiet palace, Arthur turned around and walked slowly to his throne, the stone sword in his hand. After so many years of departure, the throne smelt of the sweetness of the blood, felt still so familiar to him. He chuckled and said, "It feels so good to come back here again." Sitting on the throne leisurely, he looked down to the place by Lancelot's side. "Long time no see, Gawain. You are so weak and timid, as usual." Lancelot turned and looked to his side. There was no one there. But he could hear someone breathing nervously. "I was just awake from the sleep and you are already here to see me. By this, you've shown your loyalty to me. I can spare you from the punishment for doing nothing in those hundreds of years." "Your Majesty," from the emptiness in the air came a trembling voice. I've come here to give your Majesty some advice." "Oh?" Arthur burst into a splutter of laughter. The coward who hid himself in the armor and didn't even dare to speak now has the courage to remonstrate against his king? It seems a lot of things have changed during these years. Considering your loyalty, I'll give you a chance to say what you want. Supporting his chin with his arm, he said, looking intrigued, "Show me what you have learned from those glib-tongued courtiers." In the silence, only the gasping of Gawain was heard. Then, Gawain summoned all the courage he had and said, with a voice like a child's, "Things could turn better if your Majesty could abandon your pursuit of godly ascension. The people have been waiting for your Majesty to come back, and if you show your mercy to them, the heaven on earth will revive in no time." He stumbled over his words, and couldn't say any more. On the throne, Arthur looked down with both pity and mockery in his eyes. "That's all?" "Yes, your Majesty," Gawain said, nervously. "That's all I ask of your Majesty. Please take my humble advice. I'll take any punishment your Majesty considers proper on me. I'll try all the experiments and never say no to your Majesty." Or Gawain didn't answer. In the silence, Arthur heaved a sigh and touched the hilt of the stone sword with one hand. "You are still so annoying, Gawain, even after you've turned into ashes." Numerous broken pieces of crystal emerged slowly in the air and struggled to converge together. Finally, an incomplete figure of man showed up, with many voids and cracks all over the body. The man had a handsome face that is almost as pretty as a girl. But now that the face was full of cracks and dust, it was like a discarded mask. At the corner of the eyes, there was still stains of tears. Then, the figure held the invisible sword in his hand and aimed it at the throne. "Please pardon me for betraying your Majesty." In the silence, Lancelot lowered his head. He stood still, as if there were nothing happening around him. Boom! The sound of clashing of metals was heard in the darkness, and was drowned by the sound of storm. In the grim light, a cracked crystal ball fell from the body that had collapsed into pieces with a crisp click. Then, there was only the moaning of the stone sword. The ashes flew away. "I thought you have grown stronger than before." Arthur shook his head disappointedly. "You are on the brink of death yourself, how dare you draw your sword on me? This country has deteriorated in the several hundred of years. They have lost their manners in front of their king, and even have lost They're out of their king and their senses. Oh, whatever. Now that I have come back, I will restore order in this country in no time. And to achieve that, I will wipe out all those obstacles in my way." Saying that, he put the stone sword into the stone in front of the throne. With both his hands holding on the hilt, he depressed the violent resistance of the sword against him until the light on the blade went out and the sword became quiet. "Let's begin, then." He raised his eyes, in which the dark sun emerged again. Staring at the fires and fighting in the city, he sneered. Then, he shouted with a coarse voice which depressed all other noise in the rioting city and thundered in everyone's ears, "The path to the top of the world." The earth shook. The dark clouds covering the whole country were torn into pieces and the dark night sky was revealed, where numerous stars were twinkling dimly, as if they were to fall onto the earth at any moment. Endless dark firebirds spurted out of Arthur's body and surged into the sky like dark flood. Then, the firebirds turned into the shape of hands and rushed to the shadows of the stars. Pulled by the firebirds, the light of the stars converged and then was devoured. The pull of the music theories twisted reality and time. A huge booming noise thundered between the sky and the sea. The path to godly ascension was reopened. At that moment, everyone saw it. Along with the collapse of the dark firebirds, a huge crack was cut open at the center of the sky, through which glaring light poured in. The violent sun, born out of the endless music theories, cracked open the shell of the firebirds and hang in the sky, spraying out piercing light. That was like fire. With the stone sword as the channel, Arthur sucked the power of Leviathan and began to generate the catastrophe like the sun. In the cheers, Arthur closed his eyes and laughed. Suddenly, his laugh stopped. Something was wrong. The operation of the path of godly ascension was stopped by something. "What is this?" Shocked, he lowered his head and looked at the ocean, which is full of glaring light. There should be nothing in that place. Yet the smooth sea surface was covered with light, by which the reflection of Avalon was shown. That was the country in the shadow which had been sleeping in the darkness. The insulation between the physical world and the ether world was broken. Therefore, the ruined city asleep in the unreal image was reflected in the sea. In the reflection, there was a white-haired young man looked at the sun over the sky and gave a weird smile. Arthur stared at the young man, shocked. The young man raised the shabby scroll in his hand slowly. And he said, "Let there be light." Then, there was light. A pure white moon quietly raised out of the reflection in the sea. It was shining brightly. The light full of peace and tranquility filled the whole country of shadow, giving life to the deserted realm of the dead. The grand music theories of the Genesis were operating in the moonlight and covered the whole city in the shadow. By the willpower of Ye Qingxuan, the combination of ultralight domain music theories and ultrafine music control brought great changes to the situation. It was as if time were flowing back. The shattered streets were coming back to its original appearance. The collapsed walls began to rebuild themselves, and broken beams and columns began to rise from the ruins. Then, bricks flew back to their original position. From all over the city was being pieced together. In a short time, the city was intact again, as if nothing had happened to it at all. The floor was clean, the walls were shiny, and the oil painting on the roofs were as fresh as it had ever been. The hundreds of years of time was turned back in a split second. The heaven on earth, which had been sucked out of all its resources and values, revived from the ruins and was now full of moonlight and miracles. And all the power needed for this was drawn from the path of godly ascension, which should have belonged to Arthur only. Like a burglar broken into a treasure vault, he stole all the treasures and then used all of them up in a blink of his eyes. Everything was wasted. And all this was done in front of the owner of the vault. This was ridiculous. This is not right. Not right. Arthur opened his eyes and stared at the sword in his hand. He figured everything out instantly and roared, the firebirds rioting around him, the sheath, where is the sheath? Maxwell, where is my sheath? Arthur drove the firebirds onto the stone sword, which shook violently, causing the breaking of numerous music theories. The soul in the stone sword suffered great pain, yet instead of moaning, he burst out a crazy laugh. Where is the sheath? Where can it be? Of course it was where it should be. At that moment, with the heaven on earth being restored, the rhythm of the chapter of the Golden Victory sounded all over the space, from the center of the country of shadow. In the imperial court, the white-dressed young girl who had been prisoned by Arthur for hundreds of years sat on the throne. Golden firebirds filled the whole space like ocean tides. All the power that Arthur had prepared for himself for the godly ascension was under the control of the new king. With the power of the whole Anglo converging with her, numerous music theories weaved a virtual figure of the sheath in the ocean-deep golden firebirds behind her. In the reflection, the figures of the golden hunt dogs were looming. They were looking at Arthur coldly. They were as proud as ever. The new king had the same blood of Leviathan, the same chapter of the Golden Victory, the same key to the stone sword and the same rhythm of king of Anglo enhanced by the pomp and circumstance, march, I. The heaven on earth supported by the Genesis reappeared, bringing with it the pull no less than that of Avalon's to fight for the power of Leviathan against Arthur. Thus, the path of godly ascension was divided into two. Several hundred years ago, on the day when Arthur was to ascend to be a god, Maxwell betrayed him and cut off the path to godly ascension. Maxwell also left Arthur a severe wound on his chest, and he anticipated the coming of this day at even that time. He knew that Arthur would come back one day and restart the path of godly ascension. Yet, due to the core music theories of the stone sword, Maxwell couldn't kill Arthur or himself. So, after he wounded Arthur severely, he chose to injure himself. Then, the music theories of the stone sword were divided into two parts, one of which was under Maxwell's control and the other sealed in the sheath. He endured the suffering of division and threw the sheath into the dark world. To keep it at a place as far as possible to Arthur, he even entrusted it to the church to seal and hide it. The stone sword then became incomplete and the path to godly ascension was thus divided into two. If Hermes could see this, he would have laughed heartily. The dead king took the throne on the earth, yet the king of the human world struggled in the realm of the dead. This is hilarious. What a pity, Your Majesty. Maxwell's hoarse voice was heard from the sword. It seems that your path to godly ascension will have to end here. Suddenly his laughter stopped and a painful roar was heard. With no obvious expression on his face, Arthur clenched his fist and said, Lancelot. Your Majesty. Lancelot half kneeled. Your sword is broken. Take this one instead. Arthur stretched his arm and the lance of the dragon slayer fell onto his hand. The dragon slaying music theories became iron hot when in contact with his hand. Holding the blade of the spearhead, he let it sucking his dragon blood until the shaking lance went quiet as if satisfied. he gave the lance to Lancelot. Then, he waved his hand. The dark firebirds converged, and the masters of the first-generation royal music divisions emerged from the shadow. Those people had given all their lives to King Arthur. And now, the symphonies of predestination engraved on the bottom layer of the city were waken up. The Holy Spirit sealed in the symphonies, with the firebirds as their carriers, came back to the human world with all their powers. Driven by the willpower of Arthur, the firebirds enveloping numerous music theories were transmitted onto Lancelot and turned into a virtual dark sun. I bestow upon you the power of catastrophe. Take the royal music division and crush those who dare to claim my throne. The furious king, sitting on the throne, gave his order, bring my sheath and my power back to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, The Dragon and the Dog. Chapter 603, The Dragon and the Dog. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Upon Arthur's orders, Avalon shook. Beneath the city that had almost recovered to its past state, a river of blood gushed. The red water swirled up into the sky against gravity, then fell as raindrops of blood. As the drops sprinkled into the sea, they eroded the silvery white moonlight, as if they were falling into the city in the reflection. The pure white moon shook and radiance spilled from it. At the moment, in the hands of Ye Qingxuan, drawing the terrifying power of Mary, Genesis had opened up a new stratum between the realm of ether and the physical world, enclosing the entire kingdom of heaven on earth in it. Everything in the kingdom of heaven on earth was under the control of Genesis. At the moment, the music theory of Genesis operated in the moon, casting the light that God had promised humanity on the city that had once slumbered in the shadows. Moonlight shone, resisting the invasion of the river of blood. For the first time since its birth, the kingdom of heaven on earth clashed with the power of Leviathan. After causing a loud bang to burst forth, the powers originating from the same source overlapped strangely. At the moment, Avalon had entered a state similar to that of the sacred city during the invasion of Hyacum back then. Everything in the physical world was eroded by music theory, and the realm of ether collapsed downwards. The initially distinct duo overlapped here, mixing illusion and reality up. As a result of the kingdom of heaven on earth and Avalon attacking each other, parts of the two began to superpose, turning the entire city into a huge maze. The superposing regions included the uptown, midtown, and the 24 islands surrounding the city. The roads connecting the regions all tangled into a mess. Meanwhile, right in the middle, drawing powers from the remains of the array of godly ascension left over from the past, Mary ascended the throne and engaged in a deadly battle with her ancestor, Arthur. After perceiving Lancelot's actions, Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment, then entrusted Genesis into the hands of the purifying musicians and looked to the throne. On the throne, Firebird was operating. It continuously plundered the power of the path of godly ascension. Fiery golden flares burst forth from it, engulfing Mary's figure, and one could only see the vague silhouette of the girl. Sensing Ye Qingxuan's gaze, after a brief moment, her slightly hoarse voice rang out. "Mr. Yi, if you feel that it is necessary, go ahead." Mary paused for a while, seemingly hesitating, then said softly, "But please come back safe and well." Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment, then nodded and promised, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will be back in a while." Upon finishing his words, he looked at Sherdong, who nodded in response. "Worry not, Grand Inquisitor, I do have some experience of protecting dignitaries. Before you come back, no mishaps shall happen to Her Majesty." "I'll leave it to you then." Ye Qingxuan turned and walked towards the door of the throne room. In the loud noise of the rumbling coming from the heavens and the earth, he gazed at the assembled witch hammer. The mountain of nomadism hung high in the sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The clergyman in armor held the banner on which the holy emblem was embroidered with iron thread high and bowed their heads at him, going down on one knee. Raindrops with a bloody smell fell from the sky. They descended along the silent steel armors, splattered on the ground, and formed puddles, which reflected the silver hair of the young man and his icy, iron-like face. As Ye Qingxuan walked past them, glows lit up on the helmets of the knights on both sides, like giants waking up. Sounds of aether furnaces being started rang out one after another. Sounds of steel scraping against each other converged and resembled that of a swarm of bees flapping their wings while flying. On the banner, the holy emblem embroidered using iron thread gave off a scorching red glow. Fiery heat radiated from it, evaporating the blood rain falling on the banner. Behind Ye Qingxuan, in the distorted curtain of rain, holy emblems slowly lit up one after another as they were raised up high into the sky, proclaiming the advent of the trial. The terrifying heat radiated, dispelling the bone-chilling, dismal cold. The witch hammer advanced mightily, a cold gleam of iron reflecting off them, making them resemble mercury flowing in a groove. In the end, following his figure, the loud noise reverberated between the heavens and the earth. The flames had once again been ignited. As they advanced, Ye Qingxuan heard loud bangs continually bursting forth from the city, and everything was spinning dizzyingly. The labyrinth-like roads constantly shattered and reorganized, making it impossible to distinguish between directions. Soon, the collision between the kingdom of heaven on earth and Avalon finally came to an end. Shortly after, the radiance of the golden firebird descended from the sky and landed on Ye Qingxuan's head, turning into a crown. The strengthening effect from the pomp and circumstance March No. 1 not only brought him power, but also entrusted the control of the city and the safety of the throne room into his hands. Ye Qingxuan finally got to experience how royalty felt when they were walked in the city. It was a fulfilling sensation of everything obeying one and being in one's control. At the moment, he was no longer a designer of the city like how he initially was, but became the controller of the city instead. All means of defense were within his control. The city had become an extension of his flesh, changing at his will. He had been strengthened with all the defenses. As long as he was still alive, no one could break through the defenses of the kingdom of heaven on earth and step into the throne room. In other words, if he died, the kingdom of heaven on earth would have no more barriers of defense. It's really a heavy responsibility, Your Majesty. He turned his head and gazed at the direction of the palace, sighing softly. When he turned back, he could already see the lance of the dragon slayer, which could penetrate all layers of barriers and obstacles, amid the distorted light and shadows. As the lance took aim, the artifact created for the purpose of slaying Leviathan exuded a terrifying divine majesty. It cut the chaotic music theory off completely and restored everything to its original appearance. Surrounded by the souls of the dead, Lancelot, who was holding the meteorite medal in his hand, had put on his helmet once more. The blood-colored rainwater flowed on the helmet made of silver, revealing the cold grotesqueness of the magnificent decorative engravings on it. Behind the helmet, only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes could be seen. Lancelot showed not even the slightest hint of wavering even when facing the only son of his deceased sister. Ye Qingxuan gazed at Lancelot, trying to see a difference in his demeanor, but all he could see was the usual distantness. Lancelot, must it really be like this? Lancelot said nothing, but simply lowered his eyes, holding the end of the lance of the dragon slayer in his hand. As he swung it, the lance swept across the ground, drawing a complete circle, with the starting and ending points overlapping. The blade scrapped against the stone, and sparks flew out. At the very moment when the circle was completed, an invisible force burst forth, and all the raindrops falling from the sky were pushed away. As if in fear, the water puddles on the ground fled one after another, forming a forbidding space of blankness. Amid the blankness, the blade was slowly lifted, and it pointed at Ye Qingxuan. Is that so? Ye Qingxuan understood and nodded. That's fine as well, lest I have to listen to your stories about ineffable difficulties and whatnot. To be honest, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time, and now that I finally have such an opportunity, it's really great. As he said so, he slowly lifted a hand, and his voice rang out in everyone's ear. "Have no qualms, annihilate the enemies." The response he received was the rumble from the armored knight's advancement, resembling that of dams bursting and torrents sweeping through, and the roar that reverberated through the entire battlefield. Deus Vult. Just as the witch hammer clashed with the torrent of the Royal Musician Division, and the moonlight of pure white illuminated the lance of the Dragon Slayer, Avalon, and the kingdom of heaven on earth collided again for the second time. Amid the large-scale turmoil, tides which were hundreds of meters high were stirred up out of nowhere, sweeping and tumbling. The split paths of godly ascension collided with each other as the kingdom of heaven on earth and Avalon superposed. On two identical thrones, the gazes of the distinctly different ancestor and descendant met across a seemingly far distance. On them, echoes burst forth from the blade and the sheath in resonance. The power of Leviathan turned into a torrent, continuously strengthening the two. The brilliance of the kingdom of heaven on earth became more and more dazzling, and the fury in Arthur's heart soared higher and higher. With dragon blood that you have stolen and a crown that you have stolen, you still dare to lay a finger on what is rightfully mine. The black firebird suddenly roared. As willed by Arthur, it gathered into array in his palm, and he threw it towards the kingdom of heaven on earth. Despite only being willpower which made use of ether as a medium, thunder and lightning burst forth from it. On Mary's body, countless strands of music theory riveted themselves together. A phantom image of the sheath suddenly emerged. Along with it, the golden firebird was stirred up and responded to the attack. As it came head-to-head with its forebear source, the firebird, which should have collapsed immediately upon contact, surprisingly clamped down in midair on the spear of darkness that Arthur had thrown, crushing it. The spear fell apart. Arthur was stunned for a moment, then he saw some even more unbelievable consequences. Without even requiring Mary's tenacity, the chapter of the Golden Victory operated, and the bestiality that had developed to its limit once again evolved into a dragon of gold. Numerous blades of swords emerged from the firebird, swiping towards Arthur like sharp teeth. Orders from him and the suppression from Leviathan had no effect at all. To his shock, someone had actually broken the shackles resulting from the curse of the dragon blood. Flame-like darkness burst out of his body and burned the golden swords completely. The deep darkness collided with the brilliant gold. What on earth is this? Arthur gritted his teeth and extended a hand violently. You evasive coward, show yourself. In the roars, a vague eye emerged from the golden firebird. The eye opened, and arrogantly cast a look of disdain at Arthur. Then, a blurry reflection emerged in the huge eye. One was able to vaguely make out that it was a gold-colored hound. The hound growled deeply, and shockingly controlled the music theory in the sheath to command the chapter of the Golden Victory, staging a brutal counterattack against Arthur. Firebird tore the air apart, and from it came a vague, speech-like voice, which was very familiar to Arthur. Are you finding the chair to be a comfortable seat? At the very moment, Arthur's pupils dilated, and the reflection of the Son of Darkness spun in rage. What emerged was a reckless murderous intent, jealousy, and hatred from the bottom of his heart. The black firebird swept and suddenly swiped at the reflection of the hound, leaving forbidding marks of scars. It belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. Arthur fixed his gaze on the hound's figure with a death stare, his gaze dark and grotesque. You can reminisce all you like, but don't you ever dare to lay even one finger on it again. In the eye of the dragon, the golden hound lowered its head, seemingly sighing, and shook its tail nonchalantly. Regardless of whether I miss it or regard it with contempt, actually, when sitting on it, it's very unsettling. The vague voice said, a fisherman's son had a dream. Now that he has woken up, all those things should disappear, and he should not yearn for them too much. You are a fisherman's son, I am not. Arthur's roar interrupted it, and the pitch-black firebird erupted, then gathered and formed, guiding the power of the scorching sun in the sky, and evolved into grotesque scales and claws. The scales collided, like gold and iron scraping against each other, and blinding sparks flew out. The kingdom of heaven on earth shook violently as the black claws scratched at it. The music theory of Genesis quickly deflected most of the power, and a fissure cracked open on the core bell tower. On the throne, Mary's body trembled with it, and a corresponding wound cracked open on her arm. Enough of gossip. Now, in Arthur's eyes, the hollow sun of darkness lit up once more, emitting frightening flares. Hand over the sheath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Does it feel great? Chapter 604, Does it feel great? Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The clash between the ether world and the physical world began, again. After the Battle of the Holy City, the physical world had never seen any impact so huge. The remnant wave spread over across the ether sea to all directions. The existence of aftershocks was detected even in the Oriental world, sending all the musicians who had just resonated with the ether world into chaos and anxiety. Yet, in the center of the storm, everything seemed so quiet. The queer scene of the clash was high above their head, with glorious rainbow-like light radiating out. Yet when you, standing on the trembling ground, looked up at it, you felt as if it were very far away. However, no one dared to look up into the sky. It would be like stretching your neck to make it more convenient for the enemy to chop your head off. But Ye Qingxuan was an exception. Even when fighting against Lancelot, he still had to spare some time to watch the battle above in the sky. He had felt from the very beginning that he could not defeat Lancelot. So, he had been avoiding close combat against Lancelot. It might seem irresponsible, considering that all his subordinates were fighting with all their might. But he was not that stupid so as to fight hand-to-hand with Lancelot. Who was renowned as the #1 knight of Anglo. He was sure that once he stepped into the area within 10 meters of Lancelot, he would be, in one strike only, be pierced by the lance of Dragon Slayer through the neck, and his body would be thrown to the center of the battlefield within 2 seconds. With the armor, enhanced by the Firebirds, and with the lance of Dragon Slayer to improve his lethality, Lancelot had become a real war machine. The meteorite metal, the name of the lance, was well earned. It was a lethal threat to anything alive. They would fall like meteorites and burn into nothing while falling if struck by the lance. Not only would the lance of Dragon Slayer destroy the body, but also the music theories and spirits by inflicting the lethal impact on both the blood circulation and the ether circulation at the same time. It was thanks to this double impact that it could be used to kill a dragon. If dragons could be killed by the lance, it would definitely kill Ye Qingxuan in one strike. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help heaving a sigh. It was such a disadvantage that he was not good at movement of changes. Therefore, Ye Qingxuan was dodging the strikes of Lancelot, or in other words, he was chased by Lancelot without any ability to strike back, since he didn't dare to attack and tried only to stay alive. It was quite easy for him. And he even got some time to talk with Lancelot, as if he wanted to improve his relationship with Lancelot before killing each other. It was a perfect conversation, except the fact that Lancelot, being busy trying to kill him, didn't say anything to him. The lance of Dragon Slayer roared, colorful light radiating from the blade of the spearhead. The godly weapon which had killed Hecatoncheir, after dozens of years of quenching in the ultimate, was perfect in terms of music theories and could tear anything into pieces. It was created at very high costs by the royal family to kill Arthur. Even Hermes had put great efforts in it. The lance was built based on the alchemy of the classical school, which Hermes, one the three saints, was best at, and its main theme was the theory of God-human segregation. The Holy Spirit in the music theories were divided into two parts, of which one was godly and glorious, while the other was like humans, unstable, timid, rebellious, unyielding. Included in the same main theme, the two aspects of Holy Spirit formed a perfect cycle and the most extreme clash. In the name of the God, it would punish all the sins, not by merciful purification, but cruel killing and utter destruction in terms of both flesh and ether. When the Lance of Dragon Slayer was created, it was named after the legendary saint. But more often, people would call it meteorite metal. All the godly weapons, except the Spear of Destiny that had been destroyed, which was created to target the originator, have some inherited music movement in them. They were of symbolic meanings in the history of the human world, and were epic-making weapons themselves. They were the witnesses of the history and the world. For example, the Gate of Heaven, as the Red King toured the countries with this sword, the whole human world succumbed to the rule of this sword. Also, the Stone Sword, which had created the most glorious period of Anglo. By converging the power of the whole Anglo and the catastrophe, was also the key to the path to godly ascension. The Stela of Destiny, representing the miracles of God, meant so much in the human world, despite the fact that it was only a piece of ordinary stone. The Lance of Dragon Slayer, made of the remnant pieces of the Spear of Destiny, ranked among them due to its lethality. It was extremely dangerous, especially now that it was in the hands of the best knight of Anglo, who was one of the best even in the whole Western world. With the Lance of Dragon Slayer in his hands, Lancelot might be able to kill Arthur if he wanted to. Fighting against an enemy like this, Ye Qingxuan felt the terror of death. Just by one strike, the lance could tear up the holy movement and defeat all the attacks of Ye Qingxuan. Enhanced by the Firebirds, Lancelot became the god of destruction. Once the best knight renowned all over the world, he was still a terrible enemy to fight against when he was back onto the battlefield. Ye Qingxuan was sweating heavily. There were several times that he was almost as close as 15 meters away from Lancelot, and he immediately felt the power of Lancelot and his intention to kill. From then on, Ye Qingxuan didn't dare to stand in front of Lancelot. He did all this because he was worried about Lancelot's trump card. He didn't know what he is capable of. Even Lancelot had been so famous for so long a time. Staring at Lancelot's weapon, Ye Qingxuan couldn't help recalling the transient flash of light in the shadow of Avalon. That was an attack that even the Dark Sovereign could not defend. While he was thinking, he became a little bit slow. When he realized this, he was filled with terror that his hair stood on end. Just at that moment, Lancelot stepped one step forward and thrust the lance to Ye Qingxuan. The brick under Lancelot's foot was broken due to the huge pressure it undertook, and the Lance of Dragon Slayer pierced through the air with a roaring sound. The rain falling near the lance vaporized, and a flash of golden light came at lightning speed to Ye Qingxuan. A perfect strike. The strike was so fast that Ye Qingxuan couldn't even see how the lance had come to him. It was faster than his reflection. Through dissection, the musicians had found that the maximum frequency of the human's eyes capturing images was 24 times per second. That was to say, if something happened within 1/24th of a second, the human eyes could not even see it, not to mention reacting against it. It was obvious that the strike of Lancelot was so fast that it was beyond the speed that human eyes could perceive. That was his most powerful strike. Ye Qingxuan might have died if he had not spread the moonlight perception thread all over the battlefield. At the final moment, the clothes of original sin came to his rescue. When the perception threads transmitted the changes back to Ye Qingxuan, the deciphering mechanism calculated the results of the strike. At the same time, the reaction plan preset in the clothes of original sin initiated. The channeling change music theory automatically initiated exoskeleton analog mode, and powered by the instantaneous force of the vacuum sun generated by the sub-originator, pulled Ye Qingxuan 10 meters backward. He felt pain on his face as if his face were on fire, and also darkness in front of his eyes. The capillary vessels broke, and his eyeballs swelled full of blood. Ye Qingxuan knew without thinking that he was just 1 inch away from death. Just now, staring at Lancelot's armor, Ye Qingxuan figured something out. He squinted at Lancelot and said, "You must have been pretending to be fighting against the Dark Sovereign last time. But since I saw your armor, I've been curious about what happened in that moment. Could you enlighten me by telling me the story?" Lancelot's armor spurted out hot steam from the joints, which were generated during the operation of the aether engine. The first time since the fight began, Lancelot answered Ye Qingxuan back, in his usual calm and indifferent way, "Have you been always like this?" "What?" Ye Qingxuan didn't understand what Lancelot was saying. "You kill your enemies by talking?" Lancelot said. "Sort of." Ye Qingxuan nodded, without any trace of shame. He might not be able to kill anyone by talking, but he could irritate and provoke his enemy, get them so angry that they may die on the spot. Especially when he was determined to stall, he was almost shameless. He would never get angry with Lancelot's words and rush forward to fight hand-to-hand against him. "I'll give you a reminder." Waving the lance of Dragon Slayer in the rain, Lancelot got ready to attack again. "My old wounds may not heal yet, but for me, it means nothing at all. You needn't to wait until I'm exhausted. You can just strike at the place where I was wounded." "You have figured my plan out? Thank you for reminding me of that." Looking at Lancelot, Ye Qingxuan paid him his heartfelt compliment, "You are really a dignified knight. You are so considerate and nice even to your enemies. Since you are so frank and honest, could you tell me that how does it feel to kill your own younger sister?" After a pause, he said, maliciously, "Does it feel great?" Lancelot fell into silence. There was a chilling air spreading all over from him. The blood rain was shocked and twisted by the coldness in the air. The whole world seemed to fell into silence. Then, the terrible chill targeted and locked on Ye Qingxuan. "I'm sorry, Ye." Raising the lance of Dragon Slayer and aiming it at Ye Qingxuan's face, Lancelot said, "I have so much to tell you. I want to talk to you so much. But, what a pity. Is it really so?" His eyes full of mockery and coldness, Ye Qingxuan said, "Me, too." At that moment, terrible ether movements burst out from his hands. The pure white moon emerged from the symphony of predestination. In the moonlight, the purifying music theories covered the whole battlefield in a blink. Wherever the moonlight went, the perception threads would occupy the space at the same time. Thus, the whole battlefield was clearly perceived by Ye Qingxuan. He saw the battlefield as clearly as he saw the lines on his palms. He saw the broken irons, the cold blood, the falling rain, and the raising heat and breath. And also, the fighting posture of Lancelot. He was to strike the final blow. Probing would be meaningless. Evading and dodging would have to come to an end. All the stakes were already on the table, and the dice had been tossed. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath. It was time for the show of hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, still plenty of time. Chapter 605, still plenty of time. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. He had only seen it once, and only for a fleeting moment. But the strike that Lancelot had once made with his sword cast a very profound shadow on Ye Qingxuan's heart. Defeating the Dark Sovereign is not much of a terrifying feat. Ye Qingxuan could hardly consider whatever battle in the world frightening anymore, especially after witnessing the battle between Hyakum and the Holy Cauldron in the sacred city. But the terrifying thing is, how did Lancelot do it? While music theory can distort reality with its gravitational pull, this does not mean that it is omnipotent, as it is still unable to affect way too many domains out there, such as fate, time. In other words, you can't just stand here, strike a pose, take out a sword to look cool, and let the enemy die automatically. You must walk to the enemy, lift the sword, stab him, and hit a vital body part. Then the blood will flow out, the vital part fatally injured, and the enemy will die. Such is the correct way. Such is the common sense of the world. But how did Lancelot conduct the terrifying attack that was almost like a reversal of cause and effect? Unknown means are often the most frightening. Especially when the enemy is one of the most dangerous persons like Lancelot. The lance of the dragon slayer was slowly lifted. Lancelot took a step forward, and his footprint wedged into the stone. As his armor tremored, he clenched the lance with both his hands and lifted it over his shoulders, with the blade pointing downward. His right hand supported the middle part of the lance, but his left hand clutched the part of the lance that was only one fist away from the blade. The weird posture defied the common sense of ordinary knights, and even went against conventions of weapon usage. By positioning himself in such a manner, the length that lances were renowned for was reduced, but after sacrificing the advantage in terms of offense, no defense advantage could be gained either. In fact, one might face difficulties in parrying attacks. But at the moment, Ye Qingxuan's eyes began twitching violently. If Ye Qingxuan was a knight with rich experience in combat, he could have realized that despite them being on such a wide battlefield that the space was enough for the lance to strike vertically and horizontally. At the moment, Lancelot's stance was a technique used by wielders of lances during urban warfare. After sacrificing the lance's offensive range and its ability to parry attacks, the only thing that was heightened was its flexibility. It would require only a very short time and distance to switch directions, and would not be constrained by the cramped space. But Ye Qingxuan noticed another thing. Ignoring the body of the lance that had been hidden, the distance from Lancelot's left hand to the blade of the lance just happened to be between the length of a dagger and that of a long sword. In other words, at the moment, Lancelot had decided to use the lance of the dragon slayer as a long sword. The distance between Ye Qingxuan and him was also much less longer than that between him and the Dark Sovereign back then. Despite so, Lancelot still chose to sacrifice part of his offensive advantage to block all of Ye Qingxuan's means of avoiding his attack. A weapon need not be too powerful. It would do as long as it could be used to kill people. A person could die from being cut into 1,000 pieces, so could he die from an arrow through the heart. After exceeding a certain limit, excessive attack power was nothing more than a meaningless number. A knight of decent standards would not blindly seek to increase the attack power of a tactic, as the final result was given primary importance among priorities. To Lancelot, such a stance would allow him to strike Ye Qingxuan critically and ensure the young man's death. Ye Qingxuan stopped moving. Dodging was no longer meaningful anyway, so he might as well just stand there. He opened his eyes wide to see what Lancelot had been hiding. Then, at the very moment, Ye Qingxuan saw it. Light. The world was frozen once more. Everything paused. The rain paused, blood floated in the air, everything appeared aged, and all the colors dimmed. Except the flowing ray of light being cast out of Lancelot's hands. So freely. In such a world that had layers of shackles on and was bounded by reality and its rules, the ray of light was like a flying bird. It deftly went past all the shackles and all set out rules, strolling calmly, and rushed toward Ye Qingxuan with an unparalleled, breathtakingly graceful posture. It was frighteningly fast. No sound could be heard in the silent world, as it had exceeded the speed of sound. Time had paused, because the speed of the lance of the dragon slayer at that moment was fast enough to chase after light. It did not employ Faust to forcibly freeze the activity of all matter, but instead it gave chase. Like flying birds, or souls floating in the sky, it chased after freedom, its speed surpassing that of all else, and advanced into uncharted territory. In the blow that was so simple to the extent of being shocking, what it contained was actually the beauty expressed by power itself. Ye Qingxuan only had time to open his eyes wide. He didn't even had time to let out the exclamation of praise from his throat. The heat was frozen in his throat by the flowing ray of light, and the flowing light of molten gold spraying from the lance of the dragon slayer was already right in front of him. A tearing sound rang out. Before the lance of the dragon slayer, all defenses were torn apart. The horrifying brilliance gathered into a tide, engulfing Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan's heart was no secret to Lancelot. To other opponents, the critical weakness was totally non-existent, but for artifacts like the lance of the dragon slayer which could destroy both flesh and ether in one go, they were even more deadly to Ye Qingxuan's completely etherized heart. As long as the lance came into contact with the slightest bit of his own core music theory, it would cause a horrifying amount of irreparable damage to his symphony of predestination, let alone direct contact with a vital organ like the heart. A double destruction of flesh and ether descended upon him in a flash. All over his body, every inch of his skin cracked, resulting in grotesque wounds, as if he had been thrown into a furnace and had completely dried up. A collapsing sound rang out. Together with it came Ye Qingxuan's sign. Fortunately, it's not light. On his broken and incomplete face, the lips moved as he croaked with a hoarse voice. Then, Ye Qingxuan's body crumbled and fell apart, burning into ashes in the residual flare of the lance of the dragon slayer. A wisp of grayish-white mist rose from the ashes, convulsing in pain. It flew backwards, falling into the moonlight of nothingness, and disappeared. The bright moon in the sky remained the same, not the slightest bit influenced by Ye Qingxuan's death. It was a fake. Lancelot turned abruptly. At the very moment, the lance of the dragon slayer suddenly stabbed forward. The moonlight of nothingness shattered silently, revealing Ye Qingxuan who was hiding behind it, and the wisp of gray mist in his hand. The shattered and badly damaged music theory gathered together and took form. As it turned out, it appeared to be the clothes of original sin. On the constantly changing appearance of the clothes of original sin, Ye Qingxuan's face faded in and out, smiling mockingly at Lancelot. Under the armor, Lancelot's pupils shook slightly, and immediately contracted, as he came to a sudden realization in his mind. From the very beginning. It's a fake? Ye Qingxuan nodded. In this regard, he had nothing much to deny. From the very beginning, the clothes of original sin had taken on Ye Qingxuan's appearance and engaged in combat with Lancelot in his stead. It was also part of the reason why he did not intend to counterattack, but stuck to evading and dodging attacks. Regardless of how good the changing music theory was at imitating him, it had lost its spirituality after all. As a tool, it could still somewhat be considered convenient, but when compared to an actual musician, it had its share of weaknesses in terms of sluggishness and stiffness. When the opponent in question was Lancelot, even a minor slip would probably result in the plot being immediately seen through. Ye Qingxuan had never hoped to defeat Lancelot just by remotely controlling an alchemy equipment. The only thing he had hoped to achieve was to lure Lancelot to use his trump card, so that he could see clearly what was the ace in the hole that Lancelot had been hiding. He succeeded. Unfortunately, he paid a rather high price. One can only say that the stars are not in favor of the clothes of original sin. First, I forcibly plundered it and washed away the spiritual personality in the movement. After finally managing to maintain its own grade, it then encountered an artifact destroyer, the Lance of the Dragon Slayer, and is now badly damaged from head to toe. Had Paganini seen it, he would definitely be crying out of anger on the spot. In only an instant, all its music theory was on the verge of shattering, and it had no way of recovering within a few years. Even if it recovered, without the use of a lot of precious materials to repair it, it would be difficult for it to regain spirituality. Under Ye Qingxuan's control, the clothes of original sin that was on the verge of shattering slowly changed shape. Countless broken strands of music theory were pieced back together by the perception threads of Jiao Xiao Huan Pei, and converged into a slender bundle, like the baton used by leaders of orchestras when they were conducting resonances. Before it is repaired, if I want to use changing music theory, I'm afraid that this is the only possible form. I might as well use it for as long as it can still be used. I stole it anyway, it won't be a pity even if it gets broken. After smoothly waving the baton of change in his hand, Ye Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction, and when he looked up at Lancelot, his gaze became one of realization. What occurred just now was the ability of the armor of Lancelot. No wonder it is known as the most powerful round table armor, ignoring the rest and purely speaking in terms of ability. It is indeed an unparalleled combination when paired with the combat method of knights. Coordinating moonlight perception threads and ether sensing, he finally saw the true appearance of Lancelot at the moment clearly. Under that layer of cold and heavy steel, the scorching hot alchemy circuit was like the vast root system of the banyan. Like blood, it operated wildly within, turning the entire armor into a whole. The whole included Lancelot in it. If not for the protection of the Black Firebird, Lancelot would have already burned to ashes under the horrifying heat at the moment. It was exactly because of such a huge price he paid that enabled him to control the armor as a human and reach a level beyond Ye Qingxuan's imagination. Ye Qingxuan had once suspected that the inscription on the armor was the movement of Faust. Once activated, the whole world would be completely frozen, all molecular movements forcibly paused. But after observing it twice, he rejected the speculation firmly. If the physical world was distorted to such an extent, as a musician, he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Moreover, as one of the ultimate products of research, since its development, no one had ever dared to use Faust in a battle between musicians of the same level. The gravitational forces of music theories will repel each other. If the other party's symphony of predestination is strong enough to fight against Faust, the effect of time stopping will also be cancelled. What's more, for existence is like the Dark Sovereign which was born from the essence of the abyss. Unless Hermes arrives in person, no one can possibly rely on Faust to play any tricks. So, only the other method is left. If the outside world cannot be interfered with, just conduct interference on oneself instead. In the 7 questions for musicians, the proposition of the school of modifications is known as the eternally unchanging object. The core element and argument is that movement and stillness are relative. Therefore, one simply needs to apply the principle of Faust in reverse, to make the changing outside world still relative to oneself. With the concept as the core, the array was constructed and the armor of Lancelot was created. It is undoubtedly a terrifying power that has achieved the ultimate result of movement. Using the armor, one's speed can be increased up to thousands of times of the initial speed in an instant. Using the alchemy array, the knight's reflexes and consciousness are made to operate at a rapid speed, freeing the knight from material and time through a method that is close to burning and destroying the pericranium, and attaining a sensation close to the freedom of chasing after the speed of light. For Lancelot, to make use of the limit of the reaction time of the human eye and complete a thrust in 1/24th of a second is just a walk in the park. As long as he is willing to, he can perform the same thrust for hundreds of times in 1/240th of a second. In the shadow of Avalon, the flowing stream of light that Ye Qingxuan witnessed shattering the scepter of hell was in essence the thrust of the sword that had been superimposed for God knew how many times in a flash. Each blow landed on the fragile critical weakness of the scepter of hell. After countless hits, even the scepter of hell could only become a sandcastle on the beach, collapsing at the slightest touch. From that, I can imagine the tragic treatment that the clothes of original sin went through. Plus, Lancelot is also holding the lance of the Dragon Slayer. Surprisingly, it did not fall apart so completely until no residue is left. It can only be said that Paganini must have spent an awful amount of resources back then in order to create the clothes of original sin. Alright, what did you want to tell me just now? Don't regret, feel free to say whatever you want to say. Ye Qingxuan gazed at the armored knight who was emitting a horrifying amount of heat, and slowly raised the black, broken baton in his hand. His smile also grew more and more mocking. He said, in any case, we still have plenty of time. 1. It refers to the part of the body of the lance from where Lancelot's left hand gripped it to the end of the lance. The part is effectively useless when the lance is held that way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Speed and Strength. Chapter 606, Speed and Strength. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The way that knights fight a war was straightforward. No matter what the tactics were and no matter what the strategy was, its only goal was to destroy the enemies physically. Therefore, their strengths lied differently with the musicians. They didn't need to be multifunctional, nor did they require long time study and research, and they didn't even need a teacher to guide them. Like everyone in a war, they need combat skills and experiences, good weather conditions and mental and physical conditions, favorable general situations of the war and luck. But what's most important for them were two simple factors, speed and strength. Those who were faster and stronger would always win the battle. Therefore, since the invention of the armored knights, everyone had been trying all means to pursue speed and strength. And that philosophy had caused the creation of numerous monsters by the workshops. At that time, the most powerful machine was the courtyard snake, published several months ago by the Asgardian National Alchemy Lab. It had drawn the attention of the whole world even before it was made, as it surpassed the previous most powerful machine, the Hercules. The making of the courtyard snake consumed tens of thousands of tons of steel and precious materials, and a total of 300,000 men were hired to labor in the workshops for 5 years. Around the site where it was assembled, a new heavy industry city was generated during the 5 years. The amount of black gold consumed for the interior wirings and piping was equal to 2 years of total black gold output of the whole world. A mere prototype of the courtyard snake had cost half of the money that Asgardian's national treasury had accumulated. Powered by at least 6 super ether engines and piloted by 16 grand knights and 40 musicians, the courtyard snake was above 100 meters tall and heavier than a battleship. It was a walking fortress once it was in operation. What's more, it also had with it 3 military divisions, 6 special armored cavalier forces and a general military unit of more than 1,000 men. It could function as a decisive factor in any direct conflict. No one knew exactly where its limit of strength lied. However, for the courtyard snake, it was as easy as a child stamping a sand fortress on the beach to push down the wall of a well-guarded city. As a gigantic war machine of its size, it was born to fight a catastrophe. Its power represents the best of the nation, to which the strength of a mortal man could never be comparable. Yet the armor that Ye Qingxuan was facing was equally tough to handle to the courtyard snake. Different with the courtyard snake, the biggest advantage of Lancelot's armor was its speed, which could almost defeat time. The alchemy armor was built at the peak time of Arthur's reign and had cost the country countless treasures and money. It was the guard for Arthur's path to godly ascension and his eternal reign. The alchemy armor had capabilities far beyond the reach of any mortal man, and it could only be used by the best knight who could bear the terrible pressure it inflicted upon him. The one who was wearing it now was one of the best knights in the Western world, Lancelot, who was called the one favored by victory. In terms of explosive force, when Lancelot drew his sword, even an etherized scepter musician could not dodge the fatal strike. Luckily for Ye Qingxuan, Lancelot couldn't maintain that sort of speed for long. Ye Qingxuan was not sure how long would it take for the armor to resume that speed, but if he didn't seize the opportunity and let the armor accumulate power for the next acceleration, he would have to gamble his life on his luck. Fortunately, Ye Qingxuan was quite good at gamble with his life. No hurry. Let's sit down and drink some water. We could talk thing over. Facing the golden light roaring toward him, Ye Qingxuan smiled and dipped the baton of change on the ground to play the first note of his movement. Instantly, endless ocean waves of magnificent melodies burst out of the baton, clashing against each other, the booming of which shook the whole battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield was terrified by the horrible images included in the melodies. It was like riding on a shabby boat in the sea, where towering sea waves raise above and cut out the sunlight. The waves bulldozed forward on the sea surface, casting its shadow all over the space. The seawater generated deafening noise like the sound of iron rubbing against iron, which was causing unspeakable pain in everyone's ears. The shadow pressed down. And suddenly, there was nothing but silence. All the roaring, shouting, screaming and whining were gone. As if isolated by the thick wall of seawater, silence devoured everything. The light went out, and darkness fell. Only when they raised their heads and looked above could they see the sea surface and the dim light. The storm was still raging the sea surface, yet the battlefield was buried down into the bottom of the sea. Everyone was suffocated. They breathed hard, but no air was there. Their faces turned green due to lack of oxygen. Despair seized everyone. Then comes the terrible undercurrent and the massive water pressure. They were falling down more and more quickly as if there would be no end to the falling. It was like several years had elapsed, or was it only a slip of a second? Finally, they saw the bottomless ocean abyss under the sea, which was like a giant monster opening its mouth widely, waiting for any prey trapped in the illusion to devour them into the deepest darkness. The darkness seemed tangible, as if it was grinding the bones of everyone enveloped in it. Everything in the darkness would finally dissolve and fall into eternal sleep. The Ocean Abyss Symphony. The illusion of the sea sealed the space, leaving no way to escape from it. With the melodies projecting the images of massive tides as its starting point, it implanted into the enemy's head a powerful illusion. With Ye Qingxuan's perfect skills, the deployment of the strategic-level symphony was finished smoothly, with no flaw in it at all. The Royal Music Division was dragged into it instantly. They were pushed down the dark fall even before they could put up a fight. Only it was a very short moment, it was expanded by tens of thousands of times in the mind of the musicians. Almost 1/3 of the Royal Music Division members had been stunned by the ocean abyss that was coming nearer and nearer and lost their will to fight. Then, when the chief musician raised his hand to prepare for the summoning of oddities which could consume the illusional realm, there suddenly came the hot alchemy light in the deep sea. From the deepest part of the darkness, the knight that had suffered most from the ocean abyss raised the lance of Dragon Slayer in his hand, which shone brightly and tore up the darkness apart. The light then soared high up into the air, leaving a pale white tail along its path. Only within a split second that it crossed the whole ocean abyss. Trapped in the core of the illusion, Lancelot, with his unyielding will, was able to negate the illusion which had turned into reality and tear up the illusion by brutal force. He escaped from the trap and trusted his lance at the illusion. Along with the ether interaction, he destroyed all the key joints of the illusion. The ether circulation was cut off at the key points by the lance of Dragon Slayer. Ye Qingxuan jumped out from behind the illusion. He immediately felt danger before he could utter a word. He subconsciously moved his head to one side and the next moment, Lancelot was right in front of him. The ferocious mask was right in front of his eyes. The blade of the lance, turned into hot red due to the friction in the air, roared past his ear, the deafening sound nearly tearing up his eardrum. The spearhead scrubbed his cheek and left a narrow yet long scar on his face, which caused him great pain that he almost trembled. There was no way to dodge this strike. Leaning close to the lance, Ye Qingxuan stepped one step forward. Opening his arm with a warm smile on his face, he hugged his uncle who was just 1 foot away from him. The hug of death. The strings of Ye Qingxuan tightened suddenly and rung together, producing a booming sound like the iron drum. A music theory seed grew out of the symphony of predestination. With Ye Qingxuan's swift movement, the seed was pushed into the body of Lancelot. And then began the nature interference. The music theory seed integrated into the heart and sucked the blood to feed itself. Then it grew and sprouted. Then a green fire blossomed on the plant. As over the burning ashes, the music theories passed down from Abraham came alive in Ye Qingxuan's hands. Through nature interference, it turned the blood within Lancelot's body into burning fire, burning him from inside out. In Ye Qingxuan's right hand, the music theories from the emerald tablet converged in 36 perception threads stretched out and attached themselves onto the armor. The next moment, Ye Qingxuan retreated at lightning speed and rolled on the ground to evade the swiping of the lance of Dragon Slayer. Yet, the end of the lance brushed past his shoulder and smashed onto the ground. The rocks on the ground were smashed into pieces and bounced onto Ye Qingxuan's face. It was really hurt. What a pity it is that he was not able to embrace Lancelot. If the hug was successful, Lancelot might be badly wounded. The perception would have connected in parallel with the alchemy matrix and broken the four-layer balance through music theory invasion to overload the ether engine and make it explode. Lancelot successfully forced Ye Qingxuan to retreat. But before he could begin his counterattack, Lancelot felt the fierce fire inside his body. He didn't hesitate at all and turned the spearhead to himself and cut open the old wound on his chest. The steel was pierced through, giving off sharp scrubbing noise. The wound burst open, but, instead of blood, it was fire that spurted out it. The fire was cut off by the spear. Then, the music theory seed inhabited on the heart was dug out and broke into pieces in the air. Then, dark firebirds covered the severe wound and closed the hole in Lancelot's body. The armor was then repaired, and the most formidable knight of Anglo was standing in front of Ye Qingxuan again. Yet, Ye Qingxuan smiled. It worked! At that moment, moonlight converged around Ye Qingxuan. The moonlight was as if tangible and turned into dozens of blades, floating in the air. The crystal-like blades integrated into the moonlight. It was hard to tell them from the shining moonlight. Only their thin shadow could be seen on the ground. Fling of swords. Powered by the symphony of predestination, Ye Qingxuan played the seal of moonlight 16 times. In a short moment, he played from declaration of sincerity, obedience to the physical laws to conquer of Han, breath of depth, loss of life until the 18th chapter, the fling of swords. The illusional image of rainbow flinging across the sun emerged in the sky and 16 ferocious swords were locked on Lancelot. With the waving of hand by Ye Qingxuan, all the 16 swords pierced through the air and fly towards Lancelot. The sword were not tangible but only virtual images, but the sound of them piercing through the air was loud and sharp, like the ferocious shouting of numerous men. The movement was so powerful that it would take only a split second to kill any enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607 Light of Pureness. Chapter 607 Light of Pureness. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The dim city was suddenly illuminated by the moonlight. Moonlight turned into swords, which whistled as they broke through the air. Guided by Ye Qingxuan, they traced various complicated trajectories in the air, gathering together, then separated and moved towards all directions, firmly blocking Lancelot from dodging in any direction. Serious murderous intentions gathered on the blades that were born out of the symphony of predestination. When Ye Qingxuan gave a wave of his hand, in an instant, they crossed the lengthy distance and completed the encirclement. Taking aim at the critical weaknesses all over Lancelot's body, they quietly struck. The cold moonlight illuminated the dark golden blade of the lance of the Dragon Slayer, and Lancelot took a step back. The next moment, a loud bang burst forth. It was the loud noise caused by dozens of times of collision superimposing in an instant. The movements had exceeded the speed of the wind. The bang couldn't catch up with Lancelot's actions. At the moment, he was so fast that there wasn't even enough time for afterimages to be left behind. One could only see the burning radiance that remained from the movement of the lance as it cut the air apart. The radiance intertwined, crisscrossing in the air, slicing through each and every of the swords of moonlight that were close to striking him. Ye Qingxuan grunted, his face slightly pale. The essence of the swords of moonlight was interwoven music theory, born of his symphony of predestination, and was also inextricably linked to him. When the swords of moonlight were forcibly taken apart, the residual impact of the lance of the dragon slayer was also transmitted towards him along the perception threads. Fortunately, the 3-in-1 structure of the musical movement was stable enough. After the shock was absorbed by the section of the Stone of Sage, which had the strongest endurance ability, Ye Qingxuan only felt his vision going black momentarily. For an ordinary symphony of predestination, just the aftermath alone would probably tear it apart. He did not give Lancelot a chance to fight back. Ye Qingxuan lifted a hand again. Once more. The crystal blades once again emerged from the moonlight, flying out according to Ye Qingxuan's will. Powered by Ye Qingxuan with all his might, Jiu Shao Huaipei played fervently, deftly guiding the interweaving of music theory, and swords of moonlight emerged continually. In a flash, 16 blades whistled as they flew towards Lancelot once more. Sounds of shattering rang out one after another. Innumerable pieces of broken light flew out, swords were crushed by the blade of the lance, but new swords were immediately regenerated from the moonlight. 16 swords flew at Lancelot non-stop, constantly shattering and regenerating, their trajectories interlacing in midair as they flew out, forcing him to stay where he was. Ye Qingxuan expended his energy almost extravagantly, exploring his own limits. As the sub-originator violently extracted ether, the sea of ether formed a funnel-shaped depression around him. A massive amount of ether flowed out of the pure white moon, creating a waterfall-like wonder. But before the flow of ether from the waterfall reached the ground, it turned into sword blades in Ye Qingxuan's hands and flew towards Lancelot. How many times did the blades of the swords and the lance collide in an instant? Dozens? Or hundreds? Or a staggering number of thousands? At the moment, the rate of attack of the swords of moonlight had approached Lancelot's limit. The radiance from the lance of the dragon slayer interlaced in the air, constantly smashing the attacking moonlight into pieces, and stirred up a hurricane. A far distance away, the pressure from the hurricane almost suffocated Ye Qingxuan. Lancelot still brought Ye Qingxuan tremendous pressure despite being in defense mode. No, it was exactly because of Lancelot choosing defense that Ye Qingxuan's stress kept on building up. Obviously, Lancelot gave up attacking for the buffer time to pass and chose conservative defense. Once he was done recovering, or had at least managed to recover to an extent whereby he could somewhat use the ability, a killer blow that could finish his opponent up in one go would inevitably be in store for Ye Qingxuan. Then, before it happens, I'll just kill you first. Ye Qingxuan thought. The moonlight quaked violently. Under the tremendous pressure, Ye Qingxuan's own operation techniques had also transformed. In the past, relying on the swords of moonlight alone was enough to achieve an irreversible effect that guaranteed him victory. The properties of the swords sufficed to cause heavy damage to any enemy, be it the horrifying speed or the purifying music theory the blades carried. But when facing opponents like Lancelot, the strengths in terms of speed and music theory were suppressed, and the shortcomings of having unchanging trajectories and being stiff and inflexible in response to different situations were exposed. As they continuously emerged and struck, the swords that were initially only of a single variety had also become very different from that in the past. Some swords gradually developed thicker ridges and evolved towards the direction of the two-handed épée. Some blades became thinner and more slender, and when intercepted by the lance of the dragon slayer, they even learned to avoid and turn like snakes. Some other blades simply exceeded the scope of long swords, turning into scimitars popular among Canaanites, and they traced circular arcs in the air as they rotated and struck. Gradually, Ye Qingxuan gained experience and was free from the bonds of his original understanding of swords. various weapons that originated from a myriad of countries showed themselves from his hands. The eight-faced sword from the east, the flame-bladed sword of the Asgardians, the two-handed axe favored by pirates, the wrought iron shakudo from Yunlu, the hand-and-a-half sword which could be maneuvered nimbly, the slender and quick rapier, the short and small dagger used by assassins, the heavy halberd which was a favorite of the northern Highlanders, iron hammers of exaggerated proportions, and even goddamn flails. In addition to the changes in model, the music theory attached onto the weapons also became very different. The texture of the weapons became closer and closer to that of metal, and when the incorporeal crystallized ether cut through the air, it even produced the whistling sound of weapons striking. Nature interference. The nature of iron was bestowed upon the incorporeal ether. When a gigantic spear was cast from Ye Qingxuan's hands, Lancelot, who was parrying his attacks, was forced to step back, to his surprise. Lancelot was momentarily shocked, and when he looked at Ye Qingxuan, the eyes beneath the helmet grew more and more cautious. Although the huge pressure had caused a nosebleed in Ye Qingxuan, making him look unusually flustered, but the murderous intent radiating from the silver-haired young man had grown so sharp and strong that it had gathered and materialized. No longer using only the music theory of sword casting, at the moment, he had constrained the frenzied murderous intent contained in the music theory in his palm and was using it freely. On several occasions, it almost made Lancelot come close to missing. Presently, his only shortcoming was his martial skill that was so crude that one couldn't bear to look at it. Although his strength was terrifying, his way of attacking was too inexperienced. If someone slightly more proficient in martial arts was to use the power for a change, Lancelot would probably be suppressed to the extent of being unusually flustered. At the moment, Ye Qingxuan was totally using Lancelot as a wooden dummy to practice the entry-level sword routines the old men of the religious court of inquiry had taught him. Although actual masters of martial arts could use entry-level routines to overcome everything forcefully, Ye Qingxuan felt that no such day would ever come in his life no matter how he looked at it. Bang! Amid the non-stop breaking sounds, a crisp sound of collision rang out. As the lance of the dragon slayer blocked the attacks from reaching Lancelot, a fleeting shadow of a sword suddenly went past Lancelot's defense and struck his helmet. Moonlight collided with steel, yet it produced a sound as if something substantial had struck. Although the black firebird in his body resisted and blocked the attack, the stab from the force carried by the blade made his face hurt. He was actually hit? He hadn't even had time to react. He stared at the dozens of swords of moonlight in shock, and at Ye Qingxuan's figure behind the swords that had almost materialized as gold and iron. In Ye Qingxuan's hands held a fleeting wisp of moonlight. It was light. It had no murderous intent, no texture, even its shape was unfixed. After stripping everything else away, what emerged from Ye Qingxuan's hands was the purest moonlight. The sword of moonlight. The battle with Lancelot was like a process of cruel forging. Like a furnace, combat caused the power of the sword of moonlight to change qualitatively once more. Its magnificence faded, its impurities were discarded, and only pure light was left. Moonlight turned into swords. Such was the fastest speed in the world, as no one could surpass light. The wisp of light slowly emerged from Ye Qingxuan's fingertips and aimed at Lancelot once again. Although the technique was not profoundly mastered as Ye Qingxuan had just gotten the hang of it, and the power it carried was far lesser compared to that of the other swords that had taken on the nature of metal, what it represented was a reversal of the situation. I must not drag the battle on anymore, Lancelot thought. At the moment, Lancelot ignored the swords of nature interference around him which were disturbing him, and took 6 steps back in a flash. In the loud bangs of iron boots stamping on slab stones and shattering them, he once again posed himself to attack. The blade was lifted high and was aimed at Ye Qingxuan's face. The scorching high temperature radiated from the armor, evaporating a large amount of blood rain, shrouding Lancelot in a vague mist. But in the mist, a deeply ingrained murderous intent burst forth. Even though it was so hot, the mist was frozen by the chill coming from the armor, and even the water puddle at the foot of Lancelot started frosting. Coolant enough to turn the entire city into a snow country coursed through the veins of the armor. like blood flowing, and suppressed the fiery heat. The next moment, a dragon's roar burst forth from the frost. Everything came to a stop abruptly. In the frozen world, only the radiance of the lance of the dragon slayer was ignited. Propelled by Lancelot, it broke through the obstruction of the blood rain, overcame the restraints of gravity, leaving deep footprints on the ground, and advanced forward. All the swords of nature interference blocking its path were torn apart by the radiance with irresistible force. The lance of the dragon slayer thrust forward and collided with the pure moonlight, resulting in a loud bang. The lance of the dragon slayer paused. The moonlight that had evolved again fell apart in the collision. In a flash, the counterattack brewed up by Ye Qingxuan was forcibly suppressed. Even the armor was almost melted by the horrifying heat. The black firebird suppressed the huge pressure and the temperature high enough to evaporate the body. The coolant was completely atomized, rose upwards, burning the air, distorting the light, and formed a blurry void. The hurricane swept across and destroyed all obstacles, then extended in all directions. The figure close at hand was like a demon. It only took a moment. Ye Qingxuan backed away rapidly. But at the moment, Lancelot, who had just completed accelerating, once again posed himself to attack. Immediately, the aether furnace overloaded and whined in unbearableness. Totally disregarding his crumbling body, Lancelot did not take the slightest break, and launched the alchemy array in the armor once again. It was the jaw-dropping two-stage acceleration. The world was frozen once more and everything was paused in place. The blood rain was suspended, the evaporated coolant had yet to dissipate, and the battlefield fell into stillness once again. Only the burning armored knight launched an attack at his enemy. The lance of the dragon slayer pierced through the frozen air, the blade a scorching red from friction, and thrust towards Ye Qingxuan's head. Death was close at hand. At the moment, the spurt stopped short. Bang! 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 Loud booms burst forth from Lancelot's body one after another, like countless steel cables breaking. The armor stirred up a hurricane, which swept across, and the horrifying wind pressure almost tore Ye Qingxuan's robes apart and was close to knocking him over. Facing the hurricane, Ye Qingxuan slowly raised his head, gazing at the lance of the dragon slayer one step away from him, and revealed a mocking smile. The short distance of a stone's throw effectively separated the sky and the abyss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608 Words to Say. Chapter 608 Words to Say. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. In front of Ye Qingxuan, Lancelot's armor had already been burned red. It exuded a furnace-like heat, and was as grotesque as a demon. But the demon was bound in the huge net. Innumerable dim and slender perception threads were wrapped around him. Like spider silk, they entwined and shrouded him. Every perception thread was so fragile that it would disintegrate at the slightest touch, but at the moment, thousands of perception threads of moonlight extended from all directions, and wrapped themselves around Lancelot's armor. Every joint, every inch of armor, everywhere. Even though the lance of the dragon slayer could cut through music theory, but when faced with such a large number, it was still extremely difficult for the lance to break free in a short span of time. Before he realized, Lancelot had been deeply trapped. The perception threads that were so slender and dim that they were almost non-existent extended from every corner of the battlefield. They originated from none other than the swords of moonlight that had been smashed up by the lance of the dragon slayer. The fragments that had been smashed up by the lance of the dragon slayer did not dissipate, and they remained connected to each other. As Ye Qingxuan overloaded his attack, Lancelot was already entangled in them. The perception threads that had evolved from Bolero possessed excellent extensibility. When stretched to the limit, their thickness would be even lesser than 1% of that of spider silk. Their excessive slenderness also led to excessive fragility, and they could be cut with the slightest movement without even using any strength. Even if millions of perception threads were gathered together at the same time, it would merely be a bundle thinner than a little finger, and its tensile strength would by no means be comparable to that of ropes. But at the moment, it was such perception threads that were so weak that they weren't even worth mentioning at all that bound Lancelot to the net. When Ye Qingxuan awakened, the nature interference applied to them, their own adhesiveness and tensile strength would skyrocket. However, such properties were still not worth mentioning as compared to Lancelot's power, and it would only take him a moment to break free. But when used against an armor that had been accelerated to a speed that was 10,000 times faster, the perception threads would produce a horrifying effect. Under relative speed, even air friction would produce a high temperature like that of a furnace. Even colliding with pieces of gravel would bring an impact no lesser than the hit of an iron hammer. Lancelot's own speed was too terrifying, so terrifying that before it had time to pull the threads apart, in the short instant before they break, the terrifying speed of the armor would have been completely exhausted by the tugging force from the perception threads themselves. In the end, the terrifying speed that was fast enough to chase after light stopped abruptly. The horrific consequences of the two-stage acceleration erupted from the armor. In the purgatory-like heat, the intense pain of internal organs shattering came. 2 consecutive times of extreme accelerations had almost caused his body to disintegrate. If not for the protection of the Firebird, at the moment, Lancelot would have been burned to ashes. Then, Lancelot heard Ye Qingxuan's hoarse voice. "Now, it's my turn." Under the moonlight, the silver-haired young man continuously weaved a large number of perception threads with one hand, and his other hand slowly lifted. The pure white moon rose from behind him. As the moon rotated, a sharp sound of steel scraping against each other burst forth from it. It was the technique of sword throwing that had been superimposed for dozens of times in a flash. Innumerable swords that had been bestowed with a metallic nature produced moonlight arcs of trajectories, whistling as they struck towards Lancelot. Not having time to pant, Lancelot lifted the lance of the Dragon Slayer once more. After his terrifying speed was stopped by the perception threads, in such a horrifying heat, Lancelot surprisingly still had enough energy remaining to fight back. All his blocks and parries were perfect, without any trace of slowing down or distortion due to physical exhaustion. Even though the armor no longer brought him any assistance at the moment and was a scorching cage that imprisoned him. Such terrifying willpower surpassing steel in strength was unprecedented. It was as if he must defeat the enemy completely even if he could only lift one finger. However, this time, under the constant charging of the swords of nature interference, his movements were also becoming slower and slower. He grew exhausted, struggling to keep up his line of defense, and could hardly counterattack. It wasn't even necessary for Ye Qingxuan to turn the blades into light, as the ones of metal nature were already enough to make Lancelot's efforts to parry more and more strenuous. Bang! A heavy hammer smashed the defense of the lance of the Dragon Slayer open and landed on Lancelot's shoulder, causing the melting pauldron to cave in. Then, another long sword struck, cutting a formidable gap open on the breastplate. The crack intersected with his old wounds, almost cutting his chest open. Boom! 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 Low sounds rang out one after another. It was the sound of a body being torn apart. Blades clanged as lances, axes, and swords pierced through his limbs and chest, nailing him to the ground. The victor had been determined. The scorching helmet drooped slowly. In the silence, the roars of beasts rang out. The shrill noise reverberated through the battlefield. The pitch-black Firebird spurted out of the broken body. In the immense pain, he broke free from the underworld close at hand, and returned to the battlefield that belonged to him. The loud noise of steel scraping against each other burst forth. Clenching the weapon in his hand, Lancelot stepped forward, letting countless swords and knives strike his body, until the armor was damaged beyond recognition. All the while, the pair of indifferent eyes looked straight at Ye Qingxuan. He was still alive. It seemed as if he experienced no pain and was still as complete as ever. Even though he had been ignited. The armor whined forlornly, falling apart. A burning Lancelot walked out of it, as if the ashes that remained after the fire had burnt out were pieced together with iron. His past look still vaguely remained on his face, but it had been replaced by something more grotesque. At the moment, he no longer looked like a knight, but some kind of enraged demon, waving the lance of the dragon slayer and tearing all the swords of nature interference apart. Terrifying indeed, Lancelot. Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes and sighed regretfully. Boom. In the moonlight, a heavy spear emerged suddenly. The iron gleamed and struck at Lancelot. Bang! The spear hit the lance of the dragon slayer, producing a loud bang. Lancelot paused, and the spear shattered. He stepped forward once more, but heard the clatter of countless swords, as they whistled in a low voice while striking towards him from all directions. Ye Qingxuan waved, and 16 lances and épées emerged from the moon. He did not once hesitate because of their relationship, nor did he show any mercy because of the other party's injuries. Aiming towards vital parts all over the body, the 16 swords of nature interference struck mightily. The sound of steel shattering rang out continuously. The burning knight was advancing, the lance of the dragon slayer roared, shattering the attacking weapons, or letting them pierce into the burning body. The wounds were torn, but they could not delay his footsteps. The terrifying tenacity that was almost non-human had surpassed the pain and suffering. Even though Lancelot was so severely wounded, as long as he still had an inch of iron in his hand, others would shudder in fear at the sight of him. It was as if nothing in the world could kill him. And as long as he was not dead, he would advance to gain victory. The mere sight of his grotesque posture was enough to prompt one to flee. Ye Qingxuan lifted his hand again. The sound of steel scraping each other burst forth from the moon, and a cold murderous intent targeted Lancelot. This time, it would completely chop him up into pieces. Don't even think about it. In the distance, besieged by the witch hammer, the principal conductor of the Royal Musician Division suddenly lifted a hand. In the cold, forbidding melody, music theory was woven, opening a crack leading to the realm of ether. Huge shadows swept through, crushing the armored knight, blocking the way into pieces, and charged towards where Ye Qingxuan was. The countless changing shadows were like quagmires. They opened their big, stinking mouths and swallowed towards Ye Qingxuan. Get lost! Ye Qingxuan waved impatiently. At the moment, the moon rose again. It hung high. The symphony of predestination operated at full might, and the solemn melody reverberated between the heavens and the earth. The sound of horns that announcing the coming of dawn sounded from it and rumbled. This time round, what emerged from the moonlight was no longer knives or swords, but a huge, grotesque outline. It was a stake that emerged from the moonlight. With the moon as the furnace, and ether as firewood, the symphony of predestination propelled the alchemy process, creating various complex alchemy arrays. They were attached to the incorporeal outline of the stake, and nature interference bestowed upon the stake the weight and texture of iron. Then, the stake descended from the sky. A forlorn whistle burst forth. Turbulent waves of air swept across, and frenzied flames rose towards the sky. Night on Bald Mountain. The stake was deeply wedged into the earth, nailing the squirming shadow firmly to the ground. The flames from purgatory turned into torrential rains, descending from the sky, with a fury seemingly intending to burn everything down. The flames turned into torrents, covering the shadows. They flowed backwards, and even poured into the crack, causing a sharp scream of pain to ring out from the crack. The shadows broke off and disappeared without a trace. Then, countless swords whistled as they sailed through the air, and the faceless principal conductor staggered backwards. In the distant sky above, the main battery of the Mountain of Nomadism lit up with fiery flares, aiming at the royal musicians resurrected from death, and punishment descended from the sky. Deus Vault. The knights of the witch hammer roared furiously, and the ground shook. Amid the rumble, the torrent of steel consisted of armored knights swept through once more. While Ye Qingxuan was distracted for only an instant, Lancelot, who was suppressed, had already entered the area about 10 steps away from Ye Qingxuan. The lance of the dragon slayer was lifted again. Even though Lancelot had been deeply wounded, the hands holding the weapon tightly were still as stable as steel. In a flash, a forlorn whistling sounded. Ye Qingxuan's left hand reached out and grabbed the fiery brilliance of a molten gold color, letting the blade tear his palm apart and cause severe pain, holding the body of the lance tightly. He let it shake in anger, causing wounds to crack open on his palm, and the color of his bones was exposed. Countless strands of music theory of the symphony of predestination forcibly infiltrated, sealed, and suppressed the lance, constraining it in his hand. Even though the blade was only 1 inch away from his heart. Then, Ye Qingxuan lifted his right hand, balling it into a fist. Towards the face close at hand. He threw a punch. Bam! As if it had smashed on iron, a dull echo sounded. Lancelot's gaze was still cold and hard, not shaken in the slightest. In the almost shattered body, a violent force re-emerged. The lance of the dragon slayer shook once more, almost breaking free from Ye Qingxuan's hand. Say something, Lancelot! Ye Qingxuan raised his fist and smashed it down on the man's face once more. Don't you have a lot to say to me? Bam! A breaking sound rang out, and its source couldn't be determined, be it from Ye Qingxuan's phalanges or Lancelot's face. Lancelot's eyes were still indifferent, not having changed in the slightest. Even though they were so near each other. If you don't want to speak, let me do it. Ye Qingxuan looked at his face, and suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse. Coincidentally, over the years, I also have a lot of questions that I haven't had time to ask you. Still remember your sister? He looked into Lancelot's eyes. Have you ever thought about what happened to her after she left Avalon? He saw it. In the indifferent, empty eyes, something flashed past. But Ye Qingxuan's smile changed, becoming so grotesque, as if the fury had been engraved into his bone marrow. He lifted his hand and gathered up all his strength, throwing a punch at the face that was once noble and solemn in the past. Bam! Lancelot's skull shook, and his steely face was broken. Under the punches, it crumbled. The hoarse voice, with the pain and despair of the past, sounded in his ear. She was humiliated. Ye Qingxuan reached out, pulled out a long sword from the moon, aimed at Lancelot, and struck. The blade tore the body apart, and dark red blood spurted out. She was scorned. He flipped a dagger and stabbed it into Lancelot's heart, until the entire blade and handle entered the man's chest. A tremendous force pushed Lancelot back, until he was pressed against the broken wall. They called her a whore. Ye Qingxuan shouted. A heavy axe struck, breaking Lancelot's bones. The lance of the dragon slayer fell out of his hand and clattered as it rolled onto the ground, like a forlorn line. She was driven out of the shelter by other people. Ye Qingxuan stepped on his face and smashed the hammer in his hand down with all his might, roaring in rage. She knelt on the ground begging for the last dinner she deserved, for my sake. Bam! Lancelot's chest caved in, broken pieces of internal organs flowing out of his mouth along with extravasated blood. He made a vague sound in his throat, wanting to speak, but couldn't say anything. Only the sound of bones breaking rang out. In the end, he was violently lifted from the ground by a hand. Yet you still have the nerve to say that you have a lot to tell me? Ye Qingxuan looked down at him, and demanded coldly, Lancelot, and how are you going to pay her back? Speak! After a long time, Lancelot raised his head with difficulty, his dry lips moving, and he breathed painfully. Christine, that child, she is innocent, she doesn't know anything about it. His voice was hoarse and weak, barely breathing. The Knights of the Round Table were manipulated by me. When I have died, go and look for Tristan. He will pledge allegiance to you. All these should rightfully be yours, take it. What do you consider this to be? In extreme fury, Ye Qingxuan laughed. A ransom for your life? Or belated repentance, ? In Ye Qingxuan's hand, Lancelot coughed violently, coughing up crimson blood and fragments of his internal organs. He held Ye Qingxuan's hand tightly, using up all his strength. For so many years, I have always wanted to bring her home, very badly, little Yezi, really very badly. Ye Qingxuan looked at him silently and let go. He coldly watched on as Lancelot knelt on the ground, panting painfully, clearly not having much longer to live. In the end, Lancelot heard Ye Qingxuan's indifferent voice. Over the years, she kept waiting for someone to bring her home. Unfortunately, the person she was waiting for was not you. Lancelot was stunned. So that's how it is, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. His cracked lungs made a sound like a broken, choked-up sob, but also resembled a torn-apart laugh. The laughter was hollow, full of bitterness and self-mockery. After a long time, the laughter disappeared together with the panting. Lancelot lifted a broken arm and carefully wiped the viscous blood from the corner of his mouth. "What are you waiting for, Ye Qingxuan? Do what you should, send me on my way to death." He looked at Ye Qingxuan, his gaze full of calmness, with no fear or cowardice, and just quietly waited for his end. He yearned for relief. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan quietly pulled out the lance of the dragon slayer from the ground, lifted the blade, and aimed it at his heart. "Farewell, Lancelot." Aha! Lancelot closed his eyes. A brilliance flashed and disappeared. The blood rain fell from the sky once more. On the blade, grayish-white dust fluttered in the rain and flew into the distance. They dissipated without a trace. On the chaotic battlefield, Ye Qingxuan held the lance of the dragon slayer in his hand, raised his head, and looked up at the firebirds battling in the sky. The black firebird turned into a scorching sun, entangling and struggling together with the golden ocean. It was like a deadly battle between the black dragon and the golden dragon, with their teeth, wings and bones as weapons, tearing the other's body apart. Blood spewed out from within, falling towards the ground, and turned into heavy rain. When the battle on the ground finally came to an end, and the last royal musician was turned into ashes in the light of purification, the battle in the sky was also finally about to be concluded. The light was torn into pieces. The son of darkness devoured the vague phantom and the light greedily, swallowing it up bit by bit. Following Arthur's ecstatic laughter, a horrifying ether wave radiated from the highest point of Avalon once more. The path of godly ascension was about to open again. Behind Ye Qingxuan, the herald who had half of his body stained with blood went down on one knee. "Your honor, your order please. Take care of the wounded, and go back first. Someone must guard Her Majesty after all." Ye Qingxuan gave a wave of his hand. "Your battle has ended temporarily. As for what comes next, just leave it to me." The herald was momentarily shocked, but did not dare to disobey his order, and nodded. "Yes, sir. Also, if Her Majesty asks about my whereabouts, tell her." Ye Qingxuan picked up the lance of the dragon slayer and smiled, but his eyes were not smiling. His pupils were pitch black and seemed bottomless. "After all, I've harbored so many years of deep hatred, let me go meet the has-been emperor first, and have a proper chat with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 609, The Old Gods Are Dying. Chapter 609, The Old Gods Are Dying. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. At the highest point of Avalon, a mighty melody rose from beneath the ground. It was Leviathan. The deceased soul buried deep under the soil and rocks woke up from its long slumber. The demised catastrophe was singing, the husky and cold tune latching onto the melody. Like flesh and blood growing on a skeleton, it gradually filled out, outlining the embryonic form of the catastrophe. The alchemy array hidden deeply beneath the entire territory was awakened. The path of godly ascension was reopened once more. Forcibly controlled by the stone sword, the two halves of the path of godly ascension, which had been split, attracted each other forcefully and gradually came together, about to return to the original state. The sky shook. Countless stars dimmed and swayed. Flame-like glows fell, floating between the sea and the sky, surrounding the vast sun of darkness. The sun gave off a horrifying radiance, but at the edge of its dark outline, a blood-colored substance gathered, then dripped, spilling down towards the mortal realm and turning into red rain. "Come back! Come back! Come back!" Arthur laughed, ecstatic. Like a tide, the dark firebird filled the entire palace and covered the entire sea. In the nation in the shadows, the kingdom of heaven on earth whined sorrowfully. On the throne, Mary gritted her teeth, her face pale, and panted weakly. After the power of the entire Avalon and the whole of the power of Leviathan were combined, they gathered to form the path of godly ascension. The power that had initially been split into two converged towards the same destination once again at the moment. Just like the two ends of the lever, if balance couldn't be maintained, then one side must sink into the darkness and become part of the winner's resources as a stepping stone. At the moment, through the Firebird, Mary had merged as one with the alchemy array left from the past. Once the power of the kingdom of heaven on earth was completely extracted, she herself would cease to exist as well. As the golden Firebird broke, the buildings in the kingdom of heaven on earth that had just been restored also cracked gradually into gaps, and the glory was no longer. If the domain of the scepter didn't have Genesis as its core to forcibly suppress the powers that were ready to cause trouble, Mary's powers and life forces would have probably been sucked dry by Arthur long ago. It was like the pain of her whole person being torn apart was expanding from the inside out. In the fiery radiance, Mary gritted her teeth, a hoarse, sorrowful whine sounding from her throat. Countless flickering strands of music theory wove, and a fuzzy outline appeared. It seemed like a hound, but also resembled a blurred human figure. The figure reached out, gently stroking Mary's long hair. It seemed to be comforting her softly. "Fear not, I'm still here." Mary forced out a smile, opened her mouth, and softly whispered something in reply. The vague figure seemed to sigh and looked up at the highest point of Avalon. The starting point and focus of the path of godly ascension. How much more does one have to pay to end the sins of the past? It thought. "Who's there?" A voice sounded in the palace that had been swallowed up by the dark Firebird, at the core of Avalon. In the throne room, Arthur, who was immersed in the path of godly ascension, suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something. The pitch-black eyes looked coldly at the ground below the steps, a cold glint shining from them. Below the steps, on the floor that had shattered in the fight, faint glows lit up within the grains of the marble, like streams of water converging along the riverbed. In the end, the dim glows gathered on the step where the subordinates would position themselves when presenting themselves before the ruler. It was an alchemy array built into it according to the natural texture of the stone. If an alchemist was to witness it, he would surely be shocked by the ingenious conception. Relying on the original appearance of the material, with some additional adornments, the embedded alchemy array could almost be said to have been naturally formed and had an unparalleled concealment ability. Had it not been activated in a special method, no one could possibly spot it. Exactly because of how concealed it was, the array that could be set up was also relatively simple, and the most it could do was just a project. It was the projection of light and shadows that were left here in the past. In the flickering light, a familiar-looking youth walked out of it, and went down on a knee on the steps, like he was presenting himself before the ruler. As Arthur gazed at him coldly and darkly, the youth lifted his feminine, ladylike face, revealing his signature mysterious smile. On the back of his right hand, the emblem of two snakes slowly emerged. Hermes. Without the king's permission, he rose at his own discretion and looked towards the throne. He sized it up in an almost offensive manner, but the focus of his gaze was slightly off, as if he wasn't looking at Arthur, but had his gaze on somewhere empty instead. "Oh, I see." The youth pinched his chin and slowly nodded. "The situation has already deteriorated to such an extent. I must say that it is one of the most troublesome situations within my expectation. Also, it's been a long time, Your Majesty." "Merlin?" Arthur frowned. "It's you?" "Ah, it's me." Hermes nodded casually, his smile becoming more and more annoying. But as you can see, the me at the moment is just a projection that has fixed responses preset and will select the corresponding segment to display according to the situation. When you see this series of images, I'm probably no longer in Avalon. No, I don't think I will be so incompetent as to allow the situation to deteriorate to such an extent, so I'm most likely dead? Aha, will I die too? Although it does indeed sound quite ridiculous to say so, but Your Majesty, I'm afraid that when you see this projection, I am already dead. Arthur frowned, and a gloomy coldness spread from him, but it only served to make the projection blurry and failed to change Hermes' expression in the slightest. Dead? Arthur asked. Yup. Hermes nodded, a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Although disappointing, such is the truth, catastrophes will die too. Human beings which make up the majority in the world are existences that are even more terrifying than catastrophes. Surely it's not surprising that one day they could develop technologies of killing catastrophes. He paused and couldn't help but sigh. I regret to inform you that in the years that you were sealed, the world has changed drastically. You may be somewhat out of date. Bang! The Firebird shook in fury. The step where the subordinates would position themselves when presenting themselves before the ruler was torn apart and turned into dust from the inside out. Hermes' figure dissipated. But soon, a similar projection shone from the ceiling, and Hermes sighed resignedly. So many years have passed since we last met, but your temper is still as bad as ever, Your Majesty. The Ash*Law had probably known how Arthur would react long ago and had even prepared countermeasures ages ago, making Arthur's expression turn more and more impatient. Arthur was unwilling to waste his words on the troublesome guy anymore, and asked coldly, regardless of whether you are dead or alive, you went to so much trouble to leave these things here, for what? So, Hermes laughed. If I haven't made the wrong guess, you must have lost patience and asked me what the heck am I plotting, right? Such words are so saddening, Your Majesty, I am already dead, what effect can I still have on your mighty rulership? But the projection spread his hands helplessly. If nothing I envisioned has gone wrong, the only thing I can do at the moment is to play to my nature as court jester and come to provide my king with advice? Arthur's expression became uglier and uglier, his cold eyes fixing the incorporeal projection with a death stare. After a long time, he asked coldly, Merlin, do you know what you are saying? That's right, Your Majesty, Hermes sighed and said, although I was indeed the one who provided you with the holy operation back then and also the one who crafted the whole plan. In order to satisfy my curiosity and desire to research, I created such a huge monster. It is my mistake. To be honest, it is one of my few regrets in life. But to this day, it is already irreparable. He was silent for a moment, then looked up in the direction of the throne, revealing a sincere expression unprecedented on him. Letting go of the superior, arrogant demeanor he wore in the past, he bowed reverently and implored, if you must, take it that I have lost my mind, but for the sake of the world and yourself, please give up on the holy operation, how about that? Dead silence. Arthur said nothing. He simply looked at Hermes. As if he was looking at a fool. Hermes remained bent over in his posture of pleading for a very long time. In the end, the image trembled. He resignedly lowered his head and sighed. Of course, for such things, I don't even have to think with my brain to know that you definitely won't agree to it. Therefore, I simply didn't bother to set an option for the case in which you give up. Please forget about the imploration just now, it is one of my few shameful moments in life. Losing so much face even in death, I'm afraid that I can be considered the only one to do so. As for you, he shrugged resignedly. Just do whatever you want. In the dead silence, even the dark Firebird was frozen under the terrifying chill. On the throne, Arthur silently looked down at the virtual projection below, his fingers tapped the armrest lightly, engraving his fingerprints into the iron. Merlin, I once gave you my trust, a trust that no one else has ever had. Isn't the holy operation the reward you received in return for this trust of yours? Hermes asked indifferently. pardon my frankness, your trust in me should not have existed from the very beginning. Your Majesty, you and I have both been affected negatively by it, unable to have peace. Your descendant, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, once said to me, perhaps I shouldn't have interfered with anything from the very beginning. Regardless of what I have done, it would only make matters worse. Just give up, Your Majesty. It is the only advice that me as a court jester has for you. Arthur was extremely furious, but sneered. What if I say no? You will die. Hermes looked at him and said, pausing between each word, like me. Arthur snickered, as if he had seen a boring buffoon. Hermes, have you been reduced to pretending to be a shaman like a beggar, going loony in front of clay figurines and small papier-mâché people, and saying some sensational words to attract eyeballs? Hermes shook his head, and his gaze turned to one of pity. Let me guess, at the moment, how you are faring. He counted on his fingers, self-absorbedly. You have controlled the blood of Leviathan, controlled Avalon, restarted the path of godly ascension, and the final result may even be in sight already. Even your condition now, with the Firebird in your own strength, is enough to surpass ordinary saints, and may even suffice for you to be comparable to some small-scale catastrophes. If the time comes when you succeed, after gathering the powers of the entire Anglo and the catastrophe, in one go, you will surpass the 3 wise men and the 4 living creatures in the physical world, and will even be abreast with the 3-pillar god far away in the realm of ether. Then, the entire physical world will become your territory. You will obtain power from the hands of the various nations, gain faith from the sacred city, and turn the world into your eternal heavenly kingdom, where you are the only supreme lord. I must say, you calculated your plot well. If it was a few centuries ago, I'm afraid that it might really work. Hermes paused and sighed regretfully. But now, such a plan can no longer work, Your Majesty. For the sake of our many years of knowing each other, how about I tell you some bad news? As he said so, the projection lowered his head, extended a hand, and fished out a well-sealed copper tube. He unscrewed it, pulled out the tobacco leaves sealed within, sniffed it carefully, ignited it with some trouble, then inhaled and exhaled the smoke. He looked pretentious, but when he did so in the past, he was always high-spirited, but at the moment he seemed a bit defeated and dull, even dejected. After a good while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, the old gods are dying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, The Final Absurdity. Chapter 610, The Final Absurdity. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. As everyone knows, in times of crisis, the most important presents will come from the originator, and they all possess unique specialties, such as 3-pillar god, 3 wise men and 4 living creatures. Hermes continued calmly, amongst them, 3 wise men was the catastrophe that was born out of the originator in adherence to the element of mankind. You could say that they were created from the originator because of humans. As a result, we walk on this world with the characteristics and mindset of humans. To mankind, we might be wise men that have grasped the secrets of the originator, but from the perspective of the originator, we are still a part of the originator and were merely created because of mankind. In other words, you could argue that regardless of our own wishes, we still represent a form of interference in the world by the originator. He pointed at his head and continued, this is why we are able to sense some things. Images of the future representing the changes cultivated from the depths of the originator. Therefore, the way he looked at Arthur, through the shrouding fog, was one of compassion. The golden era has already come to an end and a new era is about to come. Your Majesty, the old gods are dying, because everything will be redefined once again, including you. Perhaps, this is the moment when your worth will be determined. But without a doubt, compared to the power that is about to incite the originator, your worth is insignificant. Boom! Arthur raised his palm as he continued to be seated on his throne. He was not happy. The fury of the king has caused the alchemy array, that was hidden amongst the rocks, to break down and turn into dust. But there was no way to vent out all his rage. Perhaps, this was what pleased Hermes the most. Since he was already dead, there was no way anyone could take revenge on him. The fleeting image of the deceased continued to smoke his cigarette. After some time, he extinguished the flame and raised his gaze. Behind him, the sound of footsteps could be heard on the steps outside of the hall. The blade of a lance was being dragged heavily across the ground. The friction against the grainy surface could be heard clearly and sparks could be seen amidst the shower of blood. Someone was fast approaching. Looks like our long-awaited reunion is about to come to an end. Though I must say, it was not my intention that our separation should be on an unhappy note, Hermes smiled mysteriously. A hat appeared out of nowhere, and he took it off and bowed in an exaggerated manner, as if he was bowing on a stage. In that case, allow me to present to you the final absurdity, the death of King Arthur. Bang, dot. Amidst the deafening crash of the lance against the ground, the image disappeared, only to reveal the silhouette of the figure that was slowly trudging into the hall. White long hair flowed under the dim lighting like burning silver. He did not kneel nor bow. He merely raised his head and barely bothered to look at the emperor as a strange smile crept across his face and said, "Bishop of the sacred city, I am Ye Qingxuan, Grand Inquisitor of the Religious Court of Inquiry and Marquis of the Dragon Bloodline." The black firebird continued to twist and turn amidst the deafening silence. Arthur looked down at Ye Qingxuan. The stone sword at his knee was trembling. It has been so many years yet this world is still the same. He flicked his finger lightly against the blade of the stone sword. He continued coldly, "Those people who insist on interfering with other people's business are like flies. There are so many of them and all of them are just as irritating as the next. Since you are wielding the lance of the Dragon Slayer, does that mean that Lancelot is dead?" "Yes." Ye Qingxuan nodded politely and said, "It was more difficult than I expected. To be honest, I am quite grateful for this opportunity that your Majesty has given to me. As such, since your Majesty is so generous, will you give us a chance to catch up on old times before you decide to kill me?" With that, he rubbed his hands and smiled cunningly. He raised his index finger and thumb to gesture a short distance. "Really, just a short while will do." The firebird came to an abrupt halt. Arthur was stunned for a moment. He looked down at the stone sword before bursting into an uproarious laugh. "Maxwell, are you pinning all your hopes on someone like this? Seriously, this is really amusing. I have seen many of my old friends today. Now, it's your turn, Maxwell. Treasure the little time you have left and say your goodbyes." The stone sword moaned and an old and frail soul appeared from the shadow of the blade of the sword. He opened his eyes and looked at Ye Qingxuan. There was a confused look on his face. "Why bother to come?" "To save you, of course." There was a firm look on Ye Qingxuan's face. "Although manipulative elderly people are pretty irritating, I don't dislike you. You are old, Maxwell. This type of lifestyle, where you have to constantly put your life at risk, does not suit you. Once this is over, I will take you somewhere to spend the rest of your life in peace. The house by the Sea of Asgard is pretty decent. The garden is still empty and is waiting for you to grow some flowers." Maxwell was silent for some time before he finally chuckled and said, "Sorry to impose on you then. Just give me a moment." Ye Qingxuan raised the lance of the Dragon Slayer and aimed it at Arthur. He imitated Lancelot's pose, as if he was about to charge at any time. Although he looked clumsy and amusing, he did not feel awkward at all. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone, "I will save you now." By right, Arthur should also have drawn his sword in response, but he could not help but laugh uproariously on his throne. He was laughing so hard that he was slapping on his knees and tears were rolling down his face. "Ha ha 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 ha." He could not contain his laughter as he looked at Ye Qingxuan. "Which circus did you learn this from? You are really a rare talent. You have completely outdone those castratos and court jesters. Young man, if you kneel before me now, I will consider giving you a place in the kingdom in future. My apologies." A smile cracked over Ye Qingxuan's face. I don't have the habit of pledging my loyalty to fools. For the past few centuries, no one has ever dared to describe Arthur in this way. Never. In a split second, Arthur's gaze turned cold and the smile on Ye Qingxuan's face completely vanished. The melted gold of the ancient lance blade shimmered and the meteorite metal was awakened. The pain brought about by the heat was staggering. The hilt was no longer cool and had become burning liquid copper instead. The symphony of predestination has been launched. 9 layers of sea of ether was summoned by this terrifying force and crashed onto Ye Qingxuan's hands. The torrent-like ether gushed into the lance. An artifact, whose potential could only be fully maximized by a musician, was finally in the hands of one. Momentarily, Ye Qingxuan almost used up all the reserves in the sub-originator in exchange for the glow of horror, which was like the breaking of the constellation. This was a weapon that was built for the sole purpose of killing. It did not matter who wielded it, nor who its target was. Not even Arthur. There was a streak of lightning. The burning electricity rose from the lance blade. It was as if the entire blade had lost its physical shape and had transformed into something more violent and destructive. The jolting of the electricity caused the skin on Ye Qingxuan's hands to peel off, leaving behind a painful mass of muscle. Blood was flowing, but they were instantly evaporated by the electricity. Ye Qingxuan stepped forward and suddenly jabbed at the throne. It might have been a swift attack to ordinary people, but to Arthur, it was as slow as a tortoise. He could hardly bear to take another look at that pathetic posture and jab. Even so, there was a chill in the lance blade that even Arthur had to be wary of. The firebird continued to twist and turn in the hall. But with the sudden jab of the lance blade, even the firebird was torn into shreds. The dark ocean was split into two by the golden streak of light, unveiling a straight path. The power of dragon blood that had yet to complete the ritual of godly ascension could not be compared to the true nature of Leviathan. But to Arthur, a firebird of this standard was just like breathing. The pair of dark and empty eyes looked up and there was an explosion from the throne. On the path of godly ascension, that hoarse voice suddenly turned into a howl of terror. The ether wave, which was already terrifying in its own right, became 1,000 times more powerful. It was as if a sea monster, who was on the brink of death, was flailing in the ocean in defiance and raising terrible tidal waves. The ether waves turned into a wild torrent and crashed onto the physical world. On the other hand, the throne was in the peaceful eye of the storm, where Arthur slowly raised the stone sword. The blade of the sword moaned and trembled, but there was nothing it could do to resist the will of Arthur. It was aimed at Ye Qingxuan. Kill! In that moment, a powerful light exploded and devoured everything. The incoming hurricane overwhelmed the glow of the lance of the dragon slayer. The symphony of predestination trembled fervently. The trinity of components shook and was almost about to break apart. This was the difference in nature, and it was as vast as that between a giant dragon and an ant. Comparing the power of Leviathan against that of ordinary humans was like comparing the 7 seas to a sampan. Just a slight tremble was enough to raise towering waves to drown every country and bury everything under the sea. A simple wave of the hand and hacking motion of the sword in the air was all it took to stop Ye Qingxuan in his steps. Even his determination has been shaken. His mind was now filled with the thoughts of the pain and hopelessness of being turned into dust. Even though the ritual of godly ascension was still incomplete, with the stone sword in possession, Arthur was as powerful as any catastrophe. Catastrophes were catastrophes after all. They were not like any other ordinary people that could be killed just because one wielded an artifact. What a pity! Momentarily, Ye Qingxuan's voice spoke softly, but his sigh was audible. He closed his eyes and in the next instant, a light that was thousands of times more powerful exploded. Arthur was stunned. In his hands, countless cracks appeared on the lance of the dragon slayer, but from these cracks rose the musical theory of collapse, the terrifying imagery of gods against mankind. It represented the clash between the musical theories of gods and mankind, and a tragic song of destruction was played by the bassplate of classical school. This was the final main interpretation, evening of all gods. It was just like the destruction of one world and the closure of another. The lance of the dragon slayer was destroyed in exchange for the terrifying power of God's rage. It would wreak havoc everywhere, drown everything with the sea, and all the gods would fall. The old world would be set on fire, and from the ashes, 4 major elements would be determined and used to establish the new era. Boom! 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 Amidst the powerful blasts, immense and overwhelming light exploded from Ye Qingxuan's hands. Arthur's powers have been shredded into pieces. The power of the lance of the dragon slayer pierced through layers upon layers of obstructions and finally smashed onto the blade of the stone sword with a glow that was as if the world had been set on fire. Arthur was furious. The blade of the stone sword roared, and the chapter of the golden victory was roused from its slumber. The images of all sorts of phantom beasts appeared, culminating in a real giant dragon in the end, which tried to devour Ye Qingxuan. But alas, even the giant dragon was no match for him. Ye Qingxuan screamed. All of his powers turned into light and they gushed out of his eyes. He was almost about to be burnt alive by the incredible power. It was thousands of times more powerful than what he could control. Explosions sounded continuously every moment due to the clash between the lance of the dragon slayer and the stone sword. Each clash would bring about an earth-shattering explosion. Even the sacred city would be able to observe this terrifying aftermath. Wielding that powerful light and using the power from the self-destruction of the lance of the dragon slayer, Ye Qingxuan kept moving forward. He crossed the barrier of an audience to the monarch and continued to overcome every single obstacle. Finally, Arthur was within reach. For such a long time, from the day he arrived at Avalon, he has been trying to escape from the shadows of Arthur. He had to wait until today to be able to see what Arthur really looked like for the first time. Arthur looked terrible. Really terrible. Underneath the human face was the silhouette of a beast. It was ugly and ferocious, and it stared at Ye Qingxuan, full of rage. Ye Qingxuan screamed at the top of his lungs, and with all the strength that he had left, he thrusted that light against Arthur. Arthur howled with rage. The stone sword roared and its power increased once again. The full power of a catastrophe has finally been unleashed in one go, and it overwhelmed even the clash of the power of terror and the lance of the dragon slayer. The hall of the throne collapsed suddenly. Don't even think about it. Arthur laughed deviously. The musical theory of the sword blade has managed to overwhelm the lance of the dragon slayer, suppressing the terrifying musical theory that was as powerful as the destruction of the entire world. But in that moment, through the burning light, he saw a smile on Ye Qingxuan's face. It was a smile of joy. Then, the smiling young man released his grip and allowed the lance of the dragon slayer to drop. Has he given up? Shortly after, the palm that was full of wounds was raised. His fingers were fully outstretched, and he gathered strength before aiming for Arthur's face and smacking it. Slap! A slap that was so clear and distinct amidst the roars. Arthur's face was one that was filled with evil aura and crushing authority, but now, the fresh print of a palm was slowly appearing on it. His eyes were in a daze, and there was a tinge of confusion and helplessness. This attack came so unexpectedly, and it was so offensive. It was so heartbreaking. This is the expression I want. Ye Qingxuan nodded his head with satisfaction. It was as if every cell in his body was dancing with joy. What a great feeling! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, The Staff of Destiny. Chapter 611, The Staff of Destiny. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The shock hit him suddenly. Stunned, Arthur stood where he was. Arthur had never taken this fellow who thought that he could do whatever he pleased just because he had an artifact in hand seriously, even when Ye Qingxuan detonated the lance of the dragon slayer on his own accord. But he didn't expect that, with the artifact in hand, Ye Qingxuan really did as he pleased. After expending so much effort, not even hesitating to use the lance of the dragon slayer as a consumable, what Ye Qingxuan desired was not victory, but to walk up to Arthur and give him a crisp slap in the face. A slap in the face. After the shock that didn't even last for an instant, what rose as an immediate effect was an unprecedented violent fury. Arthur roared. His rage possessed material form, with Firebird being the medium. It caused the huge sun of darkness in the sky to tremble wildly, and a loud rumble burst forth. He broke out in roars, shattering gloomy clouds. The stars swayed, trembling as they went out. The pair of dark eyes had been covered in blood-red streaks at the moment, like the fiery fire in hell. Eroded by the wrath of the Firebird, even the blade of the stone sword turned pitch black. It didn't look to be made of tangible matter that really existed, but seemed to have turned into a crack leading to the world of dark after a certain sort of collapse had occurred. Through the body of the sword, one could faintly glimpse the darkness ravaging and sweeping like the ocean. Simply by standing within 3 steps of it, one could feel the severe pain of being dismembered by the blade. It was especially so for Ye Qingxuan, who was targeted by the stone sword, and every inch of flesh and blood on his body trembled as a result. What's the hurry? Ye Qingxuan waved his hand nonchalantly, the look in his eyes full of malice. It has just begun. The world stood still for a moment. Then, Arthur saw the lance of the dragon slayer, which had been suppressed by the stone sword, stab into the ground after leaving Ye Qingxuan's hands. Shortly after, a terrifying hiss sounded from the depths of the earth. Innumerable clouds of dust rose, and a bloody torrent spewed out of Avalon's sewers. It flowed upwards toward the sky, dyeing the entire of the pitch-black night sky scarlet. Avalon shook, and the frenzied tide swept in all directions. The lance of the dragon slayer pierced the earth. The brilliance gathered into a ray that pointed straight down, penetrating the soil and the rocks. Wherever it passed, everything evaporated, and even the activated flesh of Leviathan was completely torn open, revealing a huge crack. The music theory of destruction erupted, killing the activated earth once more. It left eternal scars which were thousands of meters or even tens of thousands of meters long. Even though the brilliance went out, the horrifying quakes turned into waves and propagated in all directions. In the world of dark on the other side of the earth, silent mountain peaks cracked, spurting out lava of destruction. In the whole world, thousands of ether balls burst in an instant. The large-scale instruments of harmonious melody near the surroundings of Anglo all lost responsiveness. Almost all the musicians were able to sense the terrifying fluctuations rising. It resembled the horrifying aftermath of stars exploding. However, the peak of Avalon had descended into a strangely calm silence. The handprint left from the slap on Arthur's face had yet to fade, but an unconcealable panic rose in his eyes. The path of godly ascension. The path of godly ascension shook, like a collapsing building. In the vast alchemy array, countless fine circuits were rapidly losing their sense of ether, disappearing without a trace like ice cubes melting in the sea. The inexhaustible power abruptly stopped flowing, and the sun of darkness brewing up in the sky tremored in pain, producing a sound that resembled glass breaking. The catastrophe that had yet to be born was about to die prematurely. It only took an instant for everything to change. At the moment, Arthur felt an unprecedented weakness and fear. Amid the ruins, the remaining body of the lance of the dragon slayer was deeply nailed into the ground. The steel body of the lance was covered in countless fine cracks. As its music theory dissipated and the array in it ruptured, it no longer possessed its mightiness like before. However, then only did Arthur saw the 2 intersecting marks, which had appeared without him noticing, on the ground cast with black gold and wrought iron before the throne. One could vaguely identify it as the projection array that Hermes once set up. The array was set up within the grain of the stone and iron. As the projection dissipated, the array was also destructed. The only part exposed outside the stone and iron formed an odd scorch mark. It was like a pre-drawn target. Just looking at it would make one feel that one couldn't help but itch to poke it, just once. And at the moment, the lance of the dragon slayer was precisely nailed into the ground on the spot where the marks intersect. Right in the bull's eye. "It's you." Arthur suddenly looked up and fixed Ye Qingxuan with a death stare. In the air behind Ye Qingxuan, the handsome and feminine face appeared for the last time and took his hat off politely at Arthur, silently bidding farewell. From the beginning to the end, the corners of his mouth curled with a mocking smile. It was the last prank. Arthur roared in fury, and the stone sword rumbled, forcefully wedging into the array of the path of godly ascension. The power originating from the catastrophe propelled the vast music theory and forcibly regathered the array that was falling apart. But he immediately felt the huge array shook. It was as if the keel that was the most important part of the foundation, which was eternally unchanging initially, seemed to have been taken away at the moment. The foundation became so fragile, like a building that would collapse upon the blowing of a breeze. Like a fire, the firebird burned in mad fury. "What on earth have you done?" Arthur reached out, and the firebird condensed, materializing and turning into a dark hand. It tore apart layers of protection, grabbed Ye Qingxuan by the neck, and pulled him up. As if he was pressured by 10,000 tons of water, the sharp pain of body parts breaking came from all over his body. Ye Qingxuan raised a brow, his eyes looking to his side. There, the lance of the dragon slayer that had lost its brilliance laid motionless quietly, making no sound. In its brokenness, it resembled an unloading lever used by dock workers. "What have I done? Is there still a need to ask?" Ye Qingxuan's smile was full of pleasure. "The obvious answer is to pry your kingdom away." As he said so, wisps of mist flowed out of the cracks on the lance of the dragon slayer. Before the throne, the lance of the dragon slayer suddenly tremored violently. Innumerable scar-like cracks rapidly closed up amid the lingering mist. As if it had returned from the underworld, the dead artifact came back to life once more, but the changing music theory from the clothes of original sin resided within, unceremoniously occupying the body of the lance which had lost its spirituality. It forcibly united all the remaining music theory in it, then immediately flowed in the alchemy array that was falling apart. Like a turtle dove occupying a magpie nest, the changing music theory had taken over the lance. The changing music theory that had lost its form and the lance of the dragon slayer that had lost its music theory merged as one, and a faint light radiated from it once more. It was the flowing moonlight. A moon of pure white emerged. It was the Ye Qingxuan symphony of predestination. As if you are above, as if you are below, and so all can begin, but the music theory inherited from the emerald tablet flowed within. Under the smelting of moonlight, the music theory consisting of thousands of strands and loose ends was quickly reorganized with the way of deciphering. Under the forceful suppression of the three-in-one structure, the two were completely combined as one. In the body of the lance, the fragments that had originally belonged to the gun of fate were awakened, and gave off a fiery glow once more. After being reactivated, like wilted branches that were almost dying, they absorbed ether wildly. Even the changing music theory of the clothes of original sin, as well as the Arayan music theory that originally belonged to the lance of the dragon slayer, were swallowed up without mercy. The fragments reacted crisply, like monsters, and were still totally unsatiated. The symphony of predestination trembled, and the Night on Bald Mountain was played. Then, hundreds of purifying movements passed down from the religious court of inquiry, all poured into it. Only when the reserve in Ye Qingxuan's sub-originator was completely drained also did the lance stop its feast. After obtaining such a vast amount of resources, a new aura radiated faintly from the body of the lance, dissipating quietly without a sound, and the blade rapidly dimmed. In the end, what remained in the original position was only a black iron staff that looked roughly made. The fragments of the gun of fate smelted into it turned into bronze-colored striations spread over it. In the end, they converged at one point and outlined the holy emblem, forming a pattern. At this point in time, the lance of the dragon slayer and the clothes of the original sin died, and a new, grand chapter was reborn here. What emerged from it was a terrifying majesty so sharp that one dared not even look straight at it. Everything seemed illusory and as fragile as a dream when compared to it. Only the iron was real, difficult to move in its heaviness. It was destined by fate. Unchangeable. In just a flash, a new artifact was born from the fragments of the lance of the dragon slayer. No matter how the firebird charged at it or how the frenzied wind blew and swept, the iron staff seemed to be wedged into the stone, unmoving and unshakable. And at the moment, it obeyed Ye Qingxuan's will. A horrifyingly loud bang sounded from it. The heavy music theory advanced along the crack that the lance of the dragon lance had pierced through, crushing the layers of protection. It caused the moonlight to flow rapidly and instantly reached the deepest part of the whole territory of the country. The blockade set up by Leviathan was no longer. The mighty melody from Genesis sounded from afar. In the reflection, the city that was on the verge of shattering emitted a dazzling brilliance. The golden firebird rekindled, igniting the entire of the dark ocean once more. On the throne, amid the resplendent flares, Mary, who was properly seated, opened her eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. The voice echoed between the heavens and the earth, proclaiming the royal decree from the Empress to the world. In the name of Mary I, the Empress of the Sacred Kingdom of Anglo, blessed by God, the guardian of the Church, and the mortal ruler with full rights, I hereby confer the title of the Prince of Avalon upon Marquis Ye Qingxuan of the Dragon bloodline. So, the chapter of the Golden Victory was played once again. Golden flares descended from the sky, falling on Ye Qingxuan's head, and turned into a fiery halo. Arthur's hand was flicked off. The power, which resembled burning everything and giving it all, even managed to temporarily resist the power of the catastrophe. Meanwhile, in the flares, a phantom of Mary appeared faintly, reached out, and held Ye Qingxuan's hand tightly. She took off the ring representing royal power on her index finger, and put it on his finger. Ye Qingxuan, I bestow the signet ring of the royal family upon you. From now on, you are the deputy ruler of Anglo, the keeper of the seal of the Privy Council, and have full command over all affairs of Avalon. Act on behalf of the Queen and defend the nation's territories. Thou shalt be with Avalon. Ye Qingxuan gazed at her decisive expression and bowed his head. As my queen commands. Mary's figure dissipated without a sound, and in the majestic melody symbolizing the emperor's coronation, the halo on Ye Qingxuan's head silently turned into a vague crown. A crown that should have belonged to Arthur originally. In your dreams. Arthur growled darkly and coldly, and the son of darkness rumbled. The heavens and the earth shook as he reached out and tore the golden firebird gathering around Ye Qingxuan apart, but he failed to stop the young man in time. At the moment, Ye Qingxuan's hand rested on the black iron staff. So, the ground shook, and a frenzied turmoil rose from the deepest part of the earth's crust, causing the whole city to tremble. Just like what he once said to Arthur. It's time to pry Anglo away. Following Ye Qingxuan's words, his symphony of predestination unfolded fully, and the gravitational force of the music theory was exerted on the iron staff, causing the terrifying aura of the iron staff to erupt suddenly. The 9-layered sea of ether was opened up by the power. The barrier between the physical world and the realm of ether was completely punched through. Meanwhile, along with the horrifying power, the music theory of the heaven ladder also penetrated the layers of defense and pierced into the deepest part of Avalon. Facing Arthur's wildly furious expression, Ye Qingxuan laughed. In the name of the ruler of Anglo, I hereby activate the Homeland Defense Front. May God bless me, and I shall defend the kingdom. At the moment, the signet ring on his index finger radiated a fiery glow. Advancing along the music theory of the heaven ladder, the unique music theory passed through the crack produced when the lance of the dragon slayer pierced into the ground and cast itself into the depths of the earth. The first note was played. So, the entire Anglo boomed in response. After the death of Elizabeth, the vast system that the past generations of the royal family of Anglo had devoted all resources of the nation to setting up was reawakened. In the ley lines, silent ether gushed in a frenzy. The silver brilliance weaved in and out through the depths of the earth, operating rapidly along the ley lines. In only an instant, it had connected the entire Anglo along the vast network. It caused a fiery glow to light up under the deep sea. Midlands, York, Sussex. The huge alchemy systems buried deep under every county town in Anglo awakened one after another. They drew on the reserves that they had been saving up for centuries, casting a mighty amount of real energy into the ley lines and transporting them to where the capital of the nation was. The power that was gushing like a torrent operated in the Earth's crust beneath the sea, but the tremendous amount of heat and brilliance radiating from it shone through layers of darkness, projecting rivers of fiery light on the surface of the sea. In a flash, the rivers of light came from all directions, converged together, and gathered towards the palace. Mere wishful thinking. It only took Arthur an instant to thoroughly understand what Ye Qingxuan was thinking. In the sky, the son of darkness operated in rage. The horrifying firebird descended from the sky and penetrated the Earth's crust. In just an instant, it destroyed all the equipment buried deep under the palace. Diverter valves, instruments of harmonious melody, ether furnaces. All the equipment used to control the Homeland Defense Front were destroyed, and the frenzied torrent could hardly be controlled anymore. In just a flash, the terrifying heat leaking out of it boiled the entire ocean, turning the sea and the sky into a huge steamer. But Ye Qingxuan didn't panic in the slightest bit, and simply looked at Arthur, his eyes full of pity, as if he was looking at an idiot. Surely you don't think that such an important system doesn't even have a set of backups. Booming peals of bells rang out. Right in the center of Avalon, above the dilapidated tower bridge, the old giant bell rumbled and shook, exuding majestic and mighty chimes. In Jianlan underground palace of the Royal Academy of Music of Anglo, an ancient parabai slowly opened in the darkness behind the old bronze door. Has the time finally come? Dominic murmured softly, rose to his feet slowly, and walked to the deepest part of the audience hall. He extended a hand, tore his chest cavity open, and pulled out a key covered in copper rust from his shriveled heart. The key stained with viscous blood was inserted into the keyhole. As Dominic turned it with all his might, the whole audience hall produced a loud rumble. In the sound of countless gears turning, steel shattered. Stein chamber No. 0, activated. With a boom, the vast machinery that had slumbered in it for centuries was started. In the loud noise, Dominic sat down on the ground, withered, and sighed softly. I can only wish you good luck, Maxwell, you old bastard. I can only do so much for you. At the moment, the launching of the Homeland Defense Front was complete. Under the surface of the sea, fiery torrents swept through, along the array left from what was once the path of godly ascension. They gathered, and gushed into the kingdom of heaven on earth, causing the almost shattered city in the mirror to radiate vibrancy once more. The melody of Genesis reverberated between the sea and the sky. In Ye Qingxuan's hand, the iron staff tapped. Loud bangs burst forth, completely breaking the boundaries between reality and illusion, causing the kingdom of heaven on earth to descend upon the land, and turned the inexhaustible power into glory, strengthening himself. In the next moment, the iron staff lifted and struck towards Arthur. The iron staff collided with the stone sword, producing a high-pitched sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The son of darkness trembled as a result, innumerable cracks spreading in it, and it was about to disintegrate. He that hath an ear, let him hear what is saith. In the kingdom of heaven on earth, Sherdong gazed fanatically at the iron staff in Ye Qingxuan's hand, and recited the Holy Bible, and he who is victorious and who obeys justice to the end, God will give him authority and power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a staff of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, as he has received authority from God. He exclaimed, in accordance with the words of God, this is the staff of fate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6:12, May the God bless the kingdom and my king bless me. Chapter 6:12, May the God bless the kingdom and my king bless me. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Boom! The staff of fate clashed with the stone sword. From the very beginning, the fight had not been about strength or combat skills but some higher-level power. What were in conflict were the different natures of their power. Having converged the matrix of the whole path to godly ascension, the stone sword was no longer the mere key to the path to godly ascension, but the path itself. It was because of this change that Maxwell had been able to wound Arthur so badly and seal him for several hundred years when he betrayed Arthur. Arthur didn't make the same mistake again. All the music theories were out of Maxwell's control and were deployed by Arthur himself. In the term of its nature, the stone sword had turned to something more profound and powerful. It didn't only represent Arthur's chapter of golden victory, but also could utilize the power of Leviathan. To some extent, it might be said that it was the carrier of Leviathan's power. A coarse voicing was heard from the stone sword, singing a sad song. It was as if the dead Leviathan had come back in the form of a ghost, hovering in the sky and feeding the sword with its power, which made Arthur stronger and more violent, yet more non-human. Compared with the stone sword, the staff of fate looked like an iron rod. It was so shabby. It didn't bring Ye Qingxuan any ability or power, and it didn't have the frightful lethality of the lance of the dragon slayer. Forged with the broken pieces of the spear of destiny, it integrated all the music theories passed down in the religious court of inquisitors for centuries and became almost the reincarnation of the miracles of the Holy Temple. The holy emblems on it was proof to that. Since it was created, it was listed in the profound music theory system of the Holy Cauldron and accepted by the cauldron as a symbol like the gate of heaven. Since the Holy Cauldron created the new system in the originator hundreds of years ago, the human race had been building on this system to become stronger. The three kings and the saints were the defenders of this system, of which the Holy Bible was an indispensable part. Apart from shepherding the souls of all living creatures, the legend created by the Holy Bible was enhanced and upgraded. With it as the main theme, countless elements were created, benefiting almost every single musician. Except the black musicians, all musicians, after becoming a master, would choose a chapter and an element most suitable for him and integrate them into their symphony of predestination to upgrade to the scepter level. Once they succeeded in that, they would become part of the system, through which they could reach the ether world and even directly use the power from the originator. Besides that, there were holy tools created to carry the elements, such as the gate of the heaven, the holy horn, and the staff of fate, which was forged with the broken pieces of fate and integrated the core music theories of the religious court of inquisitors and accepted by the Holy Cauldron. That's why Sherdon was so happy when it was created. Thanks to it, the religious court of inquisitors was no longer a subordinate of the church, nor the church could dissolve it as they wish. As long as the staff of fate was in Ye Qingxuan's hands, the religious court of inquisitors would be a holy organization, and Ye Qingxuan's title, the Hand of God, would be beyond reproach. The reinforcement by the Holy Cauldron on the staff of fate was directly from the Holy Bible: follow the will of God, crush all rebellions, like an iron staff, smashing earth where under the instruction of God. The distinct feature of this staff was the unique stability it clashed against the stone sword without any protection or preparation when it was just born. Yet its music theories were so stable that they were not scratched or wavered. It was almost indestructible. It seemed to be able to survive alone when everything else in the world was destroyed. There was nothing more suitable than this staff for Ye Qingxuan, as he was very good at utilizing powers not his own to achieve his own goal. With this Staff, he could allocate power hundreds of times mightier than his own on this staff without worrying the staff might broke. This staff was a perfect lever. Even if he inflicted all the power of the national defense line upon it, the staff showed no sign of stress at all. Being simply was being powerful. With Ye Qingxuan's skill of borrowing powers from other sources, the staff would need no other ability at all. The only thing it needed to do was to be a lever, with Ye Qingxuan as its pivot point, to pry up Anglo and Leviathan. Boom! The sound of the dark sun collapsing was even louder. Arthur was angrier. Under his skin, the turbulent firebirds multiplied and revealed signs of inhumanity. Ye Qingxuan looked at him coldly with a mocking sneer. The power of catastrophe surged in the stone sword and Arthur pressed forward. Staring at Ye Qingxuan with bloodshot eyes, he shouted, "How dare you stare at me?" Ye Qingxuan didn't flinch. "I'm wondering who you really are." "I am Arthur, King of Kings. The eternal godly king of the earth." Arthur roared. The path of godly ascension was continuously sucking the power of Leviathan, which made him stronger and more horrible. Ye Qingxuan was pushed back by his surging strength. Ye Qingxuan shook his head with a sneer. "I guess now you are very angry. Right?" With the path of godly ascension in operation, Arthur's appearance changed. The madly multiplying dragon blood modified the weak body, on which scales grew out of the skin and bones pierced out of his back and turned into a pair of huge dark wings. "This is the eternal godly king of the human world?" Ye Qingxuan sneered. "You should really look at yourself in the mirror before you say that. Your love for the Lady of the Lake was only greed and lust. The love of Leviathan for you, I'm afraid, was not without her own purpose. The dragon blood brings you power, but it also turns you into a monster like this. Right?" Looking at the ugly face, Ye Qingxuan heaved a sigh. "You've only found this out when it was too late. It only turned you into a monster as she was instead of the king you want to be. That's why you are so angry, so mad." "Shut up!" Arthur roared, angrier than ever before. Yet in the booming noise, a coarse laugh was heard. The laugh was mix of mockery and helplessness. "Give it up now, Your Majesty. Don't you understand now?" On the edge of the stone sword, Maxwell's face emerged with an expression of mixed feelings. "The world has never been yours since the very beginning. You bastard." Arthur's face twisted. "I created you. How dare you offend your king?" The firebirds tore Maxwell into pieces. Yet the figure emerged again, even clearer. But the figure was cracked and torn and might collapse at any moment. "I'm pretty sure the courage to offend you was all mine," Maxwell said in a low voice. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I was only a piece of iron, but you gave me a soul. It was a great honor for me. I may be not so good as a weapon, but I'm proud of having this free will of mine. It was so great that I could live in this world as a human." "How you dare!" roared Arthur. The stone sword moaned, and blade breaking into pieces. Maxwell's phantom shivered and began to collapse, yet his eyes were even more determined. Arthur gritted his teeth and softened a little. He snarled, "If you like it, after this, I'll allow you to live in the world as a man forever. As long as I was alive. You can share my throne." Yet Maxwell was not tempted at all. He stretched out his hands, and numerous music theories extended out from the stone sword and pierced into Arthur's body and become integrated with of him. Forget it, Your Majesty. After so many years of miserable life, I'm really tired of it. Hugging his creator, he murmured, the new time should be handed to the new generation. Please get off this stage with me. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the stone sword and the path to godly ascension moaned. Cracks covered the Hu path and the balance among the furlayers were lost. The path might collapse at any minute. Trembling in pain, Arthur roared and screamed. Maxwell! Ye Qingxuan shouted, what are you doing? I need to finish what I didn't finish before. Maxwell raised his head and looked around at the shivering world sentimentally. I should have done this before, but I didn't dare to. This world is so beautiful. Ye, I don't want to go. But it suffered so much pain, and it was all because of my cowardice. Stop. Maxwell! Ye Qingxuan shouted, pressing the staff of fate madly forward to interrupt Maxwell. But he could not touch Maxwell at all. Don't you want to retire? I have kept the house in Asgard. Don't you want to go there to have a look? It is so beautiful, Maxwell, very beautiful. Looking at the broken figure of the old man, he said, I beg you, please have a look there. You would regret it if you don't go there, but if the garden is empty, plant some roses there for me. Maxwell said his farewell, smiling gently, I've always wanted to see some flowers with Elizabeth. Pity I won't have the chance. If I can leave a place full of flowers after I die, it would be great. Boom! Maxwell's body broke into pieces. The cracked body disappeared, leaving only the farewell smile in Ye Qingxuan's mind. Ye Qingxuan stood transfixed. Arthur screamed and the path of godly ascension shivered and collapsed. The dark sun in the sky shook violently and crashed onto the earth. Don't you dare! Maxwell! You son of a bitch! Arthur shouted, ignoring the huge wounds on his body. He opened his mouth and swallowed the broken pieces of the stone sword into his stomach. The power of the path of godly ascension was all devoured by him, captivated in the deformed body. Arthur didn't die. He was still alive. Yet, before even Arthur could crack his hideous grin, Ye Qingxuan shouted, Arthur, you son of a bitch! Furious, Ye Qingxuan pressed forward and held high the staff of fate. A pure white moon raised in the sky. The stone of the sage, seal of moonlight and catastrophe resonant. All three in one strike. Zhou Xiaohuan Pei drew the power of the national defense line and infilled the hot power into the fate of staff. Then, smashed it on Arthur. Boom! 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 With all the power of the whole Anglo, the staff of fate smashed onto Arthur's face. The face was smashed so hard that it turned into a meat pie. Before Arthur could defend himself, his right hand was also hit in the bones. Shattered. Ignoring the firebirds, Ye Qingxuan stepped onto Arthur's body and hit him with the staff of fate again and again. The black blood fell on his furious face. How dare you! How dare you! Stepping on Arthur's face, which was healing. Quickly, Ye Qingxuan was as crazy as a monster. Why don't you just die? Why? Why should you live in this world? How dare you hurt Maxwell? Why? Don't you die? Why don't you find a dark corner and rot quietly? You son of a bitch. Shit. Crap. Garbage. Criminal. Parasite. Arthur screamed horribly. His bones cracked. He wanted to say something. Yet he couldn't even move under the crazy attack of Ye Qingxuan and was stepped by him like a pile of garbage. The usually calm and arrogant young man was completely crazy. He was as fierce as an evil monster, torn off his mask of kindness by anger. He spat out his poison without mercy and sabotaged Arthur's dignity. Die! Go to hell! Stamping on Arthur's face again and again, he shouted. Why? 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 Arthur screamed. Yet he grabbed the staff, risking his fingers. Raising his head, he gnarled, "You will pay for this, Ye Qingxuan. I swear it." Then, turbulence burst out from his body and pushed Ye Qingxuan away. His body was suddenly covered with blue flames. He roared and his body turned into ashes inch by inch. Finally, he turned into a hot beam of light and flied to the dark sun. In the dark sun, cracks spread all over. Then, something moved in the sun. Arthur gave up the power he had not yet absorbed and stopped waiting for the path of godly ascension to complete naturally. He abandoned the body and wanted to ascend on the world as a catastrophe. Boom! The sun smashed on the ground. In the ether world, a violent sun raised slowly into the sky. A new catastrophe was born. The path of godly ascension came to its end. In the collapsing sun, a black, deformed dragon raised its head and roared. The seven seas were trembling. The dragon spread its wings and covered the whole Avalon under its shadow. Terrible firebirds soared and wiped out half of the upper city in a split second. Born earlier than it naturally should, the catastrophe still had power beyond imagination. Ah, Maxwell, can you see? Do you see me? Arthur rejoiced. You son of a bitch. You cannot stop me. Nobody can. I am the real king of kings. Is it so? Ye Qingxuan said coldly. Looking at Arthur, he said, "Is this what you can do? Is this what you want to say?" It was a joke, on yourself. Dark firebirds soared forward and pressed upon Ye Qingxuan. The staff of fate moaned and Ye Qingxuan's hands were again shattered, revealing his bones. Reborn as a catastrophe, Arthur became so powerful. He almost defeated Ye Qingxuan with only one strike. Arthur looked at Ye Qingxuan and sneered. See who is a joke, now? Horrible pressure was inflicted upon Ye Qingxuan. He could not raise his head, his bone was whining in pain. The firebirds of Arthur were to crush him into ashes. I told you, you will pay for what you have done. I told you. Arthur said, I will jail you in the broken pieces of the stone sword. And you will regret for the rest of your life that you offended the holy king of the world. The pressure surged again. Ye Qingxuan shook, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He fought against the pressure with the staff of fate, and said, No, Arthur. Quite the contrary. I will defeat you. I will save this country. I will make this world better. You are not worthy to rule this world. At that moment, the symphony of predestination abandoned by Arthur, the symphony of golden victory, was played loudly in the heaven on earth. As the path of godly ascension collapsed, the heaven on earth absorbed all the power remained of it. The music theories of the Genesis radiated to all directions and filled every corner of the heaven on earth. Then, great changes happened. This city used to be a phantom in the mirror. Yet now, with the power of the Leviathan, it ascended into the ether world and turned into shining stars. It became a real city. On the throne, Mary fell into sleep, her eyes closed. In her bosom, numerous music theories weaved together, and the golden sheath was absorbing the power of the national defense line. The phantom of a golden hunt dog appeared and absorbed the violent power. The dog soon turned into a giant dragon, magnificent and powerful. Finally, the dragon turned into a blurred figure of man. Wearing the three-layer golden crown, he raised his golden eyes and looked at Arthur. Suddenly, the heaven on earth shone brightly. The world fell into silence. The curtain on the stage was drawn open. Every creature was waiting for the final show. A figure as magnificent as a king walked out of the heaven on earth. With cheering from the people and the booming of horns, the gates opened one by one. The figure walked up into the sky. Heavy armors appeared on him, and then, the sword was there in the sheath. And finally, the strong red dragon horse galloped out from the void. The man with the sword rode on the horse. It was as if there were an army following him. The world was shaking. Upon his arrival, the whole Anglo resonated with him and transmitted power onto him. The phantom of the golden dragon loomed, spraying firebirds like water of the sea. At last, the figure stopped by Ye Qingxuan's side. He glanced at Ye Qingxuan. It felt so familiar, arrogant yet helpless, like that of a king. Holding the staff of fate, Ye Qingxuan wiped the blood off his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the figure, and heaved a sigh. Who is the real Arthur? I don't know. The king shook his head, his expression complicated. Maybe I am, maybe I once was. Let me guess. It's because of Yi Lancao? Yes. All right. We can talk about that later. Ye Qingxuan pointed at the black dragon. Do you regret it? It turned into such a mass. A little. Feeling awkward, the king scratched his nose. Thank you. You've been taking care of me for so many years. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. Next time you want a girlfriend, find someone reliable. It doesn't matter. Even if she was ugly. The king didn't speak and looked elsewhere, apparently not knowing what to say. Old Phil? Ye Qingxuan said. What? He turned back and saw the eyes of the young man. He was serious and solemn. Thank you. It has been so long. The king smiled and patted him on the shoulder, as usual. Thank you, too. The war horse neighed. The king drew his virtual sword from the sheath. The sword was as it had been before, with 7 virtues decorated on it. After so many years, it was as majestic as ever. My time is running short. Looking at the black dragon in front of him, the king was proud and disdainful as usual. Let's go, he said. Okay. Ye Qingxuan nodded. The next moment, he was like waking up from a dream and opened his eyes. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The time began to flow again. The cold intention of killing of the dragon was felt even stronger. In the shadow of the wings of the catastrophe, the dark firebird devoured Ye Qingxuan like flood. Yet, next moment, golden light began to shine in front of him. The staff of fate boomed. A blade was forged in the golden light and pierced through the air forward. The blade clashed with the catastrophe, and the flood of destruction was cut through from the middle. In the light, horses neighed and the pomp and circumstance, march, was played. The king walked from the light toward Arthur and raised the stone. Sword in his hand. Bright light radiated from the sword like the beams of the rising sun, brightening up the whole world with an ocean of light. The banner of Red Dragon was raised high up again. The war horse neighed. The king held his sword. King of Anglo. A low voice filled the space between the sea and the sky and lingered over the seven seas. It reached every inch of the land and transmitted through time, waking up the dead who were sleeping in the silence to pursue their old dash. Time glory. My soldiers, follow my banner. Then, numerous beams of light came from every direction to the Red Dragon. Banner. The ghosts rubbed with the sun, generating thundering light. The ether sea boiled. Countless fluctuations of ether movements surged. Yet succumbed to the same melody and the same main theme, playing the chapter of the golden victory together. Numerous figures emerged from the light and descended onto the world in the form of firebirds. Then, the heaven and the earth both cheered with a deafening booming sound. Victory! 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 The huge army transformed by firebirds followed the banner forward and shouted wildly, I sacrifice myself to the great emperor. May the God bless the kingdom and my king bless me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613 Judgment. Chapter 613 Judgment. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Millions of beams of light shone across the horizon. The emperor drew his sword and slashed ahead. The pitch-black giant dragon opened its mouth and breathed a destructive trail of flame that destroyed every physical object in its way, even tearing apart the glorious golden beam of light. However, the golden beam of light pounced again. The army gathered once again before charging ahead, without any concern for their own lives. They attacked again and again, like tidal waves. The dragon of catastrophe remained unmoved. It merely flapped its wings casually to whip up chilly hurricanes, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its path. The emperor raised his long sword once again and pointed at his enemy. It's you? Ah, it's you again. Arthur looked at him and could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, look at you, look at you. Don't tell me you have gotten used to being a dog? The black firebird sweep crushed all the incoming ants into dust. Arthur laughed maniacally. You have really picked up all the unwanted trash that I had dumped. What is this? Are you finally feeling guilty, and now you are trying to seek comfort from your band of brothers? The emperor stayed silent. He looked around his own army that was surrounding him. He looked at his old vassals, and the knights that only knew to continue the onslaught against the dragon of catastrophe. The banner of the Red Dragon has been unfurled and the knights of the Round Table rose to attack once again. If only that was the case? He gripped tightly onto the illusory long sword that he had lost long ago and spoke quietly. If I can get them back just by being a dog, I wouldn't mind being a dog forever. But what is lost can never be found again, and the dead can never be revived. He closed his eyes and could not bear to look. They are all not real. They are only illusions created from my own memory. They are all dead and they had hated me to the core. They have only returned to help because I made them. You might as well say that I am truly shameless for doing what I did. But I have no other choice. When he opened his eyes once again, there was a steady gaze of determination. This was my mistake, so they need to be here to see it come to an end. The sound of metal clanging against each other rose along with what he said. Amidst the sea of light, countless figures appeared. They were screaming with rage and hatred. After taking over the power of Leviathan from the path of godly ascension, the firebird that had transformed from the kingdom of heaven on earth was not filled with the same aura of destruction as the dragon of catastrophe. Conversely, its ability to deal damage was drastically reduced in exchange for incredible agility. Every single person seemed to have gained total control over themselves and their own lives. The hatred and rage were clear in their eyes. This was the result of deserting the path of catastrophe. Musicians who chose to destroy their own consciousness to adopt bestiality would find that in the end, they would merge with bestiality and elevate themselves into imaginary creatures that only existed in myths. Creatures such as giant dragons and giant snakes would eventually turn into real catastrophes. But the thing that would go against this path was that the bestiality would be cleansed and purified in order to extract the real humanity. Turning beasts into humans would mean giving up control over them, so that their lives and their wills were their own. What he had done was to summon an army of the dead, infused their souls with hatred and rage, and given them their bodies with Firebird. Now, the time for revenge has come. The Emperor declared quietly, "This is all that I can do for you." In that split second, there was only frenzied screams and howls from the formation. "Arthur! Arthur! Arthur!" The Iron Giant screamed as he walked out from the army. His entire body was clad in that heavy and humongous armor, as if he was trapped in a cage. Every single linkage has been hammered with a heavy rivet and every gap has been filled with burning liquid metal. The armor was like a coffin that would send him to his grave. He would die from torture and he would find no peace even after his death. The first generation of the Round Table, Dagonet. Soon after was the screeching of war horses. No one was howling in rage, but everyone was filled with fury. On the pitch-black warhorse rode a headless knight who was wielding a great sword and was charging at the dragon of catastrophe. The great sword was full of cracks and the head cradled at his chest opened its bloodshot eyes. The first generation of the Round Table, Percival. Invisible air current gathered from all directions. There was the rising sound of cries of a child, and in the next moment, a blurry figure rose from the Firebird. There were 2 rows of tears streaming down the delicate and effeminate face. He bowed to the Emperor before drawing his long sword and walking towards the battlefield. The first generation of the Round Table, Gawain. Behind him was a melancholic middle-aged man. He was the most complete person amongst the Knights of the Round Table. But due to the effect of the musician, countless bestialities have transformed into devious thorns that grew out from his body and even into his blood vessels. The knight lowered his head and after a moment of silence, he heaved a gentle sigh before putting on his iron mask and held on to his long sword tightly. He took a step forward and activated a bolt of electricity. The first generation of the Round Table, Lancelot. Following closely behind was the silent Galahad, who set off a giant wave of metal and wind. There was a rising crescendo of the tightening of metal cords and beams of metal light rose high into the sky before crashing down heavily on the giant dragon. After the knights at the rear had finished launching 3 rounds of arrows, they threw down their giant bows and drew their heavy halberds and axes before charging into the battle. The clash of metal light and catastrophe produced an earth-shattering roar and blood spilled everywhere. The dragon of catastrophe howled in fury. Dark golden light began to shine from within the broken metal light. After traveling such a long distance, the warhorses were breathing hot steaming air from their nostrils. The Emperor screamed as he slashed with the sword in his hands. The giant dragon's right eye was slashed and burnt into charcoal by the flame of the light, but in the next moment, flesh was already growing and the wound was healing. Arthur did not even have time to laugh before hissing in anger. Light exploded from within the healing wound once again, creating another fresh wound. This was the power of bestialities from the same origin fighting against each other. As long as the Emperor was still alive, the remnants of Firebird in the wound would keep tearing at the wound so that it would never heal. Trash. A bunch of trash. The dragon of catastrophe was in great pain. It howled with rage and was breathing at the army with dragon fire. Bunch of traitors. I made all of you into who you are today. Don't you all know what is gratitude? The Emperor laughed coldly. Haven't we come to repay our debts today? Sharp claws tore at the air before smashing the swords into pieces. The dragon of catastrophe flapped its wings and howled, if I can kill all of you once, I can do it a second time. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the sky and turned into a dark sun. Countless horrifying beams of light shone on the world, as if the entire Avalon would be burnt into ashes. But all of a sudden, the sun collapsed and the countless beams of light vanished. The black dragon reverted to its original form. It was struggling to fly and was falling straight from the sky. Boom! The ground shook and Arthur screamed in fury. He only saw the idle young man at the rear of the army. White hair was flowing in the wind like silver. He was holding on to a staff. His eyes were lowered, but there was a smile on his face, as if he had sunk into the greatest depths of dreams. The sleeping world. The power of the Dreamweaver was fully activated, establishing a forbidden zone across the entire sky. Fractions of a few hundred meters covered the entire sky, including the changes that were taking place within them so that they could no longer be seen by the outside world. In the moment that he closed his eyes, this place has already been separated from the realm of ether. 9 layers of sea of ether was split up into gigantic fractions to form a barrier from the outside world, turning into a giant cage. Unfortunately, this situation was not as unique as the one at the sacred city. The clash of Holy Cauldron and Hyakum allowed Ye Qingxuan to summon the real quiet moon. Under the pure cleansing light, any catastrophe would be subjected to a massacre and reverted to emptiness. Now, Ye Qingxuan did not dare to do the same, no matter what. Previously, the silent warning from the departure of the quiet moon had left behind a terrible memory that Ye Qingxuan would not forget. Usually, Ye Qingxuan would use the musical theory of the quiet moon to dream or to put harmless fear in other people. But if he was to drag out the quiet moon from the originator again, he would probably be killed by the quiet moon without any mercy. Even so, it was already very effective. Now, the quiet moon has already formed fractions in the sea of ether, separating the physical world from the world of ether. Other than Ye Qingxuan and the rest, who could make use of the Homeland Defense Front to receive replenishment continuously from the Kingdom of Heaven on Earth, Arthur could no longer gain any power from the world of ether. Was there any difference between a dragon of catastrophe that has been trapped on the ground and a bug? Bastard! Arthur growled in anger. The black giant dragon screamed as countless firebirds emerged from his scales, sparking a black flame that could not be extinguished. The melting mud turned into a sticky and half-transparent fluid that was so hot that its burning temperature could be felt from 100 meters away. Amidst the thousands of armies and horses, the giant dragon raised its head and stared ferociously in the direction of Ye Qingxuan. In the next moment, it pounced forward. The ground shook and hurricanes swept across the land. The wind was so hot that it could set fire to lungs. The Golden Sea was split apart by the Black Trail. Without a care for the swords and weapons that thrusted at him, Arthur kept pushing forward with a vengeance. The power of catastrophe exploded from the body, bringing about a terrible cry that shook and twisted the physical world. Ye Qingxuan's eyes were still lowered and he remained unmoved. He merely tapped the ground gently with his staff of fate as the corners of his mouth turned into a snigger. Anglo hopes that everyone will carry out duties with full dedication. The first Royal Naval Fleet of the Homeland Defense Front has been activated. The 7 seas roared. The deafening crash of the sea was accompanied by the gushes of torrents of ether on the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the peaceful satellite island has been torn apart once again and a huge and ferocious-looking silhouette appeared. It was a combat vessel. The legendary fleet that had once sailed across the 7 seas had appeared from the depths of the sea once again. It looked glorious and brand new. Amidst the rampaging ether waves, iron roared and the main cannon was warmed up. The majestic melody rose. In the next moment, a terrible light of fire exploded from the main cannon. The cannonball fired through the air, creating blinding streaks of light. It was as if 24 meteors were descending onto Avalon from the sky. Even the speed of sound could not catch up. What pleased Ye Qingxuan even more was that the old main cannon did not utilize the current mainstream ether crystal. Instead, it made use of the compression of air currents so that the alchemy array would produce a unique alloy prism that would provide a terrifying boost of speed. Even though it has been soaked under the sea for centuries, its lapis surface remained in good condition. From the terrible boost of speed brought about by the alchemy array, the prism shot out sparks of electricity, and in an instant, it penetrated through tens of miles of the sea and reached Avalon. What followed next was the sweeping of hurricanes. As the winds roared continuously, the horrifying air compression swept across and left everyone suffocating. The incredible power of the wind almost whipped Ye Qingxuan away. The ashes rose into the sky, obscuring everyone's sight. The metal prism was made of alloy and was incredibly sturdy. It was already as heavy as a few tons on its own. With the addition of the increase in speed provided by the alchemy array, a direct hit would be more than able to create a hole in the city wall that even combat vessels would be able to sail through. All 24 metal prisms were right on target. Even the immortal catastrophe, with its formidable body, would have to obey the rules of the physical world. Any physical object, no matter how resilient, would not stand a chance of remaining unharmed from such a terrible impact. In actual fact, Ye Qingxuan could already see the pathetic state of Arthur through the fog. The metal prism might look solid, but once the external layer of plating has been stripped away, its interior was actually made up of complicated metallic structures being pieced together. It was the amazing result of mechanical engineering. Its only purpose was to cause more damage to its target. Immediately after the impact, the metal prism began to transform. Its exterior split open as the countless paper-thin metal pieces flew out from the interior. The purpose of this design was to attack the enemy fleet so that half of the enemies would be shredded into minced meat. In the howling wind, the metal pieces fell at Ye Qingxuan's feet, covered in blood. Horrible. Really horrible. Ye Qingxuan sighed. His mood was improving. He raised his hand towards the sky. A gigantic shadow burst through the layers of clouds in the sky and descended, revealing an iron silhouette. On the deck of the iron ship, Chief Engineer, Bishop Carroll, was wiping the sweat across his head as he adjusted the direction of the cannon for the last time. Under layers of armor and protection was the gigantic heart of the mountain of nomadism that was beating away frantically. Beside the boiling ether pond, all the mechanical engineers were in cold sweat. The ninth drive. Ever since it was created, it was the first time it was being operated in such a terrifying way. Carrying an amount of load that was on the brink of exceeding the maximum weight limit and the gushing of torrents of ether underneath the deck, the entire ship was warm and the railings were burning hot. This way of operation, that was close to self-destructive, seemed like it would only be used at the very last moment, when one has decided to perish along with the enemy. In actual fact, when the eighth drive was activated, the engineers that were responsible for maintenance were already protesting heavily. But where was this place? This was the religious court of inquiry. It was a place where no one has ever dared to say no to the Grand Inquisitor. Neither would anyone ever think of saying that the enemy was a real and authentic catastrophe. All the purification musicians that have yearned to step onto the path of crusade ever since they were born were so excited that their eyes were burning red. They wished they could crash the ship straight on. The main cannon has been completely warmed up. When the terrifying killing machine descended from the sky, even the dust settled, revealing the dragon of catastrophe, who was frantically trying to heal its wounds. Arthur raised his head in shock. He had sensed the fatal killing machine from the above the black ship. He screamed with rage and gathered the Firebird before sending them towards the seal of the sleeping world time and again, until his dreamland was on the brink of collapse. Now, in the name of the God and I, declare the original sin and purification. Ye Qingxuan raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. There was a burning light from the fiery red holy emblem on the ship of the mountain of nomadism. The sinner is Arthur and he is guilty of heresy. He will be punished by fire, with immediate effect. In the mysterious silence, Ye Qingxuan's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Deus Vult. As the gods wished, bolts of lightning that represented punishment descended from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614 Dawn. Chapter 614 Dawn. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Before Mountain of Nomadism was killed by Ye Qingxuan, it was one of the most powerful vile spawns of the sea. It was a monster that had directly inherited the bloodline of Leviathan, and other than its incredible vitality, it also possessed a massive body to complement that immense power. It measured at an unbelievable 1,170 meters in length and was equivalent to more than 5 times of the biggest combat vessels of each country. For the sole purpose of dismantling it, the musicians of the religious court of inquiry already had to transform an entire refuge into a dissection platform. Through the dismantling, not only did Ye Qingxuan manage to get his hands on the scales, which provided resilient defense, the heart and skull, he also managed to obtain the organ that was responsible for supporting this massive body. Without a doubt, it was the spine. On hindsight, the massive size of the Mountain of Nomadism was the reason why the combat vessels were able to be recast into a length of 400 meters long, which was unheard of. The most important component, which was the dragon bone, was pieced together from the most resilient components of the spine. After a couple of developments and modifications, hundreds of vertebrae merged into one. Throughout the entire journey, it demonstrated incredible power and functionality, and this was accomplished with the limitations of manpower and resources. It has not even been modified with alchemy array yet. In other words, it still had the potential to become even more powerful. Other than that, most of the remaining vertebrae were put through a complicated and detailed process of modification and were transformed into the combat vessel's main cannon, Petitioner. Only 24 sections of vertebrae were left. These vertebrae were not necessarily materials that could not be used. In fact, they contained the essence of the Mountain of Nomadism. They were the important organs that were responsible for the circulation of ether in the Mountain of Nomadism. With the power of ether in its blood circulation, the Mountain of Nomadism was able to unleash its power, withstand storms and waves, summon terrible tornadoes, and call upon storms that were powerful enough to swallow an entire fleet. They were born musical instruments and were alchemy arrays born from the musical theory of the catastrophes. Under the suggestion of Chief Engineer Carroll, 18 sections were infused into the alchemy arrays of the ship to combine with ether ponds so as to retain its original ability to levitate and its power to summon waves and storms. The remaining 6 sections were eventually turned into weapons. Weapons designed specifically to take down catastrophes. After a long period of refining from the alchemists, only 3 sections have been successfully crafted. They had been transformed from crude-looking bones into glittering crystals. All the alchemy arrays were compressed and rearranged so that every component that was unrelated to its offensive abilities was shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Conversely, its destructive power was raised by more than 100 times. The ninth drive, Overload in motion. Ye Qingxuan gave his command amidst the roars of collapse, and the Petitioner aimed its cannon directly at Avalon, which was covered in destruction. There was a terrible light and a strong gust of wind was whipped up before being shredded very quickly. The gloomy clouds in the sky have already stopped moving. It was as if the gods have decided to send down a sort of punishment from the vault of heaven. The crystal spine, that has been crafted into the shape of the holy emblem, descended from the sky. There was friction between the surface of black gold and the air, and it reached ignition point in an instant, unleashing flaming red light. After penetrating through the fractions set up by Ye Qingxuan, its exterior of black gold began to be stripped off and the crystal holy emblem released a terrifying light. Electricity gathered together at one point and unleashed incredible wind and thunder. Falling star. The burning light of the holy emblem lit up the contorted skull of the dragon of catastrophe and its stunned expression. In the next instant, its face was mercilessly torn into shreds as the holy emblem penetrated all the way through its head and neck until its abdomen. The sounds of the holy emblem's destruction might have seemed silent compared to the surrounding loud noises, but its effects were far more terrible than any physical impact. The dragon of catastrophe was still capable of shrieking in pain despite losing its entire skull. Its body suddenly expanded multiple times its original size. The flaming red light was like molten lava as it sprinted underneath its skin, and the burning temperature could still be felt from a distance away. But this was only the beginning. What followed next was electric light that had become so coherent that they were almost in liquid form, shooting out from every single pore. It was as if in the blink of an eye, a massive thundercloud that has been squeezed into its body had finally burst, and all the streaks of lightning that had been suppressed within the layers of clouds were completely unleashed. Every physical object they touched were turned into ashes. The section of spine was designed to raise storms and waves, so the moment it was unleashed, it would affect the surrounding water particles. In a split second, this would create a thundercloud that was gigantic enough to cover an entire city, thereby triggering a devastating thunderbolt. Amidst the chaos, Arthur's body turned stiff before he was burnt to ashes by the thunderbolt that was streaking out of his body. The vitality of the catastrophe would revive him, only to be destroyed by the storm once again. This was no different from the torture from burning on a stake, or a never-ending death by 1,000 cuts. In just a short amount of time, how many times has he already been killed? The catastrophe that had been evaporated into dust began to scream with rage as the power of Leviathan forcefully extinguished the thunderbolt. The body of the dragon of catastrophe appeared once again, but it was full of holes. On the black and charred ground, the sticky masses of flesh and blood began to wriggle and struggle as if they were alive. They were all desperately trying to make their way towards the skeleton in the middle. The broken skeleton trembled as its cracks were healing rapidly. New mounds of flesh were growing on the skeleton. Its chest cavity was sealed up with membrane, and underneath it was a brand new gigantic heart that was pumping rapidly. Its eyes opened once again. This time round, other than rage and berserk, there was a sense of panic that could not be disguised. Wait. Something was wrong. After becoming a catastrophe, he had gained power and immortality. It was only a matter of time before the world was his. His Firebird would cover the entire 7 seas, and he would become the overlord and the only emperor of the entire physical world. But what was happening now was the complete opposite of how things should have played out. Not only has he lost all the bodies that he had prepared, leaving him with no other choice other than to reside in a mediocre body, he has also been forced to reincarnate before he could complete the path of godly ascension. He has never been humiliated like this before, as well as having to fight with such difficulty and enduring such severe injuries. At this point in time, he has already given up hope on this world that was becoming increasingly foreign to him. The old gods are dying, Your Majesty. What happened to me will happen to you too. Merlin's snigger rang in his ears. This made him infuriated. He looked around furiously. Bare skeletal claws slapped at the hardened ground, and he screamed while battling the golden Firebird. In a moment of frenzy, he broke through layers upon layers of defense. His only thought was to break through this siege. But when he finally broke through that wall of shield, what he saw was not freedom. It was a silent emperor. The exquisite and majestic long sword was held up high by the emperor. It was only a memory of nothingness, a mere counterfeit made from Firebird, but there was a definitive and cool beauty about it. It's over, Arthur. The emperor bade his farewell. The illusory stone sword was swung, piercing through its remaining eye. The dragon of catastrophe howled in pain. Soon after, amidst the roar of the army and the screams of the undead, the army that was transformed from Firebird pounced at Arthur with all their weapons. They would slash with their swords, hack with their axes, and they were determined to cause as much hurt as they could to Arthur, with whatever weapons they could get their hands on. If their weapons broke, they would resort to pulling with their hands. If their nails broke, they would resort to grabbing him with their bones. If their arms were broken, they would resort to biting him with their teeth. This was no longer a fight but a torture. It was as if hell has come. Centuries of hatred and pain were finally unleashed after such a long time. It was as if countless ants were dismantling the giant dragon bit by bit, and the catastrophe could only groan in pain. Behind the army was the emperor, who stood silently with the long sword. His eyes were calm as he watched the berserk undead souls and the giant dragon that was convulsing and rolling around in pain. His fingers tried to maintain their grip on the hilt of the sword even as they trembled. He bit his lips so hard that he could taste blood. "It is time, Arthur. It is time to finish this. It's useless. All of this is useless." Having to put up an endless torture, the broken dragon of catastrophe laughed maniacally at those ants. "All of you can't kill me. No one can kill me. No one. I'm already a catastrophe. I have already grasped eternity. Even if I die here, I will be able to reincarnate 100 years later. I cannot be killed. I built this country and my story is spread across the entire 7 seas. Countless people praise my name. Anglo and I are inseparable. As long as this country remains, I will eventually return." "Your dream will end now, Arthur," said a hoarse voice. Amidst the roars and shouts of millions, that voice rang beside Arthur's ears, bringing with it an indifference that has never been seen before. The dragon of catastrophe became stiff as waves of fear began to drown him. It was Ye Qingxuan. Just beyond the battlefield, that young man with white hair bowed his head. He raised his hands and took out a broken paper box. After shaking it for some time, he drew a cigarette that was still intact and lit it with a flame on his fingertips. After taking in a deep breath, he extinguished the flame on his fingers and exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes were clearly shut, but when he tilted his head in the direction of Arthur, everyone could sense the ridicule and cruelty in his eyes. While Arthur was still stunned, he smiled and asked quietly, "Have you ever heard of something called the Holy Grail of Destruction?" In that instant, it was as if despair was given shape and form and was descending from the sky. The dragon of catastrophe screamed and flailed as he frantically crawled towards Ye Qingxuan. But Ye Qingxuan raised his palms and the raging currents under Avalon let out an earth-shattering roar. Within the kingdom of heaven on earth, the ancient scroll of Genesis was unveiled once again. With immense power, it descended onto Avalon once again, with countless music theories of abstinence unveiled in the sky and beyond light music theories being set up. First of all, there must be light. In the chilly beam of light, Arthur was trapped and enclosed in a gigantic zone that isolated him from the outside world. It was like a gigantic wall made of glass that has kept him in another world with its own sky and land. But the song of Genesis only sang of destruction. Countless machineries were running and the gigantic gear wheel, which was tens of meters tall, began to spin. The alchemy arrays of the Homeland Defense Front were transforming rapidly as massive cables shot out from the ground to join up with the pseudo-world that has been created by Genesis. It was as if a gigantic crystal hexagon was falling from the sky with Arthur trapped in it. The broken dragon of catastrophe was struggling as much as he could, but there was just no way to break out of this cage. He could only watch as hopelessness devoured him bit by bit. In front of the hexagon, Ye Qingxuan finally opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Arthur. There almost seemed to be a look of compassion and sympathy for the fate that awaits him. His voice became gentle and soft, as if he was holding the hands of someone who was about to take his last breath. "Don't worry. Catastrophes will never die. Even if your consciousness will be completely burnt by the flames, your power will seep into the kingdom of heaven on earth as your last contribution for this country." Ye Qingxuan smiled and waved his hand to bid farewell. "Congratulations, Arthur, you have finally become one with Anglo." The black dragon of catastrophe cried out in desperation and anger. As the Holy Grail of destruction was slowly starting up, he would switch between screaming in rage or crying for help. For one moment, he would be cursing Ye Qingxuan with eternal suffering, and the next moment, he would suddenly wish Ye Qingxuan with glory and honor, even to the extent of promising to transfer all his powers to him. Yet at the very next moment, he would be screaming of an important secret that he held, before instantly going back on what he had just said. From rage to desperation, from struggling to pleading, until he was just numb to it all in the end. Complete despair. Why? He stared blankly at Ye Qingxuan. Tell me, why? Ye Qingxuan continued to smoke on his cigarette. He frowned and shook his head. If you really want to know the reason, I do have quite a lot of them, so much so that I can even publish a book of 500 pages to discuss the rationale of your death and failure. But at the end of the day, you never stood a chance from the very beginning. He raised his hand and took the cigarette from his mouth and calmly continued, because you were my obstacle. The cigarette was flicked out from his fingers. The dark red light flew across the air in a beautiful arc and penetrated the crystal hexagon. The weak flame lit up Arthur's eyes and also lit up the flame of destruction. A terrible explosion followed instantly. It was as if the sun was born momentarily. There were streaks of lightning and all the elements of earth, water, fire and wind were all embroiled with each other, as if the universe was coming to an end. A beam of light as powerful as the destruction of 1,000 suns shone, and it was so bright that one could see the bones of the hands that they were using to shield their eyes. The Holy Grail of destruction. The terrible power that was supposed to be used to destroy Anglo was ignited in the hexagonal world, and every single corner was filled. The black dragon of catastrophe was instantly devoured. There was complete silence. Across the barrier of Genesis, no more cries or screams could be heard anymore. There was an air of tranquility that was also chilling. How many times has it been reborn in there? A few hundred times? A few thousand times? Or more? Finally, within the destruction that seemed to never end, every strand of consciousness was completely erased. Everything was destroyed. What was left was the power of Leviathan that had been completely stripped bare and mercilessly discarded by the array of kingdom of heaven on earth. It was impossible for Arthur to revive now. With the tranquil horizon as a backdrop, the flame continued to burn in the city that has almost been completely demolished. Light pierced through the gloom of the horizon, chasing away the layers of clouds and smoke, and lighting up the entire ocean. This country that had been buried under darkness for so long was finally seeing light after a long time. They have returned to the physical world, and the flame burned until the very end. There was a crispness in the breaking of the hexagon before it dissipated. There were no ashes that flew out, for even the ashes had been completely burnt into nothingness. There was only the hoarse sigh of the emperor. It has finally ended. Centuries of pain and struggle have accompanied the curse of this country and its people. If that fisherman's son had not approached that lake that was as clear as mirror centuries ago, would everything turn out differently? He peered towards the surface of the sea. What are your plans now? Ye Qingxuan held onto his staff as he walked towards the emperor and stood beside him. He tilted his head towards him. Are you going to continue to rule this country? Forget it. The emperor shook his head. I only tried to rule it once and things already turned out so badly. Do you want to have to clean up the mess I made again? I will leave this country to you and marry. What about you? Ye Qingxuan looked at him seriously. Don't tell me some nonsense like you plan to kill yourself now or something. Bang! The emperor was so quick that Ye Qingxuan could not react in time. Before he could see anything, he already felt a painful blow to the back of his head. It was so painful that he had to inhale and grit his teeth. When the emperor saw that, he whistled and smiled happily. I have wanted to do that for a very long time. Pack! His finger cracked ever so softly. Ye Qingxuan was stunned as his smile was frozen on his face. The emperor awkwardly hid his hand behind him, and after a period of silence, he finally sighed. You are right about one thing. I will never say any nonsense along the line of farewells. Ye Qingxuan lowered his head. He did not say a word. The emperor held onto the sword and suddenly asked, Where did Bai Xi go? To the east, Ye Qingxuan replied with a muffled voice. Find her back as soon as you can. I want Mary to make her the princess. The emperor generously conferred his reward while giving Ye Qingxuan a wink. She is much more obedient than you and Victor. Ye Qingxuan lowered his head and rubbed his nose. She will return. The emperor nodded. So will Abraham and Charles, right? Victor has been away for so long, he must be having such a crazy time. You are the only who can rein him in. Remember to bring him back. I will. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Everything will be back to normal. Don't worry. That's good. The emperor nodded and peered towards the direction of the surface of the sea. He smiled wholeheartedly. This world is so beautiful. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Ye Qingxuan did not speak. He lowered his head and raised his hand to cover his face. But he could not wipe away his tears nor control his choking. He was just like a homeless child. Can't you stay? Of course not. The emperor shook his head helplessly. Arthur and I are one. The fisherman's son and the lunatic that yearned to become a catastrophe are the same person. This was what I deserved. You don't have to feel sad. Actually, Merlin was right. The old era is about to end. Let the name Arthur be forgotten with it. Ye Qingxuan did not say anything. The emperor sighed and stretched out his hand to ruffle his hair. Bring Bai Xi back as soon as you can. Okay. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his eyes and raised his head. The emperor sighed. He could not help himself from acting like an elderly person and began to nag. Stand tall and strong. Don't let anyone bully you anymore. Okay. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Don't let down the women that love you. Don't be like me. Okay. Ye Qingxuan nodded. And the emperor became speechless until he patted his head after some time. I can't seem to remember the rest of the things that I want to say. I guess that's it. I shan't nag anymore. You better remember the things that you have promised me. I will be watching you. Ye Qingxuan nodded silently. The emperor smiled. His face might be full of cracks now, but it was also filled with joy and acceptance as he looked at the young man. It was like their reunion under the heavy snow. The both of them were warm just by standing together. The world might be cruel, but they would never be alone. Ye Qingxuan, I am happy to have known you. Me too. We are good friends, right? Yes, the best of friends. With that, the emperor nodded his head with contentment. There was nothing more he could ask for. No one knew how long they remained in silence until it was broken by the soft sound of cracking. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the emperor's body until the very end, he was no longer able to remain in his original form. Looks like it's time. This was faster than I thought. He sighed deeply and looked at Ye Qingxuan. Farewell. Ye Qingxuan nodded, as if he had already accepted his leaving, and smiled forcefully. Farewell. The emperor nodded and closed his eyes. He heard the sound of waves, which was reminiscent of the childhood song that he often heard when he was young. There was a voice singing amongst the waves. It was so familiar and gentle, as if it has always been around in the city, silently waiting and guarding. He laughed softly. I have made you wait for too long. My apologies, here I come now. The gentle sea breeze was like a warm hug. The emperor smiled and opened his arms. His body was finally broken down into dust and was dissipated into the wind. Into nothingness. The world was silent once more. Only Ye Qingxuan was left standing alone amongst the debris. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the traces of his passing, but it was all in vain. He lowered his head and tried to force out a smile. Farewell. There was a smile on his face, but his shoulder kept shaking uncontrollably. He bowed his head. Tears streamed down his face and dripped onto the back of his hands. Farewell. In the end, he was the only one left in this world. There was no meaning anymore. Fart. The sound of a fart crept out unceremoniously. Ah! Ye Qingxuan, who had been drowning in sorrow, suddenly trembled and felt pain traveling from his calves to his stomach. He could not help but scream in pain. The pain came so suddenly, yet it was also too familiar. Even though he has been through this countless times, he still could not help himself from falling onto the ground and rolling while grabbing his stomach. As he rolled, he saw that familiar pair of eyes. It was looking down at him from above. The look was arrogant yet helpless, and it spoke of disappointment and despise from an entire family. Ye Qingxuan was stunned and his jaw dropped. The golden retriever leaned towards him. It seemed to be upset with how weak he was behaving, and it wagged its tail at his face so that it seemed like it was slapping him. Haven't they already said their goodbyes? I told you I will be watching you. I only just left, what are you crying for? Ye Qingxuan stared at him blankly and stretched out his hand to ruffle his golden fur. This touch was familiar and real. The look of despise finally jolted him from his pain and despair, and he could not help but laugh uproariously, ha ha ha. He ignored the struggles of the hound and pounced, taking it into his arms and rolling on the ground with it. His robe was full of mud and dirt. In such a terrible world, reunions and departures always came so suddenly. But what made it less terrible was that there would always be hope. The previous emperor has already passed on, bring with him all the vengeance and hatred. But this was all unrelated to the hound, which had inherited bestiality and firebird. It has always been existing on the kingdom of heaven on earth and has never been separable from this country. Amongst the debris, the young man embraced the hound and laughed while tears of joy streamed down his face. Old Phil, welcome back. The long night has finally come to an end. The morning sun began to rise across the horizon and a cool breeze blew from a distance. Dawn has finally come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Homeland Patrol. Chapter 615, Homeland Patrol. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. There was a gust of spring breeze in the air and gentle waves on the sea, bringing with it the distinct smell of seawater. In the sky, the seagulls were flying above the harbor. Amongst the passengers carrying their luggage on the deck, the young priest peered into the distance in the direction of the harbor. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it has finally come to an end. He squeezed his way to the front, his eyes still fixed on the white city on the island, Avalon. It was the legendary island of miracles, the eternal treasure on the seas, and a city of pure whiteness. The damage sustained by the city from the battle from a month ago could still be seen, but the entire city was already functioning as per normal. The fact that Avalon did not turn into a pile of debris was beyond everyone's expectations. Other than the royal palace of the highest level, only the huts in downtown was badly burnt during the attack of the demons. The midtown and satellite island have already been completely restored, as evidenced by the overwhelming crowd. By using a pair of binoculars to take a closer look, one could almost see the pile of debris around the royal palace that still needed to be cleared. The workers were already hard at work and were clearing them up in a systematic manner. The massive ether waves could be felt even across such a great distance. They surrounded the entire city and ensured that all turbulences were calmed. The waves even irradiated the sea, calming the ether waves on Norman, so that he no longer felt so seasick. All music apprentices training in big cities faced the same problem to varying degrees. As they were not used to changes in ether density in the outside world, the moment they left their safe zones, they would develop symptoms that resembled altitude sickness. Although Norman was already fully prepared, he did not expect the combination of the restlessness of ether and seasickness to be so insufferable. For the past few days, Norman practically spent every moment stuck in the cabin and frequently having to vomit into a bag. He already felt half dead before even reaching Anglo. 15 days ago, when they had set off from the sacred city, they had planned for the journey to last for only 5 days, but instead, they took more than 10 days. This was because the Asgardians have imposed an economic sanction on Caucasian on the seas, so the battle between the two countries have blocked up naval routes and they had no choice but to find alternative routes. They were forced to travel along the border of Burgundy towards the south, take a huge detour, before passing through the Straits of the Whale Hunters last night and entering the seas of Anglo. Once there, they could barely see any traces of demons nor sense any lingering signs of catastrophes. Although some of the ports along the way showed signs of damage, they were still rather intact and the city was still in decent shape. It seemed that the moment the chaos ended, restoration was already underway. This was not what Norman expected. He had already been mentally prepared to work amongst the debris, but once he was actually there, he realized that the situation was not as dire as what the sacred city had predicted. Perhaps it was not out of pride that this country chose to decline aid from the sacred city after all. The worst-case scenario of Anglo being destroyed by the Leviathan attack had not taken place. Although the death of the king in the battle should be mourned, overall, they did not sustain too much casualties. In fact, if one perceived the battle as sacrificing a royal palace in exchange for defeating a catastrophe, perhaps every country would already be rushing to build tens of palaces before bombing them to the ground in exchange for eternal peace. According to the reports that the sacred city had received, the entire situation almost seemed too easy. After utilizing all their trump cards and all the reserves of many years, Leviathan was thoroughly defeated by Anglo. It was thorough and complete. It was not just a temporary exile. It was the death of Leviathan, who belonged to the upper tier of catastrophes and was one of the 4 living creatures. An outcome like this could be described as sensational. Anglo did not sustain any fatal casualties, nor sink into complete chaos after the battle. Instead, it only proved the potential that this country possessed. As for the neighboring countries that had planned to exploit their situation, only found themselves biting off more than they could chew. Now, any sensible person knew that this country has already survived its toughest times, and has even rid itself of its curse and progressed into the next phase of development. As long as the new king, Mary, did not do anything foolish, Anglo would be able to return to their most glorious times within 5 years. In fact, they might even progress to a stage whereby they could vie with the Asgardians for the control of southern seas. It seems that the plan needs to be tweaked, Norman sighed. His face had become pale once again from thinking and worrying too much. He leaned over the ship railings and vomited out all the contents of his breakfast. Behind him, an old man sighed and patted his back, before taking out the remaining few pills for seasickness. After consuming the pills, Norman looked much better. The old man shook his head. If you are seasick, just eat your medications. Apologies, Bishop Raymond. Norman bowed with an awkward expression. I had thought that we would be able to reach the harbor in the morning. I had no idea that there would be such a huge delay. There will always be unforeseen circumstances. Bishop Raymond grabbed onto the ship railings and looked at the city without saying a word. His expression was calm. It seemed that the wait would have to continue. This was the first accident that they had encountered after reaching Avalon. The chief officer had walked out of the cabin with a mixed expression on his face to inform the passengers that they would have to wait for more than 3 hours before they could enter the harbor. In the ensuing commotion, Norman squeezed through the crowd and reached the chief officer. It has been such a long journey of enduring the torture of seasickness. Avalon was now finally within sight, yet they were not allowed to enter. This was such a huge blow that Norman could almost vomit blood. Facing all the commotion, the chief officer seemed to be in a difficult position. At the moment, only Harbor 3 is opened and can allow us to dock. But news have just came in that the situation at the berth is tense and we need to give way for the time being. Give way? Norman was stunned and his face was red with fury. Although he had left his family to join the church at a very young age in order to become a friar, he still came from a rich background. His teacher in the church also held a rather prestigious position. Although he should uphold the value of humility as the servant of God, he has never had to give way to anyone in his entire life. What are you talking about? This is the ship of the church. The consecutive days of seasickness have finally gotten to Norman. He could not suppress his rage and he hissed, besides, I just saw that the harbor is completely empty. There is no congestion whatsoever. Why do we suddenly have to give way? I'm not too sure either. The chief officer was helpless. Norman was so furious that he was just about to storm into the captain's office, but was stopped by Bishop Raymond. "Forget it, Norman," Raymond said calmly. "We are only giving way. After all, that person is of a prestigious status. There is no shame in giving way to him." "That person?" Norman was stunned. His anger dissipated instantly. "Are you referring to the hand of God? Looks like he has completed his homeland patrol and has returned to Avalon." Bishop Raymond raised his turbid eyes and looked at the edge of the sea that was far away. It was as if he could see the impressive and majestic ships. "Norman, we were too late." Very soon, hurricanes swept over across the seas, as the passengers gasped in shock. The ship began to rumble vigorously and Norman's face turned pale again. He tried to control himself and looked into the distance. The first thing he saw was the black combat vessel, which has been branded with the markings of flame and holy emblem. The ship was clearly still some distance away, yet its details could be seen so clearly. One could barely fathom the immense size of the ship. A loud sonorous horn sounded. The crashing waves became calm under an invisible power. The surface of the sea was flat, with only small ripples caused by the passing of the ship. Behind the black vessel was a gigantic fleet of tens of ships from various countries. Raymond stared for a very long time before finally sighing, "Too fast. We will not have enough time. Looks like we have underestimated the determination of that person." Norman stood on tiptoes and watched the black combat vessel, which was sailing silently like an incubus. As he recalled some of the dark and terrible rumors of this ship, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. How long has it been? 8 days? 10 days? After Leviathan was killed, the fog gradually subsided. There was chaos everywhere as the entire Anglo had lost contact with its capital for such a long time. When the news of the old king's death came, everyone was shaken. Subsequently, when the envoy of the new king traveled to the various lands, more than half of them chose not to pledge their loyalties to the new king. It seemed that the influences of several other countries were lurking in the shadows. It was a precarious period of time. As expected, everyone had planned to exploit the chaotic situation for their own benefits. Regardless if one was to choose to be independent or seek alliance with others, everyone knew that this opportunity would only come once in a lifetime and it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Everyone knew that the fastest way to gain wealth and power was when the country was in chaos. Unfortunately, the moment that person set out on his mountain of nomadism to patrol the homeland on behalf of the new king, everyone knew that they had made the wrong decision and it was too late to turn back. The first person that tried to repent was already too late. The entire family was declared to be heresies and was burnt to ashes on stakes in front of a crowd. The second and third followed very soon after. Those that had not pledged their loyalties to the new king before the black ship had arrived eventually found themselves on the stakes. All these souls that have sinned were sent to heaven for judgment and purification. Some people tried to compromise, but it has been proven that compromise was not something that existed in the dictionary of that person. Some tried to put up a fight, but it was proven very quickly that it served no purpose, except a more tragic ending. Neither peace nor violence worked. The moment one's name has been included in the list of that person, nothing else mattered. Some people even tried to seek refuge in other countries after making a fortune, thinking that their newfound wealth would guarantee their survival. In the end, the black ship caught up with them the moment they had entered territorial waters and in the name of God, were attacked with a barrage of bombs. The traitors and their wealth were erased. In less than half a month's time, more than 600 people have been mercilessly burnt to death and countless that have been implicated were locked up in the religious court of inquiry. It was unlikely that they would ever see a single beam of daylight anymore for the rest of their lives. With the death of Leviathan, the name of the religious court of inquiry resurfaced in this world once again. What was once a dismissive attitude of "that little bastard" has been thrown away, just as the countless corpses that have been dumped into the sea. Until now, no one has dared to speak of his name, except to refer to him as that person, who would bring about only death and doom as the new chief inquisitor. Thereafter, everyone else would pledge their loyalties to the new king as soon as they could, all the while praying that the black ship would never dock at their harbors. Now, this person has finally concluded his homeland patrol, and his nickname, Hand of God, has also been tainted with blood and has spread across all countries. No one could have imagined that just 1 year ago, that person was still an exile from Anglo who had nothing in his possession. What has happened since then was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps this was really the will of God. Ever since that staff of fate had burnt Leviathan completely into ashes and turned the clone of Hyakum into a toy in the bottle, no one has dared to doubt his wrist and ability. Is he really human? Norman could not help but shake his head and sigh. The majestic fleet was fast approaching. Even without binoculars, one would be able to clearly see the black armored exterior of the ship and the ferocious and massive main cannon. Rather than describing the two ships as having passed each other by, it was more like their ship was welcoming the other with reverence and respect. Norman could not help but cast the movement of revelation on himself. His vision crossed over the distance and landed on the deck of the black ship. In the midst of the heightened security, he could just about make out white hair that was like mercury. It seemed that the young man, who was about the same age as Norman, felt something and raised his head to give an indifferent glance. Those pair of dark black eyes seemed to contain a bottomless pit, and they pierced Norman's eyes, even from such a great distance. Norman lowered his head subconsciously and no longer dared to look. The vision left Norman and landed on the elderly bishop beside him. Raymond sighed guiltily as he apologized for what Norman has done. That young man was not offended and smiled, before retrieving his vision. When the black ship finally sailed past, it veered towards the other side of Avalon, instead of stopping at Harbor 3. It sailed past the formation of the Royal Navy that were there to welcome their return, and into the berth that belonged to the royal family. Norman finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel his back drenched with cold sweat. He could not help but laugh bitterly. That was Ye Qingxuan? That's right. Raymond continued to watch the black ship. For some reason, there was an indecipherable expression on his face. Hand of God, Ye Qingxuan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Wild Ambition. Chapter 616, Wild Ambition. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Westminster Church. Mephistopheles sat on his chair, holding the teacup of his afternoon tea, eyes closed as if lost in thought. In the dark light of the lamp, Bishop Lehman sat on the other side of the desk. Silent. Norman became restless in the heavy atmosphere. After a long while, Mephistopheles heaved a sigh. He put down the cup. Obviously worried about something. What you ask me to do is really difficult. Lehman seemed to be expecting this. He nodded his head. We understand. The position of the Anglo division. We only need you to provide any help you can. This is not a matter of position. Mephistopheles sighed again, his eyes full of helplessness. To be honest, you are late. If you had come a few days earlier, I could introduce to you someone who might be of help. But now, I cannot help you at all. You know, the hand of God came back to Anglo. He must have heard something. Lehman narrowed his eyes into a slit and looked at Mephistopheles. Nothing. You can do it all? Nothing I can do at all. Mephistopheles was firm. His face was grim and heavy. Yet behind the desk where Lehman could not see, he was leisurely shaking his legs. He didn't care about the business of the two in his office. To be frank, if it were not that the request was from the church, Mephistopheles would not let them get into his office at all. What they had come for was too troublesome. If he was not careful, Westminster Church would fell into a dilemma between Anglo and the Holy City. Mephistopheles had sacrificed his whole life and work for this church. He had been a moral saint for his whole life and cherished his hard-earned reputation very much. He now was half retired and he didn't want to make any mistake in his late years. That would be too miserable. Especially after Ye Qingxuan had established himself in Anglo and the whole world. Anyone who had some brain would not fight against a man of Ye Qingxuan's status and fame. The church had much to spare and could just walk away if their conspiracy failed. But Mephistopheles couldn't afford to lose. Mephistopheles had lived his whole life between Anglo and the church. He could earn the trust and support of the royal family of Anglo only because he was smart and cunning. He had been working for this all his life and had smuggled firearms with Maxwell to raise fund. In his heart, the Westminster Church was more his own property than a division of the church. Therefore, he didn't want to interfere with their business at all. They would only bring him bad luck. He didn't care at all. That was the real attitude of Mephistopheles. Yet, he could not say that. He needed to find himself sufficient excuses for him to refuse the order from the church and keep the neutral position of the Westminster Church. But he could not offend them as the Holy City would doubt his competence. This was the problem. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh again and patted himself on his thigh. This is really difficult. Even you could do nothing to help? Lehman stared at him. Lehman was an ascetic. He worked in the sacrament department all his life and was praised for his sincerity. He was quite capable with his work and was firmly with the Holy City. Mephistopheles knew this guy. In Lehman's mind, the divisions should carry out whatever the Holy City commands at whatever cost and even be glad to die for the Holy City. Mephistopheles' reluctance had already made him unhappy. But what could he do? Mephistopheles spread his hands, showing that he was also desperate. His expression was sad and helpless, as if he was full of sorrow and pain. You may have noticed now, he said, honestly speaking, I don't have any power now in Westminster Church. Didn't you notice that when you come? Lehman was surprised. He and Norman looked at each other. They didn't expect Mephistopheles to say that. You noticed when you come here, right? Mephistopheles went to the window and drew the curtain. He peered out the window through the gap of the curtain edge as if he could see something. The knights guarding the church, and those people in the church who are in no way missionaries. Lehman frowned. They are all sent by the religious court of inquisitors? Exactly. Mephistopheles nodded grimly. I have to get their permission even to go out, not to mention speaking to them. And all my meals and guests are under their surveillance. What? This is house arrest, Norman exclaimed. Mephistopheles was a little shocked by his reactions, but he suffocated his laughter and nodded. Exactly. This is house arrest. He looked around carefully and locked the door. Then he turned to the two and, with a sad face, he said, Ye Qingxuan's ambition was wild. He took over the church by force when he arrived in Avalon, and he sent his men here to guard the church. We are all under house arrest. A man named Sherdong would follow me. Everywhere, even to the toilet. If Ye Qingxuan had been there, he must have spat on his face. Take over the church by force? It was you that asked me to take the ring of authority. It was you that begged the men from the religious court of inquisitors to guard the church for you. As the deputy director of the first generation witch's hammer, Sherdong follows you to the toilet? How shameless you are. Why don't you tell them the secret deals you've made with Sherdong? Why don't you tell them the Westminster Church and the religious court of inquisitors have been as close as brothers? And how shameless of you to accuse me of all this shit. It had to be admitted that the reputation as a moral saint really worked. Especially when you accuse someone of bullying you. Considering Ye Qingxuan's reputation of bloodthirstiness, such accusations were quickly believed by everyone. Besides Mephistopheles and Sherdong, no one knew about their deals. And only those who were trusted by him knew the face that the Westminster Church and the religious court of inquisitors were close. Therefore, when Mephistopheles said that, Lehman and Norman didn't doubt him at all but grew grim-looking. Bishop Lehman thought for a long while and heaved a sigh. Ye Qingxuan may have bigger ambitions than we thought. The church help him, yet he may bring other disasters later. Can we strip him of his title of Hand of God? Norman asked in a low voice. Remove him from the position of bishop and dissolve the religious court of inquisitors. That's not even possible. Lehman smiled bitterly. The religious court of inquisitors is too big an organization to dissolve in a short time. The church cannot change its orders frequently. About the title of God of Man, I'm afraid there was nothing we could do either. With the staff of fate and the support from the first generation religious court of inquisitors, he deserves the title. Things will only get worse if we act without a detailed plan. Norman was surprised. He said, without much confidence, we need a detailed plan? We cannot postpone it either. He didn't give us any time to make preparations, Lehman said, considering that he had come back to Avalon earlier. I'm afraid he was crystal clear about what we have come for. It's useless to prepare anything. Let's just meet him. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh. Meetings and negotiations were useless. According their original plan, they would bypass Ye Qingxuan and seek support from Anglo. They would begin the negotiation after they've gotten the support of the majority. In that way, they would settle the whole matter once and for all. However, judged from what they saw, Anglo was totally under Ye Qingxuan's control and could not be separated. The aristocrats used to take a majority of seats in the lower house, yet many of them were dead after the war. Nobody knew what really happened, but those who were still alive were all supporters of this Hand of God. The secret emissary was really a bad move. The emissary achieved nothing, but instead alerted Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan came back early in their plan. Was totally useless. The new Queen Mary trusted Ye Qingxuan very much. She didn't doubt him at all, and didn't want to weaken his power. What sort of a queen she is that she willingly shares her power with another man? Thinking of this, Lehman shook his head. It seems the rumor is true. The Hand of God had planned for all this and had made all the preparations needed. He is really a horrible enemy. He not only had the whole lower city district of Anglo under control through Maxwell, but all got the trust of the new queen even before she was crowned. Maybe he even had gotten her love, too. Women in love were hardly sensible. She would say yes to whatever her lover says, even to give the whole Anglo to him. He controlled the Westminster Church through the religious court of inquisitors, thus to earn the support of the people. He established his glorious reputation as the savior of the country by defeating the catastrophe. Then, he killed his uncle and seized the position of the Round Table Knight leader to have the army under his control. In just a matter of months, he had the whole country under his control. He had gotten the support of the Queen, the Church, the politicians, and the army. And he had the Fifth Department to feed him with intelligence. Just 1 year, he, a vagrant in the street, became the actual ruler of Anglo. Maxwell, Lancelot, and the old king, they might all be killed by him. How cunning he is! How ruthless he is! How frightening he is! Thinking of this, Lehman felt lucky that Ye Qingxuan didn't stay in the holy city. Otherwise, no one knew what he would do to obtain power for himself. Considering the current situation, it would only make them laugh at us if we continue with our plan. Lehman heaved a sigh and then he became determined. Bishop Mephistopheles, please lead me to see the hand of God. You can do this, of course? Sure. Mephistopheles nodded his head and escorted them out of the door. Then he came back to his office and watched them going. He couldn't help laughing at them. Though knowing not what they would do, Mephistopheles was sure that they would be very unlucky if they do things as in the holy city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, sorry, no way. Chapter 617, sorry, no way. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The streets were full of people. Half of the shops were already open for business, while the other half were still in the midst of reparation works. Business could still be conducted in these shops even if they went unrepaired, but after some examination by the scholars, they decided that the buildings that were already showing cracks in their walls and foundations should be rebuilt. All the tasks related to heavy loads were left to the transformation musicians, who were able to settle most of the tasks with the recast movement, while the remaining tasks would be left for the workers. Henceforth, plenty of scaffolds were built while all the dust and dirt fell from a great height, as if they were being absorbed by the burning sun. The weather was turning hot. Even so, the messenger continued to remain in his gray uniform, which only revealed his hands and face. His facial expression was stern, as if he was unaffected by the temperature. The horse carriage stopped outside of the Royal Academy of Music. Once they passed the main door, everyone would have to proceed on foot, with the exception of members of the royal family. This was a rule set by the previous principal. Not only did the new principal have no intention of changing this rule, he even ensured that it would be strictly adhered to. The messenger who was leading the way was once a member of the 5th Division. In the past, these elite members, who specialized in assassination and special operations, used to be known as organists. When there was a change of command, they were given new badges, and since these badges contained a golden beast, they were now known as royal hounds. According to the official diplomatic provisions, the diplomat of the sacred city is required to announce his intentions to our Foreign Affairs Division 3 days in advance, which we will then verify and confirm the timing before an official meeting can be held. As you have only sent in your application 1 day in advance, hence the best that we can do is to arrange an unofficial meeting for you at the Royal Academy of Music. We hope that the Church can abide by the diplomatic etiquettes that have been agreed upon by both sides so that something like this will not happen again. But that person, known as Richard, was leading the way while holding onto a book that contained lists of things to look out for. He was emphasizing to them on some of such things. His Majesty has a tight schedule, so you will only be given half an hour's time. Go straight to the point and don't beat around the bush. His Majesty hates people wasting his time. During the meeting, His Majesty will not speak about national affairs or the diplomacy between both parties. He will also not interfere with the official relationship between the sacred city and our country. In order to guarantee the safety of both sides, please do not bring along any metallic weapons. If you have any alchemy equipment, please surrender them as well. We will keep them for the time being. His Majesty does not care too much about etiquettes, and besides, he is not meeting you as an official of Anglo. Both parties will participate in the meeting as members of the church, so church etiquettes will suffice. After passing through the plaza and corridor and fields, there was a roar from far away. That was the sound of machines hammering the foundation. Richard came to an abrupt stop and turned around to look at Raymond, who has been very quiet, and Norman, who seemed slightly nervous. We have arrived. His Majesty is waiting for you just ahead. I will return in half an hour's time. Raymond merely nodded slightly, sorry to trouble you. As they proceeded, the sound of the roaring became louder and clearer. Huge construction machineries were working on a massive piece of land. The walls at the back have already been torn down, extending the area occupied by the Academy to include more than half of the royal garden. The fake mountains have been removed, the lake filled up and the greeneries have vanished. There was dust everywhere in the air, so everyone had to wear masks. The half-naked workers were carrying construction materials and following the instructions of the engineers. The foundations of several buildings have already been set, but the style of these new buildings deviated from the classical style of the Academy, as they were fully maximizing the land they had and their outlines were very squarish. Compared to the other buildings, these new ones looked too utilitarian. Any architect with artistic sense would surely frown at them. Finally, Norman saw the hand of God, but the latter looked very different from what he expected. The hand of God appeared to be neither authoritative nor cold. He did not even seem strict. Instead, he was bullying someone disabled? From a distance away, Norman could see him giving a young man on a wheelchair a vicious scolding. All dead? That young man with white hair was so upset that he was practically jumping. I already told you to look after it, how could they all just die? There were more than 200 of them. They all died of heart attack? Who are you trying to bluff? Calm down. As a keeper of the seal, why are you shouting non-stop? The man on the wheelchair was casually digging his ear before blowing at his fingernails. You should blame yourself for not giving clear instructions. You dumped everything on me, what else could I do? Keep them for next year's winter festival? It's not cheap taking care of them, you know. But surely they can't all have died of heart attack. The white-haired young man stared. Can't you at least put in some effort to think of a better excuse? I'm not a forensic pathologist. Don't tell me I need to buy a book just to investigate the cause of death. The man on the wheelchair sniggered. Anyway, I have already given you all the information that you needed. You even managed to collect back a significant amount of national assets. How good is that? After killing 200 of them, the rest have become so obedient. Now, even if you were to fart in the House of Lords, people will still be complimenting how fragrant it is. Don't you secretly feel good about that? What about my reputation? It was already notorious, and now you still want to put me in a bad light? As if you ever had a good reputation. The man in the wheelchair sniggered again before turning back to see two church members heading their way. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm the one taking the blame anyway. I'm going to make myself scarce now. You have company. There was an air of helplessness as the new principal waved. The man in the wheelchair wheeled away slowly, and when he passed by Norman, the latter saw that the former's eyes were metallic gray in color. When he glanced over with a cheeky smile on his face, Norman thought the man looked pretty creepy. But that feeling disappeared very quickly. As if it was just an illusion. Norman took a deep breath in and looked into the distance at the young man, who was approaching them with a smile. No matter what, Norman could not link this man, who was displaying warmth and hospitality, with his terrible reputation. The youngest dean in the history of the Royal Academy of Music, the chief inquisitor of the Religious Court of Inquiry, and a person of immense power to be able to kill Leviathan and the Dark Sovereign. Other than that, he was also widely recognized as the most outstanding talent of the past few centuries, being the youngest and also the most powerful master. Just as Norman has been immersed in his own thoughts, Ye Qingxuan was already right in front of them. This was the first time Norman was seeing him so close in person, but all he could see was the dust and sweat on his face. "I'm sorry that we have to meet in such a chaotic place." Ye Qingxuan grabbed a handkerchief and wiped his hands clean. "Please don't mind the poor hospitality. My lord has been busy with matters of the academy. We are the ones that came on such short notice." Raymond smiled warmly and shook his hand. "With your leadership, it will not be long before the Royal Academy of Music becomes more glorious than before." Ye Qingxuan shrugged his shoulders. "I was forced to take up this position. I don't have much experience, to be honest. At the moment, there is a shortage of musicians everywhere. Even the number of graduates that the Royal Academy of Music produce every year is insufficient. We have no choice but to build new institutions and recruit more students. Hopefully, this will help to improve the situation." Norman could not help but snigger as he had a different opinion. For the past few centuries, the problem of shortage of musicians has always existed. But the most important reason was that there were too few people that possessed the necessary qualities to become a musician. One had to be born with such qualities, so the only solution was to increase populations. If building a few more classrooms could solve the problem, every country would already have expanded their own academies. It was as if Raymond had grown a pair of eyes on his back. He turned around and gave Norman a stern look so that the latter quickly became conscious of his arrogant attitude. Ye Qingxuan saw the expression in his face but did not seem to mind. He merely laughed and went straight to the point. "Bishop Raymond, there must be a reason for wanting to meet with me so urgently. After all, I do hold the bogus title of Archbishop in the Church. I will be glad to help in any way I can." Raymond was silent for a moment before nodding gently. "Since my lord is so direct, I shall not beat around the bush. To tell you the truth, the two of us are here on an order by the sacred city and we seek your cooperation." Ye Qingxuan listened and nodded, as if he had no clue about what he was about to say. He merely asked, "And so?" Raymond raised his frail eyes and looked at him with a stern expression. "We are here on behalf of the congregation for the discipline of the sacraments. We hope that my lord can return the inheritance of Master Haydn to the sacred city." "That's easy." Ye Qingxuan nodded and waved his hands before saying, "Mr. Haydn was an honorable elder and he treated me as if I was his own disciple. I cannot sit by and allow Master's inheritance to be broken. Later, I will ask my men to make a copy of Master Haydn's movement and core music theory for both of you to bring back to the sacred city, so that Mr. Haydn's music theory can continue to be passed down." Raymond kept quiet. Behind him, Norman could not help but frown. "You know what I am referring to, my lord," Raymond spoke firmly. "We hope that you can return Genesis to the sacred city, for the sake of everyone." Ye Qingxuan smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, no way." There was a period of silence as Raymond and this smiling young man looked at each other. Without any hesitation, this fellow rejected the sacred city's request. Not only was there not a tinge of guilt, he was not afraid to look away either. Instead, he stood upright and did not shy away from their scrutiny. Norman stood behind Raymond nervously. This was the worst thing that could have happened. Not only has Ye Qingxuan refused to hand over the inheritance of Genesis, he was not willing to negotiate either. After some time, Raymond finally spoke. "My lord, you should know how important Genesis is to the sacred city. We cannot allow it to be left around outside." "I understand." Ye Qingxuan nodded. "But hasn't the inheritance of Saint Tchaikovsky been left lying around as well? From what I know, it has even fallen into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Besides, didn't the sacred city say that it will ensure that there will be a saint in every country? Please rest assured. Anglo will handle this inheritance appropriately and use it to protect the country and ensure the stability of the seven seas in the north. Wasn't this one of Sant Haydn's duties as well? But this is going against the rules. Going against the rules? Ye Qingxuan countered, I have helped the sacred city to deal with Leviathan and rebuild the religious court of inquiry. Have I not earned the right to accept the inheritance of a saint? This is something that only King of Red can decide. In that case, please give me the order from the King of Red. Ye Qingxuan stretched out his palm as the expression on Raymond's face turned ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Think with your brain. Chapter 618, Think with your brain. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the stiff silence, only the loud noise from the earth rammer in the distance could be heard. Raymond said nothing. Ye Qingxuan's hand hung in the air, waiting, and in the end he still had yet to receive the decree of the King of Red. Norman's gaze flitted back and forth between the two. Sensing the anger in Raymond's thin body, he couldn't help but gulp. No one had ever extended a hand and asked for the decree of the King of Red upon being questioned by representatives of the sacred city. And only audacious fellows like Ye Qingxuan dared to do so without any fear for the possible consequence of intensifying conflicts. Raymond was present as a representative of the Congregation for the Discipline of the Sacraments, and he himself represented the will of the Church. The attitude he conveyed could determine the cardinal's view on Ye Qingxuan to a certain extent. But would Ye Qingxuan really care about what the cardinals thought? He looked down on even Ludovic, so why would he even spare a thought about the group of old politicians whom Ludovic twisted around his finger? Ye Qingxuan adhered to the Church's mission, but was also independent of the Church. After many years of being shelved by the sacred city, the religious court of inquiry had also been completely disappointed with the Church since a long time ago. Even if a cardinal had really been present on that day, not to say Raymond, Sherdong would have dared to put on a sour face, let alone Ye Qingxuan? He was presently the bearer of the staff of authority appointed by the Holy Cauldron, and held the title of the Hand of God conferred by the King of Red. His foundation was in Anglo. It consisted of the trust and wholehearted support of the royal family, regardless of how much national resources the support entailed. Furthermore, after helping Anglo to tide over its troubles, he gained unprecedented popularity among the people with his image as the savior of the country. It could be said that every decision he made at the moment had the support of Anglo. He was not a king, but his status had surpassed that of a king. He need not answer to the sacred city, on the contrary, the sacred city owed him a lot. It was exactly because of such an understanding that caused Raymond to forcibly suppress the anger in his heart and kept his cool on the surface. Otherwise, he would have turned indifferently and leave in displeasure. Facing Ye Qingxuan's silent waiting, Raymond lowered his eyes, seeming admitting defeat, and gave up on his original plan. In the end, he still made his decision. Mr. Yi, if you can give us Genesis in exchange, we are willing to compensate Anglo. Almost gritting his teeth as he said so, Raymond lifted a finger. The coordinates of the undeveloped remains of a catastrophe in the world of dark. In addition to the carcass of the catastrophe within the site, it also includes precious information and techniques from the times before the Age of Dark. For any country, catastrophe remains were vital strategic resources that could not be given up. Other than being able to master the technology concerning catastrophes, it was even possible to discover precious epical items. One must keep in mind that Anglo and Burgundy even fought against each other in the War of the Roses, which lasted for 100 years, to contest over the rights to a site of remains. The banner of the Red Rose, which represented Anglo, and the banner of the White Rose, which represented Burgundy, went to war with each other and paid costly prices. The war only ended a few decades ago after the sacred city intervened, as the two nations finally decided, albeit reluctantly, to split the earnings evenly and jointly develop the site. Meanwhile, the colony in East India primarily served the purpose of facilitating the excavation of the remains of catastrophes. After all, India was where the catastrophe remains were most densely located in the world. There, countries colonized and opened up new land at all costs, madly claiming land as their own, be it as the various nations in the west or the Empire of Aurora in the east. And the sight of remains was not even the final condition. After seeing Ye Qingxuan's unmoved expression, Raymond gritted his teeth and added on once more. After Anglo signs a confidentiality agreement, we can also provide a piece of sealed technology belonging to the next era, a design plan of an epical aether engine. It is enough to ensure that Anglo can stay ahead of the competition in terms of similar technology for more than 60 years. For weapons, 60 years was almost a generation. The attributes of the weapons of the previous generation simply couldn't be compared to that of the next epoch. It was exactly because of the almost monopolistic technical know-how they mastered that enabled the madmen of the Chainsaw Fraternity to frenetically sell their weapons of war to the various countries. Silence. Ye Qingxuan was still unmoved. He simply kept his hand extended, waiting for the decree of the King of Red. As a result, Raymond's face darkened completely. How does the saying go? Look a gift horse in the mouth. For any country, the weight of the bargaining chip would be enough to make the king choose between what has been offered and the legacy of the saint, but Ye Qingxuan is completely unmoved. Raymond was filled with deep regrets, shame and vexation. I've miscalculated. Ye Qingxuan's reaction was so indifferent that it could only mean one thing. This fella has never considered any of Anglo's interests at all. He only wants things for himself. To take away the legacy of the saint from him, one must give him something of equal value in exchange. But for musicians, what in the world could be more important than the legacy of the saint? The crown of the three kings? Kid me not. It is totally impossible for the sacred city to allow Ye Qingxuan to master the legacy of the saint. It can be anyone else, but not Ye Qingxuan. He knows too much, and Ye Lancao also knows too much. Furthermore, he is an Easterner. If he returns to the East in the future, goes through the path of the Deva, and even accepts the legacy of one of the 6 royals, what else is there in the world that can act as a check and balance for him? The King of Red has already emphasized it to the guardian of the Holy Cauldron. The calmness and staidness on Raymond's face gradually dissipated, replaced by darkness and coldness. Looking at the smiling young man in front of him, he asked coldly, Ye Qingxuan, are you really unrepentant? Oh, what are you saying? Ye Qingxuan smiled indifferently. How dare I negotiate terms with the sacred city? I stand by my word, as long as the Holy See formally issues a decree ordering me to hand over the legacy of Master Haydn, I would say no more and personally deliver Genesis to the sacred city. He paused, and his gaze turned cold, even the gentle smile on his lips lost its warmth. As he looked at the old man in front of him, the abyss-like darkness in his pitch-black irises seemed to boil. In the depths of the darkness, the fiery glow of thunder brewed up, like a sword. But before that, please be clear about one thing. He also lifted a finger and said coldly, in the church, I am an archbishop appointed by the Holy See, the Grand Inquisitor of the Religious Court of Inquiry, the bearer of the staff of authority approved by the Holy Cauldron. In Anglo, I am the Prince of Avalon, the deputy ruler of Anglo acting on behalf of the Empress. In the East, I am a Marquis of the Dragon bloodline, the next head of House Ye. Regardless of which identity of mind that you are talking to, I hope that you will carefully consider whether the words coming out of your mouth are appropriate. As Raymond's expression darkened, the finger poked him on the forehead over and over, without any trace of politeness. Ye Qingxuan continued. Think properly with your brain. You called me unrepentant? And who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to doubt my words and actions? Who gave you the assurance to question my decision? And who gave you the courage for you to dare to talk nonsense in front of me? As the finger poked his forehead, Raymond's face was purple with rage, his shoulders trembled angrily, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were almost crushed. But throughout the ordeal, he said nothing. He simply let Ye Qingxuan extend a finger to press all his reason and dignity into the dust. You've gone too far. Norman was furious and walked forward, trying to stop Ye Qingxuan. But when the pair of dark eyes looked over, simply by looking at him, the terrifying gravitational pull from the symphony of predestination almost crushed Norman's consciousness into pieces. Norman was momentarily dazed, and immediately got a splitting headache. His vision turned black, and he sat down on the ground involuntarily, covered in cold sweat, his organs convulsing in fear. It was as if he had been thrown into the depths of the ocean abyss. "Please forgive my offense." Raymond finally lowered his head and squeezed out of a few words. "I beg to take back my words just now, please don't be bothered about it." Then only did he realize what a serious mistake he had made. He had neglected Ye Qingxuan's identity. Subconsciously, he had regarded the other person as an unappreciative brat, but had forgotten about what his identity signified. Unrepentant? Disregarding other matters, how dare anyone utter such a word to the Grand Inquisitor? If Ye Qingxuan had taken it seriously, he could have nailed Raymond to the stake, burned him to ashes, and thrown the remains to the doorstep of the congregation for the discipline of the sacraments, whereas the congregation could only bite the bullet and would even have to apologize to Ye Qingxuan. Had it taken place a century ago when the trial court still existed, Ye Qingxuan could even directly declare him to be a heretic and conduct a large-scale cleansing in his school and order. Good that you understood. Ye Qingxuan withdrew his finger, randomly grabbed a handkerchief, then wiped the sweat and grease off his finger completely. He threw the handkerchief onto the ground, and gave an indifferent wave of his hand. "Enough for today, you may go. I still maintain my stand, as long as the decree of the Holy See is here, I will hand over Genesis with both hands. However, please be clear about one thing. It will definitely take more than random nobodies who come to Anglo casually and say some bullshit along the lines of 'do it for the sake of the world' to take things away from me." Raymond bit his lip, swallowing such bloody humiliation and his rage. He pulled Norman up from the ground, took 2 steps back, and said calmly, "If that is the case, the church will evaluate your elements. I hope that you will have a change of mind soon." As if he had heard a joke, Ye Qingxuan failed to suppress a chuckle. Too lazy to even turn back, he merely waved. "As you please." As he said so, he didn't bother to pay any more attention to them and turned to leave. Actually, while Ye Qingxuan's words were high-sounding, he had already had the church's number and was counting on the fact that the sacred city would not issue such a decree in the name of the King of Red. In fact, they would not even bring up the matter. The church would not allow Ye Qingxuan to become a saint, but it did not mean that the church could convince everyone to accept such a decision. At the moment, in the world, below the level of the scepter, Ye Qingxuan was generally acknowledged as the most powerful musician, the first among the musicians in the level of master, a confirmed scepter musician of the future, and the favorite saint-to-be candidate. If he was not eligible to be a saint, who else was? Who else could achieve as much as Ye Qingxuan? He purified the Dark Sovereign, killed Leviathan, saved the enchantment of the sacred city from the hands of Hyakum, and even defeated Ludovic's scheme. Ye Qingxuan never owed the church anything. It was the church that owed him. But it didn't mean that the church couldn't do anything to him. Just like what Raymond said before they parted ways, the church would re-evaluate his elements and reconsider. They had plenty of ways to stop Ye Qingxuan from becoming a saint. For example, they could prevent him from advancing to the level of scepter. Masters intending to advance to the level of scepter must create legends and construct elements in their symphony of predestination, and all the upper-level elements of the human world were controlled by the church at the moment via the Holy Bible, not to mention the higher-level divine elements. It was an important reason as to why all musicians maintain respect for the church. If the church attempted to sabotage him, Ye Qingxuan would not be able to consolidate elements using the Holy Bible for his whole life. Even if he could bypass the church to create his own elements, he could probably only become a third-class scepter musician, and how could he inherit the legacy of the saint then? As long as the church grasped the power, it was equivalent to grabbing Ye Qingxuan by the neck. They would have more than enough time to make Ye Qingxuan bow and become obedient to the sacred city in the days to come. It was just that the current situation was totally beyond their expectation. Ye Qingxuan couldn't care less. Beside Ye Qingxuan, in the dust, Lola's sigh sounded. Why bother to provoke them like that? Ye Qingxuan cast her a look and asked, do I have a choice? Lola was silent. At the moment it seemed that Ye Qingxuan didn't have Anglo's interests at heart at all. To make matters worse, after Raymond got around to spreading the word, it would definitely distance his relationship with the royal family. Your ass. He was the scapegoat for Anglo. At the moment, even if Ye Qingxuan wanted to give up, Anglo definitely could not return Genesis. As for the reason why, it was because Genesis had already merged with the kingdom of heaven on earth via the path of godly ascension. To return Genesis, Anglo would have to hand over the kingdom of heaven on earth completely as well. It was equivalent to handing over both the power of a catastrophe and the homeland defense front of Anglo. The church wanted to exchange it for a site of remains that had God knew what buried in it and a few insignificant pieces of technology? In their dreams. It was the jewel in the crown that had combined the power of Leviathan, one of the four living creatures, and Anglo's national resources over the past few centuries, not to mention the legacy of the saint. At the moment, even though the kingdom of heaven on earth was hidden in the reflection in the sea, it had already become the real heart of Anglo. As long as the kingdom of heaven on earth still existed, Anglo would be safe from all damages. Moreover, by virtue of Jiao Shao Huan Pei and their own bloodlines, in the territories of Anglo, Ye Qingxuan and Mary were equivalent to two complete saints. Once the kingdom of heaven on earth was totally liberated and the homeland defense front was launched completely once again, old Phil could completely reproduce the terrifying power belonging to one of the four living things in the past, appearing in the world as a catastrophe, and let the enemy understand what actual despair was. Such was the true capital and trump card of Ye Qingxuan, and it was also the basis of his future plans. If Genesis was no longer there, then a big half of the foundation of the entire plan would collapse. Regardless of whoever approached him, he would definitely not let go. Even if the King of Red was to cast away his sense of shame and come to collect Genesis personally, Ye Qingxuan would swallow his own words and play the fool. At the moment, Ye Qingxuan was like an old farmer. If anyone wanted to dig up the foundation of his homestead, he would grab the hoe and beat the person up. Thinking of his follow-up plan, Ye Qingxuan revealed a smile of self-mockery. Even if I return Genesis, the sacred city will probably find me more and more of an annoyance, no? Upon hearing his words, Lola was quiet for a long time, then sighed softly. If I were the people in the sacred city, I would eradicate your troublemaking ass at all costs now. I'm flattered. Ye Qingxuan smiled shamelessly, looked up, and gazed at the building that was being constructed rapidly in front of him. It was the new division of the Royal Academy of Music, where the foundation of the future lay. As early as a month ago, on the day he assumed the office of principal of the Royal Academy of Music, he had already instructed the head teachers of the three main divisions of the Academy to keep everything unchanged and in accordance to Maxwell's rules. However, in addition to the established divisions, he would build a new division together with the Religious Court of Inquiry, and nurture a new generation of purification musicians. In the eyes of the others, Ye Qingxuan was the Grand Inquisitor himself, and it was totally understandable for him to do so. But no one knew that it was merely an excuse. It was totally impossible for the Religious Court of Inquiry to recruit new members openly. As long as he could provide Cherdong they all with enough money and resources, the group of old devils naturally had their own way to produce countless young fanatics. The division was a place where Ye Qingxuan had the absolute word. It was precisely why Ye Qingxuan dared to boast that it could solve the human resource problem of the lack of musicians, who are becoming increasingly scarce. Here, he intended to restart the plan involving more musicians by choosing a large number of youths from the commoners, even if they only possessed a trace of talent to be a musician, and pass on Abraham's way of deciphering. It was where Abraham's legacy really lay. They would inherit Abraham's music theory, inherit Abraham's combat method, and inherit the research topics and paths that Abraham had yet to complete. One day, the musicians born here would change the whole world. But do you really think that such crudely trained people can be considered as musicians? Lola asked in his ear. There is only one Abraham, and only one you. If they do not possess the talent and skill, any amount of teaching would still be useless. It was the root cause of the scarcity of musicians. Among 100 people, less than 5 or 6 had the talent to become a musician. Among the talented people, no more than 30% could sense ether, and among the 30%, only 10% of them could advance to the level of apprentice through complicated training. As for the ones who could eventually become actual musicians, not even one might be found among the 100. Such was the biggest problem. Otherwise, why did the emperors of the East go to such lengths to create the blood of the Deva over a few centuries? Wasn't it precisely to create people who were born with talent and skill? Ye Qingxuan, the various schools have never given up on seeking the solution to this problem all along. Lola advised him seriously. But until now, not even one has succeeded. I know. Ye Qingxuan shook his head nonchalantly. No worries, I have another way. Hopefully, came the reply. After he completed his inspection of the construction site and finished giving instructions about the remaining things to take note of, Ye Qingxuan turned and left. He entered the carriage and asked the heir beside him, "Where do we go next?" Royal Institute of Research. Lola, who was used as a secretary, snorted coldly. According to your order, the prototype of the second-generation Stirling engine has already been manufactured. Ye Qingxuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and his smile became more and more cheerful. The first step in shaking the world, the Industrial Revolution that had been sealed for 70 years, could finally be restarted. 1. The equivalent of saints in the Eastern Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 619, The Carnot Cycle. Chapter 619, The Carnot Cycle. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Under the dim lights the researcher pulled on the rusty bars. They shut with an ear-piercing sound. He pulled the lever, and the elevator descended into the dark depths. The sharp sound of scraping metal followed them down, and sparks flew out from the corners of the elevator. The faint flashes of light illuminated the young man's profile. His silhouette looked rather gloomy. The researcher forced a laugh. Our budget is tight, so we haven't been able to keep up the maintenance. I understand. Ye Qingxuan waved his hand dismissively. If I'm satisfied with the results, I'll increase my investment. Then I can't thank you enough. The researcher cheered up at this news. If he hadn't been so awed at the sound of the young man's voice, he would have already grabbed his hand and begun chattering on about every single potential research project. In fact, the Royal Institute of Research had not originally been so poor. In the past several years, the nation had allocated enough funds to support 10 times their current manpower. But that was before Newton had become the director. He had spent the whole budget on various items, while actually pocketing over half the money himself in order to make up for the debt he had accrued while secretly performing his own forbidden research. The royal family had always had plenty of proof of this, but they put that to the side, even going so far as to secretly protect Newton. This was because that **starred Newton truly was a genius with a talent that none could match. It was not only in the field of mechanical engineering that he had outstanding achievements. He had even at one time been the director of the Royal Mint. There are some people who are able to outstrip the hard-won achievements of the masses using only their talent, and without getting out of bed. Mathematics, economics, mechanical engineering, even in the field of musicianship, in which he had no natural talent, he was still able to do his own research and master some of the principles of alchemy. The **starred was like a double-edged sword. You just had to put up with him, and keep feeding him money so that he could lay another golden egg. If he had not been bad-tempered and eccentric, perhaps that guy would not be stuck in a research position. But from how things looked now, perhaps this was one of his goals? Aside from his passion for his research, he did not care about any other official matters. Even when he had been appointed director of the Royal Institute of Research, he had gone to the brothel far more than he had gone to work. Nowadays, since he had been researching forbidden technology, he had had secret communications with the Revolutionary Army. After walking a dangerous path for so many years, the conspiracy finally came to light, and he had packed up his things and fled. No one knew where he had disappeared to. Everyone was filled with regret, but at the same time could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They would finally no longer have to serve that old ****. But how would they handle the remaining research? Who would take up all the research that had been set aside? The researchers had mixed feelings about this. At the present, the position of director of the Royal Institute of Research was still empty. In practice, general affairs were left up to one of the original assistant directors, Ronald, who had been engaged in power research and had temporarily taken on these new responsibilities. This was the man who had not seen the sun and who knew how many days that now stood before Ye Qingxuan. He was a typical researcher. His skin was pale, and he was as thin as a skeleton. He was obviously malnourished. He was hunchbacked, with peeling skin on his fingers. His white uniform was covered in ink spots that would not wash out. Although they were not open wide, his eyes bulged out behind his thick glasses. Amid the silence, Ye Qingxuan asked, "Is the research going well, Director Ronald?" "Ah, yes, yes." As Ronald said this, he suddenly began talking non-stop. "Our research really isn't difficult, we're just in the process of refitting strictly based on the principles. After you lifted the ban on Carnot cycle technology, it only took us 2 days to draw up the first schematics. Actually, most of the intervening time has been spent comparing the efficiency and production difficulty of each link. At your request, we finally chose the most balanced and most stable plan to carry out production. Time is short, but we have plenty of material. Really, producing this kind of thing is much simpler than an ether engine." "Then take me to see it," Ye Qingxuan interrupted. Ronald laughed awkwardly, as if he realized he had lost control of himself. He pulled open the stopped elevator's grate, and invited Ye Qingxuan to follow him. This was the 6th basement floor of the Royal Institute of Research, devoted to secret designs and confidential development. Only those few who held the proper authorization could enter. Besides the 4 alloy gates, there were 4 music theory arrays protecting the floor, all of which was sealed off by several hundred meters of soil. In addition, the security was tight inside, ensuring that the area was as protected as possible from leaking its secrets to the outside. People and materials could only get in and out by the elevator. "This way." Ronald politely led the way. After passing through gate after gate, Ye Qingxuan finally entered testing ground 6. Many different rupture marks still remained on the testing ground, some of them as large as several underground soccer fields, as if it had already gone through several dozen wars. Even though they were made out of metal, both the floor and the ceiling had been devastated. Several dozen researchers were already waiting there. Behind them, a huge trailer held a piece of machinery as tall as an ordinary person. It emitted the piercing scent of lubricating oil. Its edges and corners were sharp enough to make it difficult to polish it. Many pipes and power lines twisted chaotically around it, making it difficult to ascertain its actual purpose. As soon as he saw it, Ronald's face lit up. He did not bother to introduce the rest of the project team, but trotted directly over to the side of the machine. "This is just the prototype. It may look crude, but this is the first step in producing a machine that can operate in accord with the principles. If it is selected, then later we can cut it down to at least 1/3 of the size, and half the weight. And if we can reduce the power and exertion according to different needs, cutting it down to 1/4 the size isn't impossible." "Oh?" Ye Qingxuan pushed through the researchers to the side of the trailer and looked up. In the soft, dazzling light, the huge iron and brass machine looked square, like a strange heart filled with cables. From the top, Ye Qingxuan could distinguish many different components. It looked like a hodgepodge of stuff picked out of the trash. The components did not seem to form a coherent set at all. Some of them were from the atmospheric pressure valve of a backflow prevention device, some of them were components from the temperature control device of an industrial smelter, the main part was made of the inlet casing of a ship's aether engine. There was absolutely no elegance in its design. It was an experimental product that was meant to achieve results. Ye Qingxuan had no objection to this. To put out a prototype in only a month's time was no easy task. In order to achieve this group of researchers had sacrificed both sleep and nourishment. He nodded, "Well done." The researching let out a sigh of relief. A smile broke out on Ronald's nervous face. Then let me explain some of its basic principles. Actually, Ye Qingxuan already understood how to operate a Stirling engine. An alternative to the steam engine, a Stirling engine could be said to be another design born from the same mold. However, it differed from the obsolete internal combustion engine in that it used completely different external methods to produce combustion. It could be called an external combustion engine. It didn't directly propel its pistons through internal combustion methods, instead using external ones. It applied two different temperatures to both ends of the cylinder, and this difference in temperature drove its actuating medium, which pushed on the pistons. Simply put, we create a cycle of heating and cooling. This makes the object inside that is acting as the actuating medium expand and contract. This produces movement in the pistons, which outputs power. Ronald was once again in high spirits as he spoke about his research. He stood to the side chattering endlessly, making Ye Qingxuan frown. "Director Ronald, I am a qualified level 4 mechanical engineer. I am very familiar with these principles. You don't need to keep explaining. Moreover, wasn't it me who gave you the original Carnot cycle technology?" Ronald finally remembered the keeper of the seal's record. He immediately stopped awkwardly. My apologies. I wasn't careful. The discoveries of the design of the Stirling engine and the principles of the Carnot cycle were the byproducts of the Anglos' explorations of the remains of the catastrophes. Unfortunately, by the time they were discovered it had already been decades since the disasters caused by the Victorian era. The Church declared steam power to be forbidden technology and ordered each country to stop their research, in order to prevent another disaster. The Industrial Revolution had been proved to be of no benefit to humans, and all information pertaining to it was sealed away. Thus, the Anglos could only list it as a technological reserve, only to be used in case of emergency. So when Maxwell had arranged for Ye Qingxuan to become the inheritor of the Fifth Department, these books had become completely open to him. As someone who had once studied to become an engineer, and who had a deep understanding of mechanical engineering, Ye Qingxuan had immediately recognized the profound potential in this technology. Now the sacred city had suffered heavy losses under Hyakum's attack, and its ability to influence the nations had diminished greatly. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army had officially risen up, putting them under great pressure. Thus, times were good for research and development. But Ye Qingxuan understood that once he had started, he would be officially placed on the sacred city's blacklist. Not only that, once this technology had been fully installed and put on the market, it would start to evolve by itself. No longer trapped in one person's head, it would improve itself, evolve itself, and go through new iterations in the hands of countless others. And as for what it would become in the end, even Ye Qingxuan, the one who had started it, could hardly guess. And as for whether or not it would lead to a second Victorian disaster, whether or not it would cause endless catastrophes after it went out of control, none of this mattered to him. It was just like Shi Dong had said. The world had already woken up from the cradle of the church and started crying. Transformations would come to every field, every place, whether it was war, production, transportation, or life. If Ye Qingxuan was overcautious, he would be overtaken by others. Half a month ago, the war that had shocked the whole world had already showed this truth to everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, An Ingenious Idea. Chapter 620, An Ingenious Idea. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 2 months ago, incited by the Church, the Asgardians declared war against the Kingdom of Caucasus, which was controlled by the Revolutionary Army. It was a battle that the Asgardians were destined to win, or at least, everyone thought so in the beginning. The numbers on both sides were in great disparity. The Kingdom of Caucasus retreated in one defeat after another, and the defense fronts at the east and west of the nation had completely fallen. The Third Legion marched straight in and was only 40 kilometers from the capital of the Caucasus when the nation was at its most vulnerable. However, 16 days ago, the situation reversed overnight. The weapon named Redemption was completely assembled in the hands of 2,000 members of the Revolutionary Army. Then, 3 hours later, the army consisting of farmers, craftsmen, bankrupt merchants, and landlords who had lost their land, led by veteran soldiers, surprisingly annihilated the Third Legion, the Asgardians' most elite army. The bones belonging to 60,000 elite soldiers were buried eternally on the snowfield. It was like a ridiculous joke. In the battles that followed, Asgard, which was undisputedly the strongest country in the West, lost ground. In just 2 weeks, it lost the territory it had occupied in the Caucasus, and for the moment being, it dared not even wage war head-on. It could only conduct an economic blockade on the Caucasus at sea in a roundabout manner. All of a sudden, all countries fixed their gaze on the weapon called Redemption. Through rough workmanship and crude technology, what they saw was a near-infinite war potential. Within the month, regardless of the sacred city's bans and reprimands, every country's research institutes were going crazy over it, to the extent that imitations not any inferior to the original could be found after only half a month. It was as if noble and powerful knights had died under the peasants' arrows. The method of warfare had begun to change. It was merely a presage. Even though Hyakom had been defeated, it still couldn't be considered as a complete failure. At the very least, he had cast the abyss into the physical world, completely liberating the increasingly powerful countries from the shackles of the sacred city. The Third Amendment Act had ceased to exist except in name. Everyone knew clearly that turbulent years were about to come. The revolution had just begun. No one could imagine how many monsters the world could breed after breaking free of the custody of the Church. Ye Qingxuan's gaze landed on the Stirling engine, which was an external combustion engine. After a good while, he suddenly asked, "What did you choose to use as the working medium?" Ronald was silent for a moment, then replied, "After trying various types of gases, we decided to use mercury that had been converted with alchemy." "Oh?" Ye Qingxuan chuckled. "Why?" For some reason unknown, the smile made Ronald a little flustered. He coughed twice, gathered his thoughts, then explained, "First of all, alchemical mercury is very sensitive to temperature. As long as the boiling point is reached, 2 standard units of mercury can evaporate instantaneously. Meanwhile, when the temperature is below the boiling point, it can condense and cool in an instant as well. As long as it is properly sealed, simply put, it is perfect as the working medium to push the piston. Moreover, its method of production is approaching maturity. Although it is slightly more expensive than gas, in the long run, it will use up much less resources than that required for new research and mainstreaming of production." "Oh? Value for money?" Ye Qingxuan raised his eyebrows. "What you said is not the conventional thought process for the average researcher. It seems that your talent is not limited to being an insignificant researcher, Director Ronald." As he said so, he patted Ronald's shoulder and praised him. "Not bad." Ronald forced out a smile and continued to introduce the features of the engine. "Plus, with the current design, we can replace external accessories flexibly. So, it could be propelled no matter what fuel is used, be it solid, liquid, or gas, it won't matter at all. As long as there is a matching burner, we can achieve full compatibility. And thus widely increase its usage." Ye Qingxuan nodded, then applauded and complimented him, "Perfect. So, most importantly, how do you intend to solve the problem of the noise?" Upon the mentioning of the subject, Ronald laughed. "You need not worry about it at all." He pointed to the component of the external combustion engine and said, as compared to the original steam engine, the biggest natural advantage that the external combustion engine driven by the Carnot cycle has is that the noise will be greatly reduced. As long as the most basic sound insulation treatment is done properly, it will not cause ether to react in any manner. And the most ingenious idea is the use of alchemical mercury. Alchemical mercury will absorb the noise of the operation of the external combustion engine, react with ether on its own, and increase the thrust for the machinery. The only drawback is that the startup process requires a long warm-up period. But with the new cycle designed by our formula, external combustion only needs to be provided during the warm-up phase. Once the machinery is running and enters the inertia phase, the alchemical mercury will automatically absorb the noise produced in the operation process, thus providing kinetic energy. Moreover, the efficiency is 60% higher than that of the original machinery. With very little fuel supply, we can maintain the entire cycle. Although miniaturization can't be completed, we have an unparalleled advantage over the ether engine. According to our calculations, in the case of both machines taking the same cost to build, the ether engine can only provide energy for one armor, and our external combustion engine can provide energy for a whole workshop. Having said that, Ronald was already unable to conceal his ecstasy, waving his limbs excitedly. However, Ye Qingxuan was not as excited as Ronald had imagined. The young man did not have the slightest smile, but simply nodded. "So, let's start the experiment now, I can't wait to see it." Ronald was momentarily surprised, then nodded quickly. Soon, the fuel transporting cart was brought to them. For the sake of safety, other people had retreated dozens of meters away from the engine. Only Ye Qingxuan was still standing in front of the external combustion engine calmly. Even though the prototype might have all sorts of uncertainties, he did not think that an external combustion engine gone haywire would have the ability to cause any damage to him. It was just like a joke. If a dumb machine could achieve what Hayekam and Arthur couldn't, it might as well become a catastrophe. After giving a wave of his hand as a signal for Ronald to begin, Ye Qingxuan waited quietly. Ronald hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the shovel, and clumsily began to add coal to the burner of the external combustion engine. It took him a few minutes altogether to get it done, and some pieces even dropped and scattered on the floor. Soon, after the coal was filled in, fiery flames rose in the burner. In front of the stove, Ronald was already sweating profusely. 5 minutes later, the huge external combustion engine that had completed the preheating began to tremble slightly. In a low sound that resembled bees buzzing, Ye Qingxuan heard the deep sound of the piston operating rapidly in the core. The activation was complete. The alchemical mercury evaporated and expanded, pushing the piston to operate, then condensed into a liquid once more with the cooling flow at the other end and shrunk. A large force was born from the cylinder as the prototype operated, and it was continuously transmitted along the cable and mechanical structure, propelling the large lathe which was used as a test object in the distance. The gearbox operated rapidly with a low noise, and the deep sound of steel colliding and scraping against each other rang out. The lathe trembled, and as the gears turned, the headstock began operating. The drive chain began to rotate, and pieces of solid steel were transported to the front of the tool holder. A sharp noise rang out, and amid the piercing loud bangs, the steel was cut quickly. Everyone held their breath. The heavy piece of steel was cut open by the alloyed lathe tool. After a series of complicated, dazzling processes, just a few seconds later, a hollow steel shaft, sanded and polished, rolled off the chain onto the ground, making a crisp sound. The testing staff ran towards it in small steps despite the possible danger, took out various tools to check, and finally raised their heads excitedly, waving ecstatically. Pass! At the moment, the suffocating atmosphere was broken, and everyone cheered. The external combustion engine finally took its first step forward and proved its industrial potential. In the cheers, Ye Qingxuan suddenly reached out. Directly bypassing the control equipment in the test site, he drew a large amount of ether from the sea of ether, and the silver stream of light gushed towards the site. In a flash, the sound of the alarm rang out. In front of him, where the external combustion engine was located, the ether density rose that of a pure white zone to that of a yellow zone, which represented hidden dangers. The external combustion engine shook, then continued to operate, and even sped up. 5 minutes later, Ye Qingxuan gave another wave, and the ether density skyrocketed. Red zone. The external combustion engine shook violently, and a deep sound burst forth, causing a flowing light to emerge from the ether in the air. Countless ripples swelled and spread in all directions. But it was still within a safe zone. Under the influence of the external environment, the stability of the external combustion engine plummeted, and a gap even appeared on the main compartment of the body. Behind him, the researchers looking on from afar gulped and prayed hard that the external combustion engine could operate stably. However, the noise increased in volume, and the loopholes of the prototype were exposed. The lack of a perfect seal caused the operation of the machinery to be affected by the external environment. Ye Qingxuan pondered for a moment, then waved again. Black zone. In just an instant, a loud rumble burst forth. Broken gears flew out of the casing, tearing a huge gap in it. The fragments of the gears whistled as they coursed through the air, coming to an abrupt stop in front of Ye Qingxuan. It was only 1 inch away from piercing through his skull. Everyone inhaled deeply. The external combustion engine roared, and a large amount of evaporated alchemical mercury spewed out of it. It was followed by a descent into silence. As it stopped working, everyone became pale. It had failed. But in the silence, applause sounded. It was Ye Qingxuan. Clapping his hands, he gazed at the broken external combustion engine in front of him, revealing a smile full of joy. Very good, or I should say, it's beyond my expectations. Mr. Ronald, the product of you and your research team will shock the whole world. Ronald looked at him, stunned. After a good while, he asked hesitantly, but, just now, wasn't it broken? The young man replied, the black zone is a forbidden zone for machinery. Except for a few simple machines that can run stably, aren't the conditions completely unsuitable for the operation of large engineering machinery? Let alone a prototype that has yet to be tested and inspected at all. A performance of such standard is already better than expected. Ye Qingxuan shrugged. Besides, I have never intended for it to operate in a black zone, nor have I even considered to operate it in a red zone. After all, it is a production machine never to be used to open up new land. As long as it can operate smoothly in white zones and yellow zones, it has already met all production needs. Being able to accomplish so much is already very good. No, it's unparalleled, Mr. Ronald. I look forward to the coming of the day when it is officially produced. I hope that you will not slack off, and will instead keep up the good work. As if he had returned from hell to heaven in an instant, Ronald nodded ecstatically, cheering as he hugged the other researchers. His reaction made Ye Qingxuan feel somewhat resigned. They're making me seem like a tyrant. Surely it's not like I would kill them all if they hadn't completed it in time? He shook his head and looked at the completely damaged external combustion engine in front of him. And his gaze couldn't help but turn to one of marvel. It wasn't that he was stunned by its results, nor was it that he did not anticipate its performance. On the contrary, as the first person to familiarize himself with its working principle, Ye Qingxuan was mentally prepared. However, through the crude prototype, what he saw was not just a simple prototype engine, but an almost perfect thought process and idea. The Royal Institute of Research did better than he had imagined. Its designers have mastered its working principles like an art, creating the most perfect prototype, like invisible hands delivering an embryo that is still being nurtured. Now, the newborn has come to the world. Although it still appears to be slightly weak, its future is bound to be great. Simply put, it is an ingenious idea. One can foresee that soon, horse-drawn trams will be eliminated, and huge machinery equipped with the Stirling external combustion engine will pull hundreds of carriages along as it travels on the railways. Then, the manufacturing and industrial sectors will also undergo earth-shaking changes. A large number of manpower will be liberated from tedious yet simple work. The world will usher in further changes. Ye Qingxuan smiled quietly. After a short celebration, the researchers showed Ye Qingxuan its blueprint and a large number of application solutions. Just by looking at the thickness of the materials, one could feel how much effort they had spent on them. The young man said, "All right, I remember you said that you had completed the main cycle through a new formula based on the original, so that the alchemical mercury could stably absorb the noise and turn it into kinetic energy. Now that I look into it, it seems that the efficiency of the entire external combustion engine has almost doubled. It is indeed an ingenious idea. What kind of formula is it?" Ye Qingxuan flipped through the design drawing and asked casually, "I am quite interested in it. Can you explain it to me?" For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The researchers looked at each other awkwardly and finally at Ronald. Ronald's expression was a bit stiff. "Oh. About that. Ah, found it." Ye Qingxuan took out a drawing filled with complicated numbers, smiled, and looked through, occasionally praising it. Finally, he looked up and pointed to several values in the corner. "May I ask how to solve for the variables here and here? I have some trouble understanding it. How did you calculate this result?" Ronald was silent and swallowed. Before he knew it, he was already sweating profusely. "What's wrong?" Ye Qingxuan looked up, still smiling. "Mr. Ronald, you seem a little uncomfortable?" "It's a bit too hot here." Ronald smiled forcibly, tugging at his tie. "It's really hot." Ye Qingxuan said nothing, just smiled and looked at him. As Ye Qingxuan looked on, Ronald's face became paler and paler, unable to restrain his legs from trembling. In the end, Ronald almost couldn't stand properly, and had to sit down on the ground. I'm a bit dizzy." He smiled awkwardly and wanted to get up, but his arms was shaking. "What were you asking about?" "I will explain it to you." But Ye Qingxuan was no longer smiling. He shook his head, sighed, and threw the drawings in his hand onto Ronald. "Forget it, Mr. Ronald. Lying is a technical job for the skilled, and it's not for you." He crouched down, looked into Ronald's eyes, and asked softly, "Tell me, where did the formula come from?" Ronald's expression was convulsing, and he argued incoherently, "The time was too short, your demands were too harsh, so we had no other choice." "I understand, a month's time is simply unreasonable." Ye Qingxuan nodded, his voice soft. "But if I didn't do that, why would you all seek help from Newton? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 621, A Happy Beginning. Chapter 621, A Happy Beginning. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. If I didn't do that, would you all have tried to seek help from Newton? A gentle voice could be heard in the experimental site. Everyone's faces turned pale and their bodies stiffened. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Ronald forced a smile as he looked around the companions around him. This formula is the result of our collective efforts. How does it have anything to do with Newton? Am I right? Everyone, say something. No one spoke. Everyone had just become aware of the presence of tens of dark figures that had appeared from the shadows and were watching all of them intently. They wore solemn-looking masks and were clad in uniforms from top to toe. Only the golden badge on their chest gave away their identity as the Royal Hounds. Ye Qingxuan sighed and shook his head. Have you heard of a saying that the writing mirrors the writer? Formula and literary works are the same. I am very clear what kind of person will create what kind of product. With that, he tapped on the data on the ground with the tip of his toe. You are all researchers, gentlemen, and you have all been used to working under the constraints of all sorts of rules and conditions. The things that you can produce will be dull and uninteresting. How can you possibly think of something out of this world? Tell me, you are all either lunatics or schizophrenics. He saw the look of despair on Ronald's face. He stretched out his hand and smoothed his collar. His expression was gentle, or you could try lying in front of the harp musician. Where is Newton? There was dead silence. Ronald's face contorted. His lips were quivering, but he could not make a sound. Ye Qingxuan shook his head in disappointment. He sighed and got up slowly. Just as he raised his palm and was about to give an order, a hoarse voice rang out from the loudspeaker in the experimental site. Don't make things difficult for them anymore, Mr. Yi. I'm here. Very soon, what was once a smooth and flat wall gradually opened, revealing a secret passageway behind it and an old man who must not have seen the sun for a very long time. The previous dean of the Royal Institute of Research, Newton. He looked at Ye Qingxuan without any expression on his face. They are all innocent. They had no idea what they were doing. Let them go, Mr. Yi. Ye Qingxuan lowered his head and smiled, as if he had just witnessed something funny. Newton, who had been arrested by the church and given up on by Anglo, had been hiding in the Royal Institute of Research all along. In a place that he had built from scratch, this was probably the safest place for him. Anglo would never allow anyone from the church to conduct a search here, and even organists and secret agents would never be able to find the secret entrance and passageway hidden hundreds of meters underground. Besides, complicated limits of authority and decades of countless piling of digging works were more than capable of creating a secret shelter for hiding. Underneath this massive underground facility, the routes were well established and could link to every corner of Avalon. Even if one was discovered, it was still possible to escape unscathed. In addition, he had a group of researchers that have remained loyal to him. Where else could be safer than here? Otherwise, how is it possible for an old man as reliant on others as him to be able to escape the church? Ye Qingxuan turned his head and looked at this old man from head to toe. Even though he has been in hiding, he did not look down and out at all. Instead, he looked well-fed and there was even the smell of alcohol. It was as if he was on a vacation. It is so good to see you, Mr. Newton. Ye Qingxuan waved the royal hounds away. Bring these gentlemen away and find some harp musicians to give them a thorough inspection to see if they are hiding anything else. Look at how Anglo is spending so much money to feed a bunch of traitors. The last sentence was directed at Newton, but his face remained expressionless, as if he had not heard it. Very soon, the entire experimental site was just left with the two of them. Why didn't you escape? Ye Qingxuan teased, it is not like you to be so loyal. Newton laughed coldly and looked at him. What do you think? Ever since Ye Qingxuan entered this place, more than 100 royal hounds had appeared out of nowhere to take over every corner of the Royal Institute of Research by force, and the transformation musicians had begun to look for secret entrances hidden behind walls. This was different from the superficial inspections conducted in the past. This time round, it was as if they had no qualms tearing down the entire place in order to find what they were looking for. There were even a large number of abstinence musicians that set up layers of perception enchantment. Within half an hour, by the time Newton finally realized what was happening, every possible exit has already been blocked off. Only the researchers in the experimental site were still kept in the dark. Newton was completely trapped. Ye Qingxuan's intention for locking up the entire place was to prevent news from getting out. He certainly did not expect such a huge catch. Looks like you have some conscience after all, since you have chosen not to let those researchers take the blame for you. Ye Qingxuan looked at Newton. His expression turned cool. If only you had done the same thing back then. Newton knew what he was talking about. He already knew about the relationship between Ye Qingxuan and Charles when the latter reported for his first day of work. This was also why Newton could not remain calm, and a tinge of helplessness flashed across his face. I'm sore. Bang! Before he could complete his sentence, his body was already sent flying towards the wall. It slowly slid down until he was sitting on the ground and coughing violently. He raised his head with difficulty, only to see Ye Qingxuan gripping onto his staff. There were veins protruding everywhere on his arms. It was clear that rage was coursing through his entire body. "Don't you dare say that to me, Newton. Never." Ye Qingxuan continued quietly, "It is taking all of me to remain rational and not kill you." Newton turned his head and spat out some phlegm that also contained traces of blood. A queer smile appeared on his face. He, should I be grateful to the Chief Inquisitor for being so full of compassion and mercy? Leave it for offering up your humble praises to the gods. Ye Qingxuan walked towards him and stared him down coolly. "You should thank him for giving you an irreplaceable gift. It is the only reason why you are still alive, to redeem yourself." Newton, who was leaning against the wall and was completely covered by the shadow casted by Ye Qingxuan, laughed suddenly and his eyes were filled with disdain. "You want me to do something for you? Are you combining the carrot and stick approach again? Is that what you are trying to do? Forget it, little brat. How many people do you think have already tried to do the same thing to me?" He shook his head and raised his arm to wipe off the blood on his nose. Both his hands searched around in his pockets, as if he was looking for something, only to pull out a shriveled box. There was nothing in it, except for some sporadic cut tobacco. "Forget it, I shall not argue with you anymore." He shook his head and gestured 2 fingers at Ye Qingxuan. "Do you have some cigarettes with you? You seem pretty well off. It should be easier talking to you than to Maxwell. Get me all the prostitutes in the entire city first. I want to have a good time. Throw a party and drink some wine. When I'm finished, maybe I will be in the mood to listen to what you want from me." There was complete silence. Ye Qingxuan looked at him without any expressions on his face. Newton looked back at him as he wavered his 2 fingers, as if he was hinting to Ye Qingxuan that he had better cooperate. After some time, Ye Qingxuan raised his hands and took out an unsealed metal box. It was sealed up with tape and there were Indian words on it. Every smoker in the entire world would know that that was high-quality Indian cigarette. Only their fertile lands could produce red tea and tobacco leaves of such quality. The silence was broken by the sound of the tape being torn. Ye Qingxuan opened the metal box and carefully opened the packaging. Finally, he presented the row of exquisite cigarettes to Newton for him to choose. "This is the way." Newton smiled happily and stretched out his hands to pick a cigarette. "A happy partnership should start with a happy beginning, don't you think?" Bang! There was a sharp noise. It was the sound of the rubbing of iron. Metal met with bone. A hoarse scream of pain followed. Silver nails. Slender and long silver nails appeared out of thin air, penetrating Newton's palm along with the box of cigarettes and nailing them onto the ground, as if this was a specimen. The palm began to cramp up. The pain came so suddenly that Newton was screaming for his life. He was in so much pain he wished he could die, but he dared not struggle. His muscles were spasming and his face, which was originally one of joy, was now contorted. Ye Qingxuan remained expressionless. He only stretched out his hand towards the box of cigarettes that Newton was still holding and took out a cigarette that was completely intact. Very soon, the blood-stained cigarette was lit and Ye Qingxuan inhaled deeply, tasting the cigarette that carried with a slight taste of blood. Smoke slowly rose from the flame, blurring out his facial features. The distance between the 2 men seemed to increase across the smoke, as if Ye Qingxuan was looking down at Newton through layers of clouds. Hearing Newton's cries and curses was as enjoyable as admiring a top-notch symphony movement. Ye Qingxuan took his own sweet time to smoke that cigarette as he casually flicked off cigarette ashes and exhaled smoke that were green and white in color. Finally, he lowered his head to look at Newton, who was convulsing while kneeling on the ground. "Did you misunderstand my meaning because I spoke too gently?" He jabbed the cigarette onto the back of Newton's hand. The flame burnt through his skin before being extinguished by the blood spurting out from the wound. Ye Qingxuan squatted down so that his eyes were level with Newton's. He spoke very carefully and seriously. perhaps you didn't understand what I said just now, so I'm going to repeat it one more time. There will be no smoking, no drinking, no prostitutes, none of the things you used to have. You have committed a crime, and now is the time for you to redeem yourself. My generosity is the only reason why you are still alive. You will get nothing more than that. As for me, I do not have a temper as good as Maxwell. Therefore, please show me more respect. More than what you are showing now. Shay. Newton barely managed to force out a cold smile amidst the incredible pain. Do you think I will work for you like a slave? Yes. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Of course, you should. All right, I give you my word. Newton gritted his teeth to endure the pain of his palm being impaled and laughed mysteriously, but research is a long-term project. You must be prepared that you may not get anything out of it at the end of the day. Besides, I am very good at convincing people to keep increasing their investments. If you are going to send someone to keep track of the accounts, I will make sure that every single cent of yours will be spent legitimately and will be accountable. Research was his specialty. If Ye Qingxuan needed his help, then he would need to put his ego aside and pay a price. A price that was hundreds and thousands of times higher than what it should be. Otherwise, he had countless tricks up his sleeves to ensure that Ye Qingxuan would not gain anything out of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, It's getting light out, time to get to work. Chapter 622, It's getting light out, time to get to work. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. No, I don't have the money to sponsor you. Ye Qingxuan shook his head and thought about it. At best, I can give you around 10 million pounds. It seemed as if he had not understood what Newton meant. He spread his hands and said seriously, there won't be any more after you've spent it all, so you'll have to start saving a little bit. What, did you steal some pocket change from a bunch of children? Newton sneered. Such little money is not even enough to take the first step. It seems like I haven't made myself clear. Ye Qingxuan sighed disappointedly, thrust out his hands and grabbed Newton by the hair, pulling him forcibly up off the floor. His wounds split open, and fresh blood began to pour out. Mr. Newton, perhaps your confidence in yourself as researcher and a genius has led you to believe that I am making a request. But that is not the case. He smiled coldly at Newton's arrogant expression. You have two choices. 1. If you work for me honestly, I will let you live, and fulfill any of your reasonable requests. One day, you will have done enough to make up for your crimes, and I will set you free. And the second choice? Newton laughed strangely. Will you kill me? Or torture me? Whatever, go ahead. Do you think that no one has tried that before? Don't worry, Ye Qingxuan, you won't be able to do a thing. Or, you could consider changing your attitude and apologize for what you just did. Otherwise, you can lead that pack of fools who rely on rote memorization and do the research yourself. Kill you? Torture you? Ye Qingxuan shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, I'll let you live. He let go, and Newton dropped to the floor. He took out a few documents and dropped them one by one into his arms. What if we were to put up a fruit stand facing the Royal Institute of Research? You could make a living selling fruit, and if you didn't like that, you could always go work on the docks. This document can give you the rights to unload a huge load of cargo. You can start your own unloading business. Or how about this one, a coachman? Driving a coach would be pretty good, but you'd have to learn how to take care of horses. This one's not bad, you could be a doorman. You could work close by, right at the doors of the Royal Institute of Research, and watch people coming in and out every day. Wouldn't that be great? After he had finished dropping the documents into his arms, Ye Qingxuan looked at Newton regretfully. Unfortunately, no matter which job you choose, you won't be able to continue your research. Newton was shocked. Ye Qingxuan smiled brightly. Newton, I will have people watching you 24 hours a day. From this day forward, you will never again touch a single piece of research equipment, not even so much as a screw. Someone will be assigned to check all of your notes. Even your pocketbook will be looked over by 6 actuaries. Get ready to say goodbye to your past. From now on, you will have nothing to do with this place. Newton was silent, and his eyes went cold. Don't worry. As for the teachers, all the research materials that those old fellows left behind, as well as the research transcripts that you hid all over, are a bit troublesome. I'll burn them all, every scrap of paper, every spare part. I won't leave even the slightest trace. Don't be sad, I'll give you some money. Enough to eat and drink, to go to the brothel. Enough to ensure you'll never want for anything, that you'll live a full and happy life. How does that sound? Ye Qingxuan. Newton raised his head stiffly. His eyes were bloodshot. For the first time, his deep-seated arrogance had disappeared, and was replaced with anger. Ye Qingxuan smiled, reached out and patted his cheek. The giants are all dead, Mr. Newton, you don't need to stand on their shoulders anymore. Put down your burden, no one will force you to pick it up again. All of that useless talent will be slowly worn away by wine and prostitutes. After a few years, no one will remember you. You'll just be that old pathetic doorman at the Royal Institute of Research. Occasionally you'll be able to shake your head at the addictions of the youth while you sweep the floor. Don't worry, I'll put an end to every project that you had a hand in. How about I get a couple of officials from City Hall to come here and take over? They can start an all-new Royal Institute of Research with their rules and regulations. If I give out a few more titles, people will definitely flock here like birds. Every day there will be unending seminars and business lunches. After 2 years everyone here will become fat and bloated clerks, dealing with piles and piles of paperwork day after day. You will witness all of this. From the world forgetting you, to everything you love abandoning you, you will witness it all with your own eyes. I guarantee it. Ye Qingxuan made these predictions calmly and quietly, and bit by bit took all of Newton's ideals and everything that he had worked so hard for all his life, and trampled them to pieces in the mud. He was skilled at this, as if the world had once done it to him. By the end, a ferocious expression distorted Newton's face, as if he was a wild beast that had been chased into a dead end. What's wrong? Ye Qingxuan bent down to study his face carefully. Are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Or is that regret I see? Or maybe, fear? He knew better than anyone that to someone with Newton's mindset, neither death nor torture could frighten him. He did not care if he lived or died. As long as he could do the things he wanted and walk his own path, then he would not even care about the end of the world. In order to do the things he needed to do, he could not love anyone, not even himself. These so-called idealists were such cold, cruel things. To deal with this kind of guy, you did not need to threaten his life at all. Those kinds of threats would be useless. Judging by everything that had happened up to that point, Maxwell had been far too kind, and had let him fall into a dream of his own making, where he could take whatever he pleased from anyone. But now he had to wake up. It's getting light out, Newton. Ye Qingxuan laughed softly and patted him on the shoulder, bidding him a faint goodbye. You should get to work. He took 2 steps back and then turned to leave. But he heard a hoarse scream. It was Newton. The stooped old man climbed up off the floor, pulled out the silver nail that had once pierced his own palm and rushed towards Ye Qingxuan. And then he halted suddenly. Ye Qingxuan stopped, turned slowly and saw Newton standing stiffly in his original place. He was holding the nail up to his own face, but his hands were trembling. He did not have the courage to stab himself. He hesitated, delayed, until finally the silver nail dropped from his hands. He couldn't do it. Newton sat down weakly. He put his face in his hands to hide his desolate expression. He howled hoarsely, shouting until he could shout no more, exhausting his last bit of courage. Finally, he lowered his proud head. Ye Qingxuan, you win. Don't you think this is despicable? He whispered hoarsely. Not at all. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. This is nothing more than an unfortunate circumstance. Why should you let it trouble you? What's more, isn't this the way things have to be? I was merely destroying your fantasy. What is there to be sad about? Once you have woken from your dream, Newton, you can learn to accept reality. I'm already old, I don't need you to teach me how cruel the world can be. Newton wiped the dirt from his face. He raised his head, and his eyes were once more filled with arrogance. You win. I'll work for you, don't worry. As long as you don't destroy the research that the teachers left behind, and don't hinder my forbidden experiments, I'll help you do whatever you want. Even with the formula it took that group of good-for-nothings a month to produce some rubbish. I'll do better than you can even imagine. He stopped suddenly, and his tone became more meaningful. As long as you can afford the price. Don't worry, I have more than enough debts as it is. I don't owe you this. Ye Qingxuan laughed softly and pulled out a note that had been torn out of something. He waved it in front of his face. As for the price, it is completely insignificant when compared with what is going to happen next. For a moment, the ripped paper swayed before his eyes. Newton saw only some blurry schematics and some bits of formulas, but his heart still twitched involuntarily, as if he had a premonition that something terrible was coming. He unconsciously reached out to take it, but Ye Qingxuan pulled the torn notes out of his reach. You should think this through, Mr. Newton, he said seriously. Once you read this, there's no turning back. PSHH, now I have to see it. What is this precious toy of yours? Newton snatched the notes without thinking. His eyes swept over the page hurriedly, and his disdainful expression stiffened and his face paled. What is this? Ye Qingxuan said nothing. He merely smiled happily and indicated that he should continue reading. What was it? It was poison. Hermes' final masterpiece, a poison that would make anyone who was obsessed with research go mad after reading it. Just after reading a little bit he wanted to read more, even if killed him. The part that Ye Qingxuan had given him to read was the least significant piece of the whole thing. But to Newton, who for his whole life had wanted mechanical engineering to break free from being a subordinate discipline to alchemy, to be free of its chains and shackles, and forge its own future, this was already the first gleam of light that heralded a new dawn. A ticket that led to a new future. If it had been anyone else, Ye Qingxuan would probably have been loath to confirm the results on the torn piece of paper, but since it was Newton, he trusted that he would be able to understand the value. A value that was unparalleled. It was only a thin piece of paper, but Newton held onto it tightly, reading it for a long time. Over half an hour passed. It was as if this piece of torn paper could let him peek through the gate to a new world. When he looked up at the dark clouds, he could see the dragon's ferocious silhouette among the roaring thunder and flashing lightning. He scrutinized each and every elegant detail one by one, deducing, and deducing some more, hoping that he could get a glimpse of the full outline. But it was difficult to see the true essence from just the little slip of ripped paper. It was only missing a single step. This feeling of not quite understanding produced in Newton something that he had never felt before, frustration and craving. What is this? He raised his head stiffly and looked at Ye Qingxuan. His eyes had become bloodshot without him realizing it. Where are the other blueprints? There have to be others, there has to be more. Where did you get this? What on earth is this? The net of ether, which will lead us to the gate of a new world. Ye Qingxuan laughed warmly, but his tone was like that of a demon waiting for a mortal to sell his soul. Do you want it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Talent. Chapter 623, Talent. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the quiet secret chamber, amid the darkness, a crisp sound of iron sheets rubbing against each other rang out. It resembled pebbles knocking each other. After two collisions, a glimmer of fire was born from it. The speck of fire that resembled a candle flickering in the wind illuminated Newton's sluggish face, as well as the wound in his palm that had barely healed. It's fire. He looked at the flames floating above his palm, as if he had never seen fire before, and his face lit up with a childlike joy. As his fingers moved, the heavy block of iron that was clasped onto his arm gave off a faint glow. One could vaguely see musical notes flickering in and out of sight, controlling the flames to change in a predetermined manner. The fire sometimes became ring-shaped, other times forming a square. It was the simplest application of musical notes. Flame. Despite the alchemy equipment being so basic that even apprentices would not spare a glance for it, Newton had a good time playing with it, until the high temperature radiating from the heavy block of iron on his arm was no longer tolerable, and the noise was ear-splitting. A crack sounded. The flame was extinguished. A gap cracked open on the square block of iron. Newton's expression abruptly stiffened, revealing a mixed look of disdain and regret. The light slowly lit up, illuminating the secret chamber that he had been hiding in all this while in a languorous Ye Qingxuan lazing on the old sofa. Seeing that Newton's experience had ended, Ye Qingxuan lifted his eyes. How do you feel, Dot? Feel? Newton removed the iron block from his arm with some trouble and weighed it in his hand, then scornfully threw it into the corner in the end. A godly direction, a crappy design. It's so crude and rough that I wonder how its designer still has the nerve to continue living in the world. Ye Qingxuan's expression immediately turned to one of resignation. He knew that the old man was coming up with innovative ways to berate him, but it just so happened that he could do nothing about it. Newton was as good as the founding fathers in this aspect, and Ye Qingxuan's attainments didn't even qualify him to hold Newton's shoes for him. The old **Lu is really vengeful. He curled his lips, reached out, and summoned the cumbersome square iron block on the ground back into his hands from a distance. The iron block could be hung on the arm through the gap in the middle, and looked like an oversized bracelet, or shackles. But at the moment it seemed that the shackles were broken. The remaining temperature had yet to dissipate. Ye Qingxuan reached out, cut the iron shell open, revealing the densely packed gears and tiny springs underneath, and began to inspect it carefully. No need to look at it, the conduction system is overheated. Newton snorted. You miscalculated the stress limit of the matter. No, the calculation is correct. I have checked the entire formula several times, and it should be perfectly safe, said Ye Qingxuan. The formula itself is problematic, or rather, from the start, the textbooks are incorrect. Newton sneered. People like you who rely on rote learning like to make such mistakes the most. Okay, well said, you're absolutely right. Ye Qingxuan spread his hands. It's just a consumable used for demonstration. A free version which requires no payment and has achieved such standards is good enough. What about you, Newton? Are you satisfied with the experience of being a musician for the short span of only a few minutes? Newton was silent for a long time, then started cackling softly. Of course. I've never expected to experience the feeling of becoming a musician one day. Not bad, Ye Qingxuan, not bad indeed. I'm starting to believe what you have said, Dot. He paused and looked at the odd-looking bracelet consisting purely of mechanical parts in Ye Qingxuan's hand, and the look in his eyes became greedy and anticipative. The door to the new world. Under the dim light, Ye Qingxuan lifted the odd bracelet with his index finger, deftly spinning it at his fingertip. One could vaguely see a faint perception thread extending out of it and disappearing in the void unobservable to the naked eye. Beneath the vast enchantment of Avalon, the perception thread was immersed into the 9-layer sea of ether and extended into the depths of the enchantment. In the turbulent waves of the sea of ether, the unknown item connected to the perception thread fleetingly revealed a large and grotesque outline, and immediately disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. It was the scepter domain hidden in the reflection in the sea, the kingdom of heaven on earth that had absorbed the power of the catastrophe, or in other words, the key component required to form the net of ether. In the silence, the look in Newton's eyes changed, and God knew what he was thinking about. After a good while, he spoke up and asked, "It is what you are counting on when you bring up the plan of mass-producing war musicians again with full confidence, right?" "No, even the plan is just a shell to cover up your real purpose." He paused, then voiced the taboo phrase. "Artificial musician. You actually caught the essence of the net of ether so fast?" Ye Qingxuan lamented softly. "Worthy of your fame as the best engineer in Anglo indeed." "Not Anglo, but the world." Newton corrected him, expressionless. His gaze fell on the spinning bracelet at Ye Qingxuan's fingertip, and recalled the notebook that Ye Qingxuan had shown him before letting him try it on. It was a notebook that the church would burn at all costs if they were to ever find out about it. In fact, the church would also burn everyone who had touched it, read it, heard about it, or even anyone who had been within 10 meters from it. It was Hermes' final work before he died. The net of ether. After being inspired by Ye Qingxuan, as a token of apology and a reward, Hermes created a grand blueprint tailored for him. An idea that was destined to be unaccepted by the world. If the idea that had only existed in Hermes' hypothesis, consisting only of a few formulas and lacking any concrete track of thought or details, could really be finished up by Newton and could be materialized, the taboo proposition of artificial musicians would be fully completed and become reality. The new world was at their fingertips. Abraham's way of deciphering, the newly built division in the Royal Academy of Music, the much scorned and ridiculed plan of mass-producing war musicians, even the refusal to return Genesis to the sacred city, and the kingdom of heaven on earth hidden in the reflection in the sea. Everything was part of a well-laid-out plan surrounding the completion of the net of ether. As the most taboo proposition among all taboo propositions, artificial musicians had always been the most unmentionable research topic. Despite the church reiterating the ban, the silence governance hunting down wanted criminals all over the world, and the countless heretics who died being burned at the stake of the religious court of inquiry, many still ventured down the path one after another, longing for such a result. They included even the dark musicians. After all, hadn't they sought out the help of catastrophes at the very beginning due to being limited by their own capabilities? At the root of it all was the inadequacy of their own talent. Hardly anyone could guarantee a smooth and level walk down the path of becoming a musician, no matter how hard one had tried, how much effort one had put in, even if one was to rely on foreign objects. It was because everything was already destined at birth. Right at the moment of birth, everything was already predetermined. The talented were fated to be more powerful than the untalented, and those of blue blood lineage were destined to surpass ordinary folk. Other than the ones talented enough to break this rule, one could only swallowed up in the crowd of mortal beings. And how many of such people were there? Since the ancient times, few had been capable of doing so. What one sought at all costs, others were born with it. Such was the most painful thing for the ones chasing down the path. Musicians were pursuers of the originator, but more often than not, one did not choose the originator, it was the originator who chose one. The ones unable to become apprentices longed to become apprentices. The ones who had become apprentices longed to advance as musicians. After advancing as official musicians, they pursued powerful music theory. After distorting reality, they longed to create legends. After creating legends, they still must advance as scepter musicians. After the level of scepter, they longed to become a saint, and after becoming a saint, could one advance further to the next level and become one of the three kings? 9 levels of musicians. Painstaking efforts of countless people were buried beneath each step taken. Precisely because of that, everyone desired powerful bloodlines so much. In order to arrive at the originator, the musicians of the East placed their own pursuit and the music theory from their entire life in their blood. The 9 families of the dragon bloodline passed down their legacies from generation to generation, but no one had ever been able to truly advance into the originator. Not to mention the many attempts by the various schools in the West to obtain stronger power and better talent in the past years. One example would be the Hauser brothers that Ye Qingxuan had once come across in Romulus. By blending bestiality into human nature, Caspar Hauser, the son of the beast, was created with pure bestiality. Another example would be the School of Dragonstone, which cast bestiality into ether world as food to rear the snake of the atrium every generation. Even the School of Stoneheart, which Ye Qingxuan was a member of, did not hesitate to implant suboriginators to enhance their abilities. Among the various research projects, some violated taboos, some cleverly tested the boundaries, some would be immediately halted if the authorities were to find out, and some were conducted behind closed doors despite pressure from the sacred city. In the end, talent became the shackles of musicians. The 9 levels of musicians did not require much design to set different levels apart, as it was already destined from birth. The gap between geniuses and ordinary folk was far greater than the difference between black gold and soil. It was also the reason why alchemy, which could turn stone into gold, was so popular. The earliest proposition of the classical school of alchemy, pioneered by Hermes, was to turn oneself into a higher form, just like how soil was turned into gold. There was no musician that didn't long to be liberated from the shackles. Ye Qingxuan once saw the hundreds and thousands of towering clock towers in the sacred city and also personally experienced the wonderful sensation of being strengthened by clock towers. His own power surged, as if he had become integrated with the sacred city, and he reached the level of master, bypassing many levels. Strengthening by the clock towers. Every clock tower on its own was enough to help a musician achieve the level of master in an instant. Thousands of clock towers meant thousands of masters. Multiplying the number of all the masters in the world at the moment by 3 times, would probably still result in a number smaller than that of the number of masters the sacred city could create in an instant. Its working principle was based on Concerto No. 5, which was engraved at the core of the clock towers. It was one of the tokens of authority belonging to the King of Red, the movement titled Emperor. Once the movement was played, it was like an emperor's coronation, allowing a mortal to sit on the throne and enjoy the generous charism granted by God, as well as unparalleled glory. If the King of Red was to play the movement himself, he could even bestow elements directly to an apprentice, so that his road to advance as a scepter musician would be smooth and unimpeded. As for the King of Blue, Bach, once he unfolded his domain in the form of a forbidden zone, he could determine the life or death of any musician. Without even taking any action, he could reduce a musician's level just by will. The domain that the King of Yellow could influence was even more terrifying. His authority could act directly on the sea of ether. Even if he was all the way at the other side of the world, he could control the density of ether in the various countries with his own power. Such was one of the reasons why the 3 kings were terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Cheers to Friendship. Chapter 624, Cheers to Friendship. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. This was one of the reasons why the 3 kings were so terrifying. They represented the holy cauldron and the foundation of the 7 systems of musicians. As guardians, protectors and gatekeepers, the 3 kings were capable of influencing the originator through this system. It was as if the emperor has groomed a commoner to become a consul under his personal command, who would then carry out his tasks from the most central of all places. This was also the reason why the church and the sacred city possessed such unique status. They might have given humans strength, but they have always been in full control, allowing them to ensure the stable development of the entire world. This was the reason why Ye Qingxuan was very sure that the sacred city would not let matters rest if they knew of his intentions of activate the net of ether. Just as what Lola had casually said, there would not be a price too high to pay in order to eliminate someone like him. The net of ether could shake the very foundations of the sacred city. It could make use of tools to make up for the difference in talent. Its theory was similar to the bracelet that Ye Qingxuan had showed to Newton. Although it might look like an alchemy equipment, its essence was completely different. It did not make use of the alchemy array to play musical notes, arrange intervals and music theories, before finally casting movements. It merely acted as an interface, a terminal that was connected to the net of ether. Normally, in order for musicians to cast movements, they would need to sense for ether before controlling it with musical notes, intervals and music theories. Eventually, it would take shape in the form of movements before being casted. This entire complicated process could be simplified into a single step by the net of ether, whereby the key was to achieve a breakthrough in the interface. There would be no need for racking of brains, sensing of ether, and controlling of movements. Everything could be left to the net of ether and the user would only have to be responsible for how the movement would be used. There would be no need to consider anything else. According to Hermes' final concept, the entire process would not need to be completed solely by the musician nor by machines. Regardless of musicians or machines, they would only play a small role in the entire process before eventually becoming a massive system. It would comprise of a massive source, a set of complicated systems and countless terminals. Under such a strict system and control, movements would no longer be an individual's product, but the finished product of an assembly line. This was not just a wild idea at all because it has been proven by Ye Qingxuan. Or to be more accurate, this was the path that Ye Qingxuan has always been taking. Back in the days when he was still an apprentice and his talents were sealed, he had utilized an exhaustive method in the classical school to commit the multitudes of records to memory, so that he would be able to use the musical notes freely. This could already show that the sensing of ether was something that was governed by a set of rules. There was no need to seek any mysterious feelings. One would be able to achieve the desired effects as long as one chose the right formula according to the environment. In this system, the entire process would be replaced by complex machineries, just like the terminal that Newton had utilized. Any ordinary person, who might be devoid of any talent, would be able to use the terminal freely, as long as he understood the theory behind it. After the way of deciphering has been deconstructed, movements would be broken down into several segments before being pieced together in the system of the net of ether and finally completed at the terminal. At this point in time, all the prerequisites that the net of ether would require have already been prepared. Genesis would be merged with Kingdom of Heaven on Earth to form the foundation of the net of ether, while Jiu Shao Wan Pei and Heaven Ladder music theory would make up its main body and would cover the entire Anglo as the net of ether was gradually built. Within the area covered by Heaven Ladder music theory, the power of Kingdom of Heaven on Earth could be sent to every terminal. All those people that have been recruited to fill the new institutes of the Royal Academy of Music have all been through the most basic music theory training and the way of deciphering lessons and would become the first batch of users. These commoners would be able to quickly grasp powers that only sophisticated musicians could possess in the past. Bits and pieces of such powers would already allow them to become new war musicians. Within the area covered by the net of ether, the influence of born talents was reduced to the minimal. As for the musicians, they would have to make their way down from their place on the altar, and take on roles that were similar to engineers. In the beginning, they would be constrained by Ye Qingxuan's abilities and the extent of the net of ether's completion, and the movements that could be utilized would be limited to those of lower tiers. But the lower tiers were exactly the areas where there was a shortage of musicians. Who would need a saint in 100-strong infantry? 3 musicians of apprentice level were more than enough. By then, all musicians in the world would probably protest and refuse to acknowledge these people, that have been groomed through this system, as musicians. This was because the pursuit of the originator would no longer be possible once autonomy and integrity have been lost. But truth be told, not many musicians would dedicate their entire lives to pursuing something as intangible as that. 99% of musicians have never ever thought that they would ever have a chance of getting close to the originator. That was something that only scepters would think about. Everyone knew how the originator was powerful, perfect, sophisticated, almighty and knowledgeable. But what has that got to do with them? Practically, the vast and wide originator was not worth anything. But just based on this alone, Ye Qingxuan has already been labeled as a heretic and has been badly scolded. Fortunately, all his actions from here on performed in the name of righteousness. This feels so good. Who dares to accuse the chief inquisitor of the religious court of inquiry of being a heretic? After listening to his plan, Newton immediately saw the biggest flaw. Purely based on your abilities alone, I don't think the product that will be created can even be considered a prototype. There are 7 systems of musicians. Even though you may dabble in abstinence, illusions and heart, at the end of the day, abstinence is your only forte. The unique quality of the school of abstinence is its ability to provide an interface for the other 6 systems to combine into one, using only music theories. To musicians, the content provided by this platform is too lacking. I never plan to settle every problem on my own, otherwise, what else will the others have left to do? Ye Qingxuan did not seem to be worried. All I can do is to build the prototype of the entire system. I will leave the rest to the users to fill up the gaps. Newton was stunned. You plan to make it an open source? Can you bear to give up the initiative? Why not? Ye Qingxuan rebutted, to me, the net of ether is just a tool. If more people use this tool, the more power I will have. I believe that once they discover the convenience of the net of ether, they will automatically create new contents on their own, and push their own music theories all the way to the top. Newton scrunched his nose. You mean all the way to you? Something like that. Ye Qingxuan shrugged his shoulders. I'm the one who stands to gain in the end anyway. Since that's the case, why can't I share them with the other participants too? Newton kept quiet. He could not believe that Ye Qingxuan would open up the external structures of the net of ether. Of the 4 layers of alchemy: array, outflow, form, create and circulate, Ye Qingxuan would probably open up the layers of creating and circulating to other people. Such evil motives. He knew just how attractive this item was to other musicians. In order to get them on board, he has no qualms opening up so much contents to them. Besides, he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would his contents become richer, he would also gain a large number of users. There would definitely be plenty of musicians who might have fallen behind the rest or were limited by their talents, that would be grateful to Ye Qingxuan. No, they might even become Ye Qingxuan's fanatics. Even so, what about the basic facilities? Newton asked, although I don't know much about music theories, but I can tell that the requirements of the basic facilities of the net of ether would be overwhelming. Before he could even finish, he saw the strange look in Ye Qingxuan's eyes and he stopped. There was a complex emotion that he could not describe. It has been a long time since he was in such a dilemma. Would the net of ether demand a lot out of the basic facilities? Of course. Not only would it require plenty of complementary mechanical terminals, it would also require a lot of checkpoints and all sorts of technical skills. Otherwise, the net of ether would not even be able to extend out of Avalon. The complexity and size of the workload was so immense that it was like a nightmare, even to Newton. At this point in time, his heart was only filled with regrets. I have been duped. I have been duped. Clearly, this has always been Ye Qingxuan's motive. Didn't he spend so much effort to find me just because I am able to do this? Who else in this world is more suitable than me to be doing this? Who else has the ability to do so? Before I snatched over that piece of incomplete page, Ye Qingxuan did ask me to think carefully. There will be no turning back once I have seen it. At that time, he had thought that Ye Qingxuan was merely trying to scare him. It seemed that he has really fallen into a trap. Now, he was only left with 2 choices, do or not to do. If he chose not to do this, there was no way Ye Qingxuan would allow him to continue living in this world. It was not that Newton was trying to wriggle his way out of something he had promised, but this project was just too insane. Any leaking of information could easily bring about disastrous consequences. If Newton was Ye Qingxuan, he would not let him live either. Newton did not wish to die yet. Really? There were still many things that he wanted to accomplish, such as continuing the mechanical engineering course of study that his teachers had pioneered. He needed to prove the value of this new path. He firmly believed that this was the key to the future of mankind. Therefore, he had no choice but to submit. But if he really did it, then he and Ye Qingxuan would become the top heretics of the church, possibly even placed above Hyakum. Why was redemption so terrifying? Was it because of how much damage it could cause, as much as piercing through the armors of knights? Or was it because of the theory that all deterrence would be lost with prior mental preparation? No, it was because of how applicable it was to everyone. When it came to redemption, everyone was equal. Once it has been created, even a farmer would be able to use it to kill the king, but what made the net of ether even more terrifying was that it would create musicians. All the musicians would be pushed down the altar, being stripped of their godly status to become ordinary people, transforming from magicians to the engineers of the net of ether. That miraculous power would be shared with everyone. The moment it appeared, everyone that desired power would be groveling in front of Ye Qingxuan. He would be the only one that could determine who deserved power. This was just too insane. This was why Ye Qingxuan refused to return Genesis to the sacred city, even if the latter threatened to stop him from advancing to a scepter. The net of ether alone would have been able to help him advance to scepter anyway. Not only that, the element of the net of ether would ensure that he would become one of the top few scepters. In addition, he could also ensure that Saint Haydn's inheritance would remain in the net of ether. This has been Ye Qingxuan's plan all along. At this moment, Newton fell into silence as he was in deep thoughts. His facial expressions changed ever so minutely, from fear to depression. He was experiencing all sorts of emotions. Due to his own curiosity, he has fallen into Ye Qingxuan's trap. Right now, when the truth has been revealed, strangely enough, he did not feel upset. Instead, he looked forward to this day. He was fully aware of the consequences of Ye Qingxuan's actions, but what was so bad about that? No, it would be great. In fact, things could not have worked out better for him. Ye Qingxuan had chosen him and given him chisels and shovels so that he could dig a nice grave for the musicians. At this thought, he was so excited that there were goosebumps all over his body. He slowly raised his head to look at Ye Qingxuan and nodded, "I'll do it." Fantastic. Ye Qingxuan nodded and smiled happily. He picked up the wine glass on the table. "Cheers to our friendship." Pooey. Damned his so-called friendship. Newton could not be bothered with the nonsense that Ye Qingxuan was spouting. Ye Qingxuan quickly finished his whiskey before wiping the corners of his mouth with his handkerchief. "Thank you for your hospitality. The alcohol was pretty good. Once you are done, scram." Newton tore a piece of cloth to wrap up his palm that has yet to recover fully. He pointed at the door. "Don't come and bother me unless you have a good reason to. I will write you a list of items that I need. You only have to worry about paying." "No problem." Ye Qingxuan shrugged his shoulders and took his hat off the rack before bidding farewell politely. He looked like a complete gentleman. Just as he was about to leave, Ye Qingxuan stopped and turned back to look at him. "Hey, Newton." Newton could not be bothered to look at him. His back continued to face him as he tidied up the drafts on the table. From today onwards, he would be changing to yet another laboratory. When he heard Ye Qingxuan's voice, he was somewhat irritated. "Anything else?" Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment before asking, "Although this may sound funny to you, but Newton, was there ever a moment when you felt sorry about the incident with Charles?" "Any moment." After a period of silence, Newton replied coldly, "No." "Is that so?" Ye Qingxuan laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "It was all my own wishful thinking then. My apologies." The door closed and the sound of footsteps grew faint. Newton was the only one left under the dim lighting. He tried to tidy up the mess on his table, but for some reason, it only got worse. Finally, he swept everything off the table in a fit of frustration. He sat on the chair with his head hung low. Damned it, he muttered under his breath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, The Preposterous Ways of the World. Chapter 625, The Preposterous Ways of the World. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. After it had been reconstructed, Avalon Shipyard 3 already occupied all of the workshops on an entire island, leaving only the largest factory. The disassembled hull of the Mountain of Nomadism was laid out on the ground, forming what looked like an awe-inspiring mountain range. Bit by bit it was lifted up into the air by tower cranes with crisscrossing steel cables. Amid the shrieking of steel and iron, a large number of engineers shrouded in protective clothing were in the midst of careful preparations for the secondary construction and refitting. This legendary warship from the front lines had been disassembled and added to the construction. Ye Qingxuan had fulfilled his promise to Igor. He had given him the best ship in the world. The best warship in the world. Igor, who had already joined the Inquisition, would have been crazy about this place. As a former pirate who had become a running dog for the Anglos, it was a surprise that he had received such high treatment. If this news got back to those fools on the Illusion Islands, their eyes would pop out of their heads in jealousy. After finding out how fast the engineering was progressing, Ye Qingxuan turned to leave. The main reason he had come here was to look for Sherdong. He didn't know what the old B***start had been up to this last month. His face was red and healthy, he had a good appetite, and he had even gone through 2 extra oxygen canisters. As a boss who cared for his subordinates, Ye Qingxuan felt that he should find out what that group of old wretches was up to. Since he was the official who would save the nation in its darkest hour, Queen Mary had generously promised the Inquisition large amounts of material support. Now, Maxwell's Manor Island was already covered in all kinds of materials, and was in the process of being turned into a fortress. The place was being turned into the Inquisition's headquarters, but of all the installations in Avalon it was merely a subsidiary institution, responsible for communications and incidental recruitment. These days, the status of the Inquisition was like that of the Chainsaw Fraternity in Canaan, it was a world apart. Moreover, Sherdong's old face was still obviously worth a bit of money. After he had learned that he would get no help from the church, he had started to walk the path of the Chainsaw Fraternity. They had recently reached an agreement. Within a few days they would help the Inquisition build new workshops in the Anglo Kingdom, in order to build all new power armor for the Witch Hammer. The Inquisition had brought out their secret codexes, and the Chainsaw Fraternity had supplied them with new technologies, and thus they had started researching armor for the new century. The Royal Institute of Research had also lent a hand, unrestricting part of the technology for Archangel armor and armor of the Round Table. And Mephistopheles from Westminster Abbey had been involved as well, disguising himself as an arms dealer in order to lend a hand. By now the Inquisition was truly a fellowship of heretics. The Inquisition, the Chainsaw Fraternity, and Westminster Abbey, which the sacred city was starting to frown upon, had unhappily entered into shady deals and illicit relations. If Ye Qingxuan had been a cardinal bishop, he would be kicking himself right now. But there was nothing to be done. The ways of the world were now out of order, and the nations, while seemingly working together, were at odds with one another. All kinds of subordinate organizations had begun planning their betrayals, seeking a way out. The cracks that Hyakom had created before it died had gradually begun to expand. Now, people were gradually becoming aware of them, the world was changing. The shackles had begun to loosen. Everyone was as eager as a wild dog let off its leash, just waiting for the big news. What have I been doing lately? Helplessness was written all over Sherdong's face as he was intercepted by Ye Qingxuan. I'm doing what you should have been doing in the first place, at any rate, you're a captain of the Inquisition, don't you ever get out? You didn't look at the things I gave you again, and on the ones you did look at you just wrote that I should do as I see fit. So I'm just doing as I see fit. Oh, by the way, that young man named Watson is pretty good, can you lend him to me and let me train him for a while? Ye Qingxuan was suddenly dumbfounded. You two have spoken? Of course. Sherdong's face lit up as he spoke about this. He's got real potential. I didn't think you still had such useful young people. Leaving him to deal with those gangsters is a real waste of his talents. Why don't you transfer him to the Inquisition? Let him be my assistant. In 5 years, no, not even 3, I'll be able to completely set my mind at ease. Ye Qingxuan didn't know what to say. What could he say? Sorry, the one you were talking about was once the original high priest of Hyakum in the Anglo Kingdom, was once a genius dark musician, and at such a young age had been the force behind the scenes for so many important events? Oh, and that *** had, with his own knife. What's wrong? You're not willing to let him go? Sherdong watched Ye Qingxuan's distorted expression, and his spirits fell. Hey, this is all the interest of working for you. Ye Qingxuan was suddenly even more conflicted. He didn't mind Watson taking on this burden, and he was quite useful. He could leave any dirty work to him, and not have to worry about doing it himself. But you don't care about his past? Ye Qingxuan asked carefully, lest the old ** grab his knife and rush into Avalon to clear it of heresy. It's pretty bad. Sherdong clearly knew what he was talking about. He turned his head with a look of disdain and called, "Old cripple." Is old cripple here? An old man came floating over from a distant workshop. He wore a black Avalon. His body was withered and his legs were different lengths. He was floating in the air. Viewing him from behind from this distance, he looked like a bald mop, sliding back and forth across the floor. It was only when viewing him from the front that he looked like a normal old man, but he concealed a darkness that was difficult to describe. His hooked nose and pair of empty eye holes were enough to frighten away children. What is it? The old man's mouth did not move. His gravelly voice came from his chest. Sherdong scratched his bald head and asked, "What did you originally do before I cut off your leg?" "I've forgotten, remind me." The old man spat. "I was the chief of the dark musicians of Canaan, what of it?" he said unhappily. "It was so many years ago, why are you bringing up the past?" "Alright, it's fine. Go on back now." Sherdong waved his hand lightly. He looked back at Ye Qingxuan. "Any more questions?" After a while, Ye Qingxuan, who had held his breath for so long he had nearly suffocated, finally breathed a helpless sigh. "Fine, you go talk to him. If he's willing, I won't get in the way." What was wrong with the world? The Inquisition was full of heretics, the Silence governance had let loose the revolutionary army, the College of Cardinals had cultivated the incarnation of Hyakum, it was completely **King preposterous. The Inquisition has always been accepting of all. Besides, aren't the dark musicians and the dark sovereigns still bottled up? Sherdong boasted without realizing it. "Alright, if that guy Dominic is free, why don't you have him come over to the court for a while? It seems like he's been pretty idle." The old man's club was really filling up. Beat it. Ye Qingxuan felt that talking to this old man was sapping his energy, and he was tired of it. "Oh, right. There is one matter that I haven't been able to handle myself. You'll need to decide for yourself." Sherdong gave one of those sly smiles that was his specialty, making Ye Qingxuan a bit uneasy. He pulled out an invitation. "Her Highness the Queen would like you to attend a banquet." Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt the world go black before his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, The Whole Family is Disappointed with You. Chapter 626, The Whole Family is Disappointed with You. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Why did you bring it here? Looking at the beautiful and elegant invitation, Ye Qingxuan's head began to hurt. You've been gone all month, and when you got back to Avalon, you never presented yourself at the palace. If I didn't bring it to the court, where else could I have brought it? Sherdong looked helpless. Listen, it's not like you have any more rebellions that you have to go quell. She just wants to invite you to a banquet and dance with you. Do you think that a bunch of saints will jump out and drag you off to the sacred city? Of course not. Then what are you afraid of? That she'll be upset with you for taking bribes and not handling things well? Sherdong was most anxious about this. The Anglo Kingdom had offered copious amounts of sponsorship to the Inquisition, and the support of the throne had brought many benefits. If Ye Qingxuan shirked his duties here, their good days would be over. Ye Qingxuan eyed him. I've never taken a bribe. Ha, oh really? Sherdong smirked. The nobility really have such short memories, Your Highness, the Prince of Avalon. Ye Qingxuan was suddenly indignant. The situation was critical then. I didn't have time to think. How could I have known that gaining this title would cause so many problems? It's too late to change that now, said Sherdong. Besides, aren't you happy to be the prince? If you say you don't want it but then accept it, doesn't that make you a bit hypocritical? Ye Qingxuan was seething now, practically spraying spittle in the old ******'*'*'*'*'*'**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** wouldn't help. These past few days Ye Qingxuan had been busy running all over the place and hadn't had time to come back. And even after he had returned, he had been busy inspecting everything, and so hadn't had time to make an appearance at the palace and make a report. And here was the reason: he had been through almost half of the Avalon Royal Library, but hadn't paid any attention to anything to do with affairs of state. So how could he have known that, throughout history, the Prince of Avalon had always been the Queen's husband? No wonder Mary had looked so determined when she had given him that title. Now he knew that it was not only the authority to act as the Anglo Kingdom's deputy ruler that she had entrusted him. What could he do? He could only run over there and act like an ostrich by putting his head in the sand. He could only pretend that he didn't know what he was there for. The problem was, acting like this would be very dishonest. It could even be said that it would be acting dishonestly towards his family. If this got out, he would be regarded as the very model of a scummy man. After waiting for half a month, the Queen had finally sent an invitation. Even though it was only a dance, she would still expect him to declare his intentions. Why are you hesitating? There's nothing bad about this for you. Sherdong squinted at him. Do you think the Queen is ugly? Ye Qingxuan shot him a pained look. No. She wasn't just not ugly, her beauty was unrivaled. What was even more rare about her was that her disposition was noble and refined. Even when she had been controlled by a curse and completely covered in blood, she was still so stunning that people would not dare to look at her. Is there a problem with her personality? Sherdong asked. No, there's no problem, Ye Qingxuan answered. Just no problem? When she was young, Mary was known throughout Avalon for her authentic character. And, just like her mother, she had not hesitated to sacrifice herself for the nation. After being freed from the curse of the dragon's blood, she had become even better and had not made any mistakes. Then has she not been kind enough to you? Sherdong asked. No, she's been very kind to me. Ye Qingxuan was beginning to feel ashamed. Just very kind? She couldn't have been kinder. Not only had she been willing to share authority over the kingdom of heaven and earth and the Anglo kingdom with him, she had never refused any of his requests. He had but to nod and she would give the entire kingdom to him. Sherdong took a deep breath, and then roared in his ear, Then what the hell are you waiting for? I. Ye Qingxuan was forced into a quick answer. He slapped his leg. I'm a clergyman. I'm the archbishop. I can't get married. Pa! Sherdong spat and looked at him scornfully. You still think of yourself as a clergyman? What a pity. Throughout history, all of the leaders of the Inquisition have had families. There was even one stud who had dozens of lovers and children all over the world. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a while. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "I'll say that I'm busy, that will let me turn her down politely. I need to calm down." He did not wait for Sherdong's answer, but turned and left, just like he was running away. But when he opened the door, he saw the golden retriever lying on the ground outside. The dog squinted at him with disdain. He opened his mouth, showing off his teeth. "Your whole family will be disappointed with you." Ye Qingxuan's legs suddenly felt weak. He started trembling so much that he almost had to sit down. "I'll go." Without waiting for old Phil's response, he went back inside just as quickly as he had left, grabbed the invitation out of Sherdong's hand, and said seriously, "Help me pick out some formal clothes." And so, in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, everything was taken care of. Old Phil nodded with satisfaction, then disappeared without a trace. The next evening, at 7 o'clock, an incessant stream of carriages arrived before the palace. In the faint music streaming through the palace gate, servants bustled about, swiftly but elegantly making preparations for the upcoming banquet in an orderly fashion. Elegantly attired noblemen strolled in leisurely with their female companions and handed their invitations to the messenger. They did not hurry inside but lingered outside the gate chatting with their acquaintances. This was the first dance after the queen's ascension to the throne. For newly made noblemen, it was their best opportunity to make an appearance. There were still many vacancies in important positions, and the guests were hoping that at this dance they would be given a chance to fill them. Among the crowd, several young people surrounded a smiling middle-aged man, fawning over his every word. Viscount Belfast, who had recently been made royal treasurer, was a popular man in this circle. The Belfast family had served the royal family for generations and had been in charge of their money. This made him an incredibly important figure. He also had shares in the East India Trading Company. He was like a leader to the new aristocrats who had made their fortunes in the Indian colonies. His stance was often the Queen's stance. If they could get some inside information from him, they'd be able to pursue their own goals more effectively. As far as his character, he was known as an honest and reliable member of the otherwise quite corrupt aristocratic circle, and worthy of trust. Many people consulted him on his opinions on investments, hoping to get some pointers. But Viscount Belfast was not likely to divulge these. He'd only give out a little bit of private information that had already leaked out of the aristocratic circle anyway. Right now the East Indian colonies industry is already saturated, so it's not suitable for investment. However, there's always tea. The insects have been quite serious these last 2 years. The quality of some tea plantations has decreased, and capital turnover has been affected. If you buy low right now, in a few years your returns will be quite good. After saying this, Viscount Belfast was silent for a moment, then suddenly added, "The shipping industry that Mr. Bly was just talking about is indeed quite a good prospect, but requires massive amounts of funds to operate. If you all are interested, I'd invite you to pay attention to domestic manufacturing." Following the Queen's orders, he let loose a small secret, especially weaving in industry. In a few months, there will be some significant positive news in those areas. In the past, Belfast had always been rather vague about such things, trying as much as possible to use words like maybe and possibly. Rarely had they seen him so resolute and decisive. As a weather vane for investment and financial management, everyone around him was shocked at this revelation and started asking him what inside information he had. Some people tactfully invited him to join them for a wine tasting after the banquet, expecting him to reveal a bit more there. But Belfast would not reveal any more, leaving them all quite disappointed. Belfast had already told them half of what there was to know, but he stopped abruptly and looked stiffly down the road at the slowly approaching black carriage. He could no longer stand on formality, and after a few curt excuse-me's he quickly rushed over, even abandoning his own female companion. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In a flash, they had all reacted. they shook off their dumbfoundedness and chased after him. In all of Avalon, there were only 2 people who liked to take these black carriages without emblems. One was the former keeper of the seal Maxwell, and the other was the former head of the Knights of the Round Table, the head of the Second Department, and the Secretary of the Navy, Lancelot. And those 2 were no longer there. And thus, there was only one person left in Avalon who was able to ride in this nondescript black carriage. Maxwell's heir, the new keeper of the seal, the head of the Inquisition, the savior of the nation, and the deputy ruler of the Anglo Kingdom, Ye Qingxuan. Countless people had tried to send visiting cards and invitations to this nobleman, but none of them had ever received any response. He was so reclusive that none of them even knew where he lived. Even his colleagues on the Privy Council had only ever seen him a few times, and every time he had left just as quickly as he had arrived, never giving them a chance to talk to him. If this was truly his first time appearing in public, who would pass up the opportunity to meet him? Before the carriage had stopped, there were already a large number of people waiting outside its door. And more people who had heard the news were starting to make their way over. Layer upon layer of people crowded around, so many that they were almost impenetrable. The carriage door opened. A man wearing black formal wear emerged from within. He was not wearing any medals, and his long silver hair was tied up behind his head. He was so terse as to be almost rude. Although he wore no expression, his face still seemed cold enough to dampen the crowd's mood. However, the keeper of the seal, who was famed for his cold nature, did not make things awkward and took the initiative to smile and nod at everyone. Then he turned and reached back into the carriage, helping out his charming female companion. Lola. Her long hair was done up in a bun, and she was wearing a water blue evening gown, but no jewelry. She still had the dignified air of a scholar. Even if that had been all, her posture and appearance would still have eclipsed all the other women present. Everyone present had already heard the juicy gossip that had circulated about the keeper of the seal and the professor, so it was not too strange to see them together. After a few polite greetings, Ye Qingxuan made a dinner appointment for the day after next with Viscount Belfast and then brought Lola directly inside. "Thank you for coming," he said quietly to Lola. "Ha ha." The still smiling Lola turned back to the crowd, and her grin widened, revealing her canine teeth. "Next time, take the old lady to be your shield, but don't worry. It's just this once. Once you're inside, get away from me as soon as you can. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from hitting you." Fine. Ye Qingxuan sighed and braced himself to enter the ballroom. This was going to be a long night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Can You Give Me a Hug? Chapter 627, Can You Give Me a Hug? Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Lola really meant what she said as she completely ignored Ye Qingxuan the moment she reached the venue. She could not be bothered to entertain other people, and single-mindedly headed to the old scholars that were gathered in a corner. She would treat this event as an opportunity to network with a few historians. In the end, Ye Qingxuan was surrounded by so many people that he was almost completely drowned out by the crowd. Fortunately, he managed to find a lifesaver at the very last moment. Tristan. He was the previous vice-captain of the Knights of the Round Table. After the death of Lancelot and realizing that he has been used, Tristan stepped down from his position and relinquished all his powers to Ye Qingxuan and Christine. Since then, he had been leading a reclusive lifestyle. His appearance was simply a saving grace to Ye Qingxuan. Tristan was now close to 50 years old, and although his hair might be balding, he was still as fit and strong as when he was middle-aged. He was always known for his stern and unsmiling image. He was the stereotypical knight, reliable, willing to sacrifice his life for the country, and a somewhat boring person that few noble families were fond of. With him around, one would not have to worry about being disturbed by others. A glance of his blind left eye was all it would take to scare away all the ordinary busybodies. But the awkward thing was that Ye Qingxuan had nothing to talk to him about. Tristan had always been a man of few words, and sometimes, it almost inappropriate to make a joke around him. Talk about women? No way. Talk about country matters. Ye Qingxuan did not care much about that. He has already delegated his job to Gavin, matters related to the religious court of inquiry to Sherdong, and his scheduling duties to Lola. It was rare that Tristan would try to tactfully advise Ye Qingxuan to focus more on matters related to the country. After all, he was the Queen's keeper of the seal, so all governmental decrees could only go through with his seal. On top of that, he was also the Prince of Avalon and Deputy Ruler of Anglo. After commenting about the weather for the umpteenth time, Tristan finally sensed Ye Qingxuan's awkwardness and shook his head before raising his glass. If your majesty does not mind me being dull and boring, please feel free to spend your time with an old man like me. There will only be peace and quiet here and nothing else. Ye Qingxuan could finally breathe easier. In that case, I'm going to have to impose on you. Thereafter, he and Tristan sat on a sofa in a corner of the banquet hall. They quietly observed people passing them by, as they sat as still as statues. After some time, Ye Qingxuan suddenly recalled the report he received a few days ago and could not help but ask, "Mr. Tristan, will you not reconsider rejoining the Knights?" The Tristan family has always been the backbone of the Knights of the Round Table. Without your presence, it's almost as if the Knights of the Round Table has lost half of its spirit. I have handed over everything to Geraint. He is a proper knight. With him around, the Knights of the Round Table will be fine. Tristan touched his fake eye with his metal hand. Your Highness, I'm so old that I may die on the sickbed any time. The last thing I should do is to continue to hold on to my position. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment. Knights should die with a sword in their hands. I know. Tristan sighed. Our ancestors have always done the same, so let me be the embarrassment. I have toiled for so many years. Now is the time to rest. Next month, after the things in the capital have been settled, I plan to leave Avalon. Where to? Back to the manor? Yup, my daughter has built a house for me beside the lake so I can go fishing during my free time. The fishes there are pretty decent and can be made into good soup. Your Highness doesn't have to worry. With half a year's time, my successor will definitely be able to prove that he is worthy of taking over the Tristan armor. Please allow him to assist Christine and serve your Highness on my behalf. Tristan's mind had been made up and he even found a successor. Ye Qingxuan knew that there was no way he could convince him otherwise, so he only nodded inside. In that case, I wish you a happy retirement. Tristan finally smiled before emptying his glass of champagne in one shot. The sound of melodies could be heard. It had finally begun. With the announcement of Mary's arrival, she finally stepped into the banquet hall. Unlike what everyone was expecting, she was not dressed in her usual rigid and formal clothes. She wore a simple evening gown and her golden hair was tied up neatly. It was customary to make a simple speech, but once that was over, Mary had no intentions of maintaining a dignified and stern image. She raised her glass. When Mother was still alive, she was most fond of parties that were free and easy. Everyone, please relax and enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Everyone took Mary's cue and raised their glasses as well. Then, all of them looked towards Ye Qingxuan. It was also customary that the person of the highest position in this event should give a toast to the Queen. By right, there should not be anything too special about that. But when the audience's gaze swung between Ye Qingxuan and Mary, there seemed to be a suspicion of an ambiguous relationship between the two of them, for their attires looked very compatible. It was almost as if they had planned for it together. Ye Qingxuan did not allow such a complicated atmosphere to persist for too long. He took a glass from the waiter and raised it. May the heavens bless Anglo and may the king bless me. May the king bless me. Everyone echoed before drinking up heartily. With his glass of champagne in hand, Ye Qingxuan scanned the area around him and was just about to sneak away when a hand pushed him lightly from behind. As a result, he took a step forward rather clumsily. He wriggled his fingers slightly so that all the alcohol that would have spilled were returned back into the glass instantaneously. He made it look as if he had taken a step forward nonchalantly to drink up his glass of champagne before putting it back onto the tray. He subtly gave Lola a stare for what had just happened. Lola was not concerned about the fury in his stare and only smiled wider because of it. Mary also sensed Ye Qingxuan's embarrassment, and her mouth curled into a smile. Ye Qingxuan's actions attracted everyone's attention, so he was in the spotlight once again. Ye Qingxuan coughed lightly and showed none of the awkwardness that he was feeling. He continued forward until he reached Mary. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed and stretched out his palm. "May I have the honor to have the first dance of the night with your majesty?" Mary almost wanted to laugh at how Ye Qingxuan was put in a difficult spot. Just as it was getting a little awkward, she stretched out her wrist and placed them in his hands. "My pleasure." Everyone parted very quickly to the side, clearing the way to the middle of the dance floor. Once they were in their positions, the conductor raised his conductor baton and a beautiful melody was soon playing in the air. Fortunately, Ye Qingxuan had read through 2 books on palace dances before he came, so he managed to pull it off, even though his movements might be a little stiff. The only thing was that they sometimes got too close during the dance. Being so close to the queen and feeling the white silk material in his hands, he was at a loss somewhat. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not last for too long as Mary asked quietly, "What do you think about this gown?" The tailor just about managed to rush it out in time. "Do you think it suits me? It's simply beautiful and astounding. I am completely captivated." Ye Qingxuan maintained his smile as he lavished plenty of praise. This gown was a good fit for Mary's body shape, but what made it impressive was its ability to capture her sophisticated qualities while maintaining an air of authority. On top of that, it did not seem out of place when she stood beside Ye Qingxuan's attire, which was similar to a uniform. The tailor has put in a lot of effort. It was not easy. Ye Qingxuan swallowed his saliva and realized that his throat hurt. "Is that so?" Mary raised her eyebrow with a teasing look. "Are you feeling nervous?" "Yes." Ye Qingxuan nodded. He could not help but sigh and answer honestly, "Your Majesty's favor has taken me by surprise." Mary looked at the complicated expression on his face and was able to see the embarrassment and nervousness. She smiled slyly. "I had no other choice, Your Highness. You have to think from my position too." In the middle of the dance, she leaned forward slightly. Her entire body was almost touching Ye Qingxuan. She put her lips close to his ear and whispered, "I apologize for today. At least, don't let them think that it was a one-sided affection. It will make things very awkward for the queen. My apologies, it's my fault." Mary smiled and shook her head. "Say no more of such things. Let's dance." "All right." Ye Qingxuan nodded his head and focused his attention on following Mary's movements. He could feel a layer of sweat on his palms as he touched her slender waist to twirl her around to the music. As the melody gently played, he could hear the sound of her breathing. It made him feel as if the queen was like fog and he needed to release her hands so that she could slowly float into the sky. But Mary held onto his hands all the way. She looked at him quietly with a smile on her face. Her gaze was focused and serious. When the melody finally came to an end, Ye Qingxuan could not believe how time had passed by so quickly, and everything that had just happened felt as short as only a moment. "Mr. Yi," amidst the applause, he could hear Mary's voice, "Can you give me a hug?" She looked at Ye Qingxuan and said quietly, "Just for a while, but..." Ye Qingxuan did not say anything, except to stretch out his hands and take her into his arms. "As long as you want," he whispered. Mary smiled and leaned against his chest. "Thank you." Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Mary's voice, "It seems that parties are not entirely useless." We might as well have one every day. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Your Majesty, is it worth doing this just for a dance? There are many things in Anglo that still need to be done. If you start the ball rolling by holding extravagant parties, when will this nightlife end? Cough cough, Your Majesty, if there is anything you require of me in the future, you only need to summon me. There is no need to go to such great lengths and waste the country's money. Ye Qingxuan quickly put a stop to the idea, only to see the corners of Mary's mouth curling up into a smile. Are you initiating a rendezvous? I am glad to know that the prince is so earnest. Ye Qingxuan was about to vomit blood. He had a nagging feeling that he had fallen into Mary's trap, but strangely enough, he did not dislike it. Don't worry, I will not trouble you. Just don't avoid me next time. Mary released her hands at last and straightened his collar. Then, she tiptoed and whispered into his ear, I am available on Saturday afternoon. Ye Qingxuan saw only darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628 Prototype, Part 1. Chapter 628 Prototype, Part 1. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. Half a month later, in a huge underground space that should not have existed below the 6th basement floor of the Royal Institute of Research, all was dim, illuminated only by the pale lights. There were cracks all over the floor, making it look like some sort of dilapidated building. There were still traces of spiders and insect eggs in the corners. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Ye Qingxuan pointed at the spider web on his clothes. We'd better install a ventilation system. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Actually, we already installed one and incorporated it into the Royal Institute of Research's circulatory system. I had only ever considered my own breathing requirements, but fortunately we have a bit of a power surplus. You'd better thank God for the fact that you can breathe right now. Newton answered without the least bit of courtesy. Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes. It seemed like this guy had set his heart on the plan, even to the point where it contributed his secret base as a testing ground. He reckoned that this was the place where Newton performed his forbidden research. From what he could see, many of the sets of equipment here were a rare commodity among all the nations. In fact, Newton had to have built many of them himself. It was clear that there were many good things still to be had from Newton. He had just to think of a way to get them out of him. No matter who was in charge, they would have to quickly learn some underhanded techniques. They would teach themselves all kinds of ways to put pressure on their employees. Especially if that employee was Newton, that gold mine that had not stopped producing. This is the research data. Newton placed a document into his hands and motioned for the workers to quickly prepare the testing site. Ye Qingxuan browsed the document casually, and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zebra? Not a bad code name. Where did you find him? Prison, Newton said casually. That guy fought in the First Indian Colonization War. After he retired, he laid low for a while. They say that when he was captured, he had already killed 16 active duty Marines with his bare hands. Keep reading, he is a demon in human form. Ye Qingxuan turned the page over inside, 2 hearts? 4 times the adrenaline? Natural regeneration? It's no good, it's no good. If he was taken by the dark musicians, he'd make for an awful test subject. Newton rolled his eyes. Do you think you're so different from the dark musicians now? Ye Qingxuan thought of those insane dark musicians, always running around kidnapping children and trying to recruit him to join in their schemes. I'm still very different, he answered seriously. Shut up, the experiment is starting. Prepare all departments. Newton ignored him, walking up the steps and shouting for everybody to make ready with all haste. Afterwards he waved his finger at Ye Qingxuan, don't stand in the middle, move over, right, a little more, stop. Right there, don't move. He moved Ye Qingxuan into the corner and then slipped behind him, as if using him as a shield. He picked up the microphone and said, "All departments confirmed, begin the experiment." Scrape! The sound of chains dragging came from behind the iron gate. Amidst this ear-piercing noise, the several hundred-kilogram gate started to slowly lift. When it reached the halfway point, it started to resist. But finally it was lifted to the top with a roar. A giant so burly that he did not resemble a human walked out of the darkness. His bare shoulders were covered in layer upon layer of tattoos. Some were his own original tattoos, demons, snakes and churches, but the rest were new, musical notes and array movements. His knotted muscles heaved in time with his breaths under the pale lights. He slowly crept forward. He walked barefoot across the floor, dragging heavy shackles behind him that seemed to weigh him down no more than an empty can would. Even his forehead seemed abnormal. It arched out, as if there was something sharp hidden underneath the skin. Neither in his character nor in his appearance did he seem like a law-abiding citizen. Looking all around the testing site, Zebra was shocked. He did not see the strict security measures he had expected. Instead, it was all empty. Finally, his line of sight came across the completely unprotected Newton, and his face began to change. "Test subject A1, don't just stand there, our time is precious," Newton said impatiently. "I am not A1, call me Zebra." A fierce light flashed in Zebra's eyes. He began to slowly walk closer. "Perhaps we should discuss some problems with my treatment." Newton sneered disdainfully and waved at him impatiently. "I don't care if you used to be called Zebra or Cow, right now we're in the middle of an experiment." Ye Qingxuan shook his head and laughed softly. "Looks like we're having trouble before the experiment even starts." Newton looked a bit embarrassed. "There wasn't enough time," he answered awkwardly, "we had to dispense with the formalities." "Where could we have found so many volunteers?" "We had to make do with prisoners on death row." Ye Qingxuan sighed and tapped his cane on the ground. "Let's begin the experiment, gentlemen, after all our time is precious. I have a wonderful tryst waiting for me this afternoon that I can't be late for." It was only now that Zebra noticed the thin young man standing beside Newton, similarly undefended. That bag of bones was not even thick enough for him to poke his finger through. He could kill both of them at once. But the white-haired young man seemed completely unconcerned. He just looked at him, with a slight smile that seemed to say he already knew what he was thinking. Although he had not yet spoken, his pitch-black eyes expressed what he was thinking very clearly. "It'd be nice if you didn't give me any trouble. It'd be best if you didn't." Without knowing why, Zebra averted his gaze, looking back at Newton ferociously. "We had a deal. The deal was that after you had completed the experiments, I'd let you go, not to let you stay here free of charge just to stand there blinking at me." With Ye Qingxuan there to protect him, Newton was not afraid of anything, and with this bolstered confidence began to berate Zebra. "What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for lunch? Get started." Zebra unwillingly swept his eyes over them, then took 2 steps back and stood firmly in the middle of the testing site. "Begin the first net of ether music theory transmission test." The metal pipes on the wall transmitted the researcher's voice. On the other side of the wall, instruments of harmonious melody were already wedged into the floor, with many cables stretching out from them. They were tangled up into a hopeless mess, and were thrust through interfaces in the wall. Deep beneath the floor, an enormous hub began to turn. 6 newly made external combustion engines that had originally been Stirling model engines fired up. This massive amount of power started the ether furnace, and flashes of ether sprang out from within. Under the shifting of the instruments of harmonious melody, countless cables surged methodically, illuminating the alchemy array in the testing site. The flashing metal reflected off the floor, the ceiling, and the walls. A burst of static electricity appeared out of thin air, making a loud humming sound. Newton's hair stood on end, making him look like a half-bald hedgehog. It was incredibly ugly. But Ye Qingxuan was not affected at all. Not even his fingers were shaking. This degree of electrical field disturbance caused by the friction from the turbulent ether was, as far as he was concerned, not worth wasting his power to smooth out. The symphony of predestination's own gravitational force was enough to quash these insignificant ripples. Newton glanced angrily at Ye Qingxuan. This guy was purposely watching him make a fool of himself. After a short while, the joyful voices of the workers came through the pipes. A harmonious melody repeater has successfully started. At this point, even Ye Qingxuan was surprised.